Well, that was kind of disappointing. Guess what I just saw? I just saw a guy in a parking lot pull forward and smash into one of those bumper barriers, those cement barriers in front, because he didn't know that it was in front of his car. And then he pulled back. He's like, oh crap. He pulled back and then he slammed on the gas again and went forward into it again. Like he must have bumped it from reverse back into drive. It's oh man, it's not his day. This poor dude. Holy shit. Happened right next to me. Freaking hilarious. So what's going on, folks?
How are you?
Yeah, hello.
Uh, what you doing?
Fine, how about you?
I am good, thank you. Uh,
Why there is 12 man in the voice, no one talks.
yes, Abdurrahman, thank you.
الأرض تتقطع.
Hello.
من نصر كريتي
Hello, everybody. Let's get some attempted globe proving going on if we can. Anybody? Who's the next contestant on Prove the Globe? Is my mic working? Looks like it is. Looking for new people to do. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of globe deniers. So, right. See, we do have one newcomer to attempt to say hello to. Anas. Hello. Would you like to talk?
Very so funny.
What was that?
Yeah, the same is funny.
I misread it for a second. You know, Lex, NASA has been probing Uranus since 1958. But some of us don't realize it.
That's what I heard. That's how we get all our information. Through Uranus.
Hoping somebody would get busy attempting to prove the globe, but I don't know, they're just not going to do it.
You guys want to hear about a bad flat earther I heard on TikTok? His proof of a flat earth was that he was saying that it's impossible to flip over an ocean.
It's impossible
Well,
to what?
to flip over an ocean.
Okay.
That's what the freaking flat earther said, bro. I almost had a freaking stroke when I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
It was like,
Yeah.
he's saying that on the globe, if you look at it, on the top you have water that would be right side up. But then on the other side, you have another body of water that would be quote unquote flipped upside down.
Yeah.
So he's saying that if you were to take your friend and you have some water or like a 5-gallon water jugs, you can fill that up, try and flip over the ocean, and try to flip over the water. I was like, bro, what the hell is he talking about? Oh my goodness.
Is that a flat earther that was telling you this?
Well, he wasn't telling me. He was telling the host of that live that I was watching.
Okay. Was he a flat
Yeah,
earther?
dude. Yeah, sadly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's a lot of
was.
problems with that argument, but some
Oh yeah,
people are on that
100%.
level. Some people are on that
Oh,
level. I mean,
we need
the
more
thing
twenty four
is, they
seven.
have this whole gravity thing that they think they have theories and stuff behind and experiments, which they really don't. We know, but they think this gravity thing, when you're doing it locally, it wouldn't be the same effect. We know the global
Exactly.
excuse for that anyway. There's always a globe excuse. But what about this? No, it's really a globe. You know. What about I go to the beach and it's a flat level line, left to right. It just looks like that. It's really a globe. Makes sense, right?
I also did notice that. I want to say 99% of the FE people that I saw on TikTok, they don't ever refer to how the Earth is actually measured. Pretty scary. Bless you.
Sorry, cough on the mic there. My cat hair got in my lung or something.
Oh, we're
Get the
good,
damn
man.
cat off my leg. We've been joined by Honey Badger. Hello, would you like to talk? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but you just popped in here. Sorry.
Oh, we're
Mute.
good, man. I'll let you take over the count. I gotta head back into work. This thing break's almost over already.
All good, man. Thanks for speaking up. Have a good
I
one.
don't know. I guess I'll see you.
On the level plane of existence, whatever it is. And we lost the new person. So, anybody else got anything to say? Go ahead. Or we could go with silence. That's y'all's choice. We've been joined by On Kush. Would you like to speak? Hello. Guess it's going to be a no on using your voice, but welcome to the server. We're just here waiting for somebody to come in here and discuss basically the nature of where we live, our reality. Is it really a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Or is it kind of like a flat, level plane of existence that we don't know the extremities of? That's the question. Is my mic working just now? I can't tell. Hello, Yash. Would you like to talk?
Hey there.
Welcome to the server. What brings you by?
What?
Why did you click the link to the flat earth ring? Are you curious about the subject or what you got to say about the subject?
Yeah, I'm interested. Who believes Earth is flat?
Did you say you believe the earth is flat?
I said I I wanted to see people like who who actually believes Earth is flat.
Is anybody else getting a clear understanding of this, gentleman? I'm not. You want to see
Okay.
who thinks the Earth? Are you just practicing English? Let's start there.
Yeah, I'm just a beginner in English.
Well, I'll start off with telling you that this isn't basically the room to be in for a beginner because I'm not sure how well we'll communicate because we we pretty much go into advanced subjects that have bigger words and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But if you want to stay here and listen, well, it's up to you. Your level of English. Do you want to ask a question and see if somebody wants to answer you?
yeah, I will listen.
So try asking your question again. You want to find out who thinks the Earth is flat, maybe?
Um, I don't know. I'm leaving.
Do you think
Sorry.
do you think the Earth is a sphere, a ball? Hello, hello. All right, looks like you bounced. Sorry, I tried to get somebody to go. Still looking for empirical evidence of the globe model with the ball in space zipping around in all directions and vectors and all kinds of stuff. So, anybody's got any of that? Come on in, tell us about it. We know the story, so don't try to come in here and tell the story. We basically all know the story, all about gravity and refraction and blah 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 blah. We want the evidence. I'll shut up now. Hello, Prothames, India. Would you like to talk? Welcome to the channel. Looks like that's going to be a no response. Let's go back to dead air or somebody else talk. Y'all's choice.
Hello. Hello, Scar.
Everybody at? Helio probably got them all banned with his ball-tard mods.
He got everybody banned.
Yeah, so Helio runs the 24/7 chat, and he mods some of the worst ball-tards. And all those ball-tards do is ban flat earthers, hence probably why it's so quiet in here. So I don't know why Helio claims to be a flat earther when he has some of the worst ball-tards ever as mods that do predictable things.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anybody know?
Your voice sounds super familiar. What's your actual name? Did you make a new account?
Oh yeah, I've been here there. Whoa.
Huh. Weird.
Is it echoing?
Okay. No, I just haven't seen your name, but like your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of these globetards, like the Drunk to Bunk loser and Maxi Pad, a bunch of those losers. So yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, pretty sad stuff.
When did you join the
This whole
flat
thing's
side?
repeating.
Did you hear me?
No, this is repeating. Like the whole previous conversation is just repeating.
Oh, that's weird. I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see anybody on.
I'm sure they won't address it. Gotta protect Helio, the fake flat earther.
You think Helio's a fake flat earther?
Well, why does he have some of the worst globetards as mods that are doing predictable things, only banning flat earthers? I mean, how many other flat earthers have these disgusting balltards banned?
Hmm.
You know, or how many other? Let's see how many other that winter rain or whale rain, one of the worst balltards ever, has banned. Let's see the list that she's banned of flat earthers. I mean, why is she a mod in a flat earth chat, which she's clearly one of the worst balltards ever? And she only drags in the worst balltards too, like Bobby Slobby Steels and yeah, I'd like to see a list of what he's banned so far. I mean, you want to prove that he's a real flat earther?
Yo, Batman, are you there? Nope, no Batman. Dude, there's no way that somebody banned everybody. That can't be it.
Oh, she probably did. I wouldn't be surprised. She is that low.
I don't think that's the problem here. I think they just doing other stuff.
You think everybody's just offline? Okay, I was curious because I don't know. Yeah, there's nobody in Earth Awakenings 24/7. Obviously politics or the English Hub. That's just crazy.
It happens time from time. They will show up.
If you build it, they will come.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Plenty of time to see who Whale Rain has banned and get him unbanned. But I'm sure Helio won't.
So you mean they should be banned from the English server?
Helio has Globetards as his mods on the YouTube channel, so I don't know where else, but yeah, she definitely abuses her power, and she's done it multiple times. So you tell me why someone who claims to be a flat earther has some of the worst Globetards as mods that abuse their power. You tell me, I don't know.
What are you doing, Mama? Oh no. Hmm? Hmm? What? Oh, it's dead.
If nobody knows why Helio has some of the worst Baltards as mods and keeps them, I'll come back later and see if anybody does. Probably dead because the Baltards want it this way. That's what the fake flat earthers want too. But anyways, have fun. Cheers.
Hello. Anas. Anas, where are you from?
How are you, my friend?
Syria ولا عربي؟
Yes, you can talk Arab,
كيف؟
but you want to practice English.
Do you speak English?
Yo.
How we doing in here, sports fans? Where's everybody at? It's Friday. It's Friday. The earth is flat. Let's be excited. Don't you agree, Yillis? YLIS, Yillis. That's how I'm going to say it. I don't know if that's how you say it, but welcome to the chat. The earth is flat.
Says who?
What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
Says the surveyors.
That was probably the one thing that was like the most wild about everything. Never thought about all of engineering using a flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth.
Right.
Yes.
You know, so, when let's say like 5 years ago, I came across Nathan Oakley, maybe 6 years ago. It's 2026. Gee whiz. Time flies. But like I could watch the evolution of them realizing that there was no argument to be had because everything that we do, everything that we reference, the way that we treat the earth, the way that we navigate it, right? Like it was becoming an epiphany to all of them. And I was getting to watch that in real time, and I had to think about it. I was like, yeah, wait a minute. I don't think in my everyday experience, nor for everyone else doing whatever we do on the earth, we never treat this place as a globe. Everything is flat. Everything is stationary. Like right now, I'm putzing around in my pickup truck, and my speed is in relationship to a stationary Earth, right? Now, obviously, that's kind of a given, right? We don't have to use that as a proof or anything, but let's take an aircraft that's away from the reference frame. Well, it's treating the Earth as stationary. It's not assuming its speed across the surface, even though it's not the same reference speed or the reference frame. To be moving with it, and we kind of have to, right? Like if you're going to get to your destination and go east or west, you're going to have to compensate for that. So the distances, the measurements of the surface, all that stuff, it's always flat, and we didn't even realize it. That's some powerful mind control, indoctrination, where you can just show people pictures and then tell them the opposite of that. The Earth is a ball. Here's a picture of it, but you use it and treat it up and down, left and right, north, south, east, west, directions and straight horizontal lines, flat. Makes me feel even stupider, but I'm glad at least I see it now.
No, absolutely. Not to make this about get all weird and everything like this, but it is important that I say this piece because you'll understand why as soon as I finish what I'm saying. And we don't have to talk about it after that. We can just talk about how powerful the mind is, right? So, like someone who is born biologically one gender and then grows up and decides that they want to be another gender, right? In their mind, they think they are this other gender, but in reality, as it presents itself, you are the gender that you were born with, and that's how powerful the mind is. That you can be or think or believe whatever you want. You can make your reality however you want to perceive it. It's entirely up to you.
The other thing that's really fascinating about how we use our minds or how they function for us is that, you know, we are imagers. So we use images and then we create images within the mind. Like if anybody has ever daydreamed before in their life, right? You can actually have your eyes open, be seeing things with your eyes, but within the mind's eye, you can be creating a scenario or imagining something. You can create this image. But this image that you make, you have to draw from things that you've already seen or experienced, right? So we can conjure or imagine things that we've seen and even change them within the mind. But we can also be fed false images and then imagine ourselves within that paradigm or in that image, and it can be completely false. So if you show somebody a picture of a globe, then they will adopt that image, they will memorize it, and then they can draw from it anytime that they want to imagine themselves being in that position. You know, it's fantasy. It's fascinating, and people know this, right? Especially people that want to use this for nefarious purposes. Then they begin to suggest things to you. Even with their words, they can describe things to you, and you can image it within the mind. Or they can reference something that they know that you've seen, like a globe from outer space, and you can image it within the mind, and you can almost put yourself in that scenario and kind of imagine what they're talking about. So we have this really amazing ability that's very powerful, but it can be used for good or, nefarious purposes. And people have to be careful of that. Whatever images that you're conjuring or somebody's trying to get you to conjure or imagine, they could be trying to rip you off or to get you to believe something that isn't true, just using your ability to create images within the mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as far as like evidence for a creator, which a lot of people who want to disbelieve flat Earth, right? They just refuse to accept it because they can't accept the idea of any kind of thing creating this environment. Like I'm one to suggest that a thought is independent of the synaptic interactions through neurons, right? So where does that come from? First of all, but then, and this is going off in the weeds, but second of all, that like once you put that thought into a synapse, something has to create that spark in order for the synapse to take place. Like there's just so much going on in your brain. I know I went off into the weeds away from flat Earth, but so much going on in your brain, so much more magical than you know. And then I just completely lost everything. I'm just blown away by the reality that we live in and how magnificent it really is.
Right. Yeah, I'm enjoying the. I don't want to call it a new paradigm. I'm kind of enjoying reality, in my life at this point, because it turns out I wasn't crazy. The Earth indeed is not moving as I experience, right? And I deal with it in the way it actually is, which is flat. It's a plane, so everything is vertical and horizontal, and everything in between. And it's great, but it's weird. It is hard to erase. In fact, it's almost impossible to erase the old paradigm. It won't go away, but I can now use that old paradigm against those who still believe in it. It's like, okay, well, let's take the idea that you have, and then let's actually get out of the mind and go to reality and see if the two match up. And they never do. So it's a good time to be alive. Although we have conversations with people that are struggling to separate themselves from the idea or from the imagined or I don't know, how do I describe this? The suggested reality that they've been
There
given.
you go. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I try to personalize the conversation for them, right? First thing I'll ask them now is, how tall are you? No longer am I going to give them a 6 foot observation or a 3 foot observation or 1 foot observation. I just want to know how tall they are. And then once they realize how tall they are, like, when's the last time you went to the beach? Oh, a year ago. Oh, when I was a kid. Oh, so when you were a kid, you were like 4 foot tall or 3.5 foot tall. Yeah. How far do you think you were able to see out over the water? How far away do you think the horizon was? And then, from there, you get to personalize their experience and,
Right.
work within their own paradigm.
There was a dude the other day that I think you were talking to, and he almost didn't want to tell you how tall he was. It was ridiculous. It's like, yeah, well, I'm not trying to dox you by asking your height. If you're 6 foot, there's plenty of 6 foot folk out there. I'm not going to narrow it down.
Oh, he's going to cast a spell on me if he knows how tall I am. Next, he's going to ask me how much I weigh.
And I think people want to avoid having it personalized. They still want to kind of operate, in the vague, ambiguous sense. Don't make it about me. Don't bring me into this paradigm that you have, because it's not for me. And I think you alluded to that a second ago, which is, this is a preferred position, right? Because after giving people the brass tacks, the reality that they live in, once they see it, and they'll even sometimes acknowledge it, they'll say, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. And then you go, okay, well, do you still believe you live on a ball, even though we have taken that away as a practical reality, or even a reality at all? The real world does not exist in that way. Well, I still think I live on a ball. Why? Well, it's just, and I've heard it, it's easier. In fact, the guy was in here the other day. He says, I can't be a flat earther. And we asked him why. And ultimately, right, it's the herd mentality. He's like, well, then I'll be rejected by my friends or my peers or my family or whatever. And it's like, well, okay, I guess that's your choice. But I'm not gonna wrestle this thing away from you. If you want to hold the ball, hold the ball. But don't argue against what you and I have already agreed together is not possible. It's not going to be a ball ever. It is what it is. And if you want to keep the paradigm, well, then you're choosing to live within something that is false,
Right.
and that's up to you.
Yeah, you're choosing to live a lie. You're choosing to accept disbelief.
Yep. What do you think about that Walmart bag? Am I off base? Is the Earth a sphere? Do the flat earthers have it wrong? Walmart bag? You can speak up. We're friendly.
I gotta head off to work, man. I just wanted to come in and see what the talk was about. Good spiel, dude. And I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, good combo. We'll talk to you later, man. Lulu in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay, Walmart bag. So you have a claim. You say it's an explanation. So what we would need is evidence for the claim. So how much does air weigh? Less air is above. Oh my gosh. You're contradicting yourself, Walmart bag. Yeah, hit the VC. You seems like you speak English pretty well, Walmart bag. There's no reason to do this in the chat. We're going to need you to use some kind of scientific experimental evidence for the claims that you're making, not just so stories. Walmart bag, you're not trying to avoid the VC because you've already been here before and we would recognize your voice and you're just one of the well-known frequent flyer trolls that we have. That wouldn't be the reason, is it? Well, now hold on. What claim did we make so we can support it? So far, I see only you making claims that we have gas pressure. Can you tell me if we can have gas pressure without a container? And if you're going to say that, then I want you to demonstrate it for us, please. Don't just claim it. Don't just say it's gravity, from study.com. Get us the experiment that verifies this, or demonstrate gas pressure without containment. That's all you need to do.
Right. So he's saying that the proof of gravity containing gas pressure in a vacuum is the atmosphere, which is begging the
Yeah.
question. Right.
Yep.
We know that that's what the claim is. Now, can you demonstrate that? How can you produce an isolated example where you can show us that gravity is a force that is reversing the trajectory of gas molecules with their expansion into a vacuum? I can provide many examples of a vacuum and soda cans bursting when the vacuum is pulled inside the container against
Good.
your claimed force of gravity.
Yep. It's curtains for the globe, Walmart bag. There's nowhere to go. And now you have an opportunity. For you, there is a place to go. You can unmute yourself and you can speak to us because you're not going to use the side chat for your baseless claims anymore. But you can come in here and talk to us. We'd be happy to hear you and have a conversation with you. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid.
Don't clench.
Well, let the record show that Walmart bag refuses to engage in conversation with flat earthers, will only make baseless claims in the side chat. And now they're gone.
Isn't that crazy? This is all they do, time and time again. They just throw a bunch of shit in our chat room and then run at the first sign of trouble.
Yep. That is becoming more common. The side chat has become a haunt for, baseless claims and people that now are refusing to come into the VC. So Love Drama yesterday was banned for like 7 days, and I'm wondering if this is another sock account. I guess we'll never know because we never hear their voice, but whatever.
I love how they bring up the barometric formula as evidence of gravity containing gas. When the barometric formula, little g in that formula, is only describing a statistical distribution of that gas. And there are many potential reasons for that statistical distribution. One of them is that exactly the container itself that we're living in. We are close to a wall of the container. We're actually walking on it. Where else is
Yep.
gas supposed to expand when it's generated against the wall? It's not going to it's going to find room to expand and thin out as it moves away from the wall. There's more volume on top of a mountain for gas to move than there is at your feet. So first you have a gradation of available space. You want to talk about a gradient? There's a gradient of available space. And you get more space the higher you go, the further away from the container of our pressurized system that you're walking on. That's one. Number two, there's a pretty consistent temperature gradient as well, isn't there? Number three, there's a consistent gradient showing where the formation of gas is at the surface relative to where gas is not formed so much in the air. So you have the presence of more gas forming at the surface in the first instance, where there's less volume for it to expand into, versus on top of a mountain, away from the source of gas production, where it's cooler than it was at the surface, and where there's more space. I already said where there's more space for it. Yeah, there's more space for it to expand into. So it's further away from the source of generation, further away from a barrier, and the temperature's less. Like, come on, this is what we observe in reality. Is that not sufficient to explain this?
Yeah, DJ was talking about that the other day. The temperature difference, and so we always kind of understand that pressure and temperature are associated. And I'm trying to think to myself, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it colder because there's less? You made an interesting point. When there's terrain or higher altitudes, typically the terrain is much more non-uniform, right? So there's valleys and peaks and whatnot. So there is more available area, I guess, for the gas to expand into. That's an interesting point. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it we say the word thinner or less pressure, and I'm trying to understand, can we actually get a density reading that is consistent, or is the density, cold air is more compact, isn't that correct? Is it more dense?
Yeah. Yep, it
Right,
is, and that causes displacement. Yeah.
right. So cold air is more dense, but it is not as excited. So it doesn't have as much kinetic energy. It's not going to create as much pressure.
Right. It's
So
lazy.
it's lazier. So I would like to know what the ultimate density of the air is comparatively. So if it's warmer down lower, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Why is it warmer lower, or why is there more pressure lower? Is it because of the surface area absorbing the heat from the sun and therefore making the gas more excited? To me, it's like all this balancing act. Is it more dense, or is it just more excited? Is the
Yeah.
density the same, but different states of temperature or different states of energy potential? It's all kind of, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think it's really complex, honestly, and nobody has actually figured it out. Nobody's actually been able to figure out um, and create like a comprehensive model of the atmosphere of the Earth, globe or flat. Um,
Right.
yeah, and it's a delicate balancing act, and it's a dynamic system at the same time. So there's just so much going on. You've got the diurnal heating and cooling of the sun. You've got weather generation and high pressure and low pressure systems moving around each other. Um, and it's also rest in peace for the globers. Is that if I were to take a sample of the air that's at the surface and compare it to a sample of the air on top of Mount McKinley, I'm going to have less of it, but it's going to be the same ratio, the same mixture. So this is a demonstration of how gas does not stratify by molecular weight, because the claim is that the mass of the gas is attracted to the mass of the Earth. Well, then how come heavier particles don't seem to exhibit any preferred attraction over lighter particles? Why is it we don't see pools of radon on the surface of the Earth, pools of carbon dioxide suffocating us? And why is it that the mixture is pretty even, an even ratio comparatively? And we also have examples in cave systems that have been isolated completely from the outside world. And people take a sample of what's inside and study it. And you don't have gas stratification by molecular weight happening within a contained environment deep in an underground cave either.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting. It's
So
really
so
interesting in
so
that
when you
regard.
go
Go ahead.
up a mountain, you have less oxygen, right? Like if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, obviously there's a lot less oxygen, but there's just a lot less of everything, but it's the same amount of each of the gases. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just less of
Yeah,
all of them, but still the same mixture.
exactly. Like, you're going to find as a percentage, the prevalence of like the nitrogen to oxygen to all the others is going to be the same.
Right. What
It's not like
about
when I
what
it's not
about
like when I go to Mount
helium?
McKinley that I'm sucking in helium.
Yeah, is there Okay, that's a great point actually. And I like the point that you were making, or that you make quite often, about Avogadro's law as well.
Yeah. Yeah, gas pressure is not modeled as a consequence of gravity. Now, in hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics, they do use gravity. That's like where you get the barometric pressure from. But gravity is not a force. It's a statistical distribution. It's describing the observation itself. It's not providing a presumed cause, because you can't manipulate the G. So what we have in systems is, at least with the barometric formula in our system, we have more gases at the surface where they're produced in the first instance. Shocker. And we have less of it where it's not produced. And well, why isn't it equalizing? Well, it's also a dynamic system. You've got a big temperature gradient. So you've got a source gradient, you've got a temperature gradient, and you've got a volumetric gradient. There's more available space. So there's like the concept of entropy is related to like the mean free path of gas molecule expansion. If you have more space for gases to move into versus less space, you're obviously going to you're going to create a system where you have a flow state from one to the other. You're going to try and have an equalization, and the pressure is going to be different throughout the process of it attempting to equalize, but it's never equalizing. And our system does not allow for the gas to reach a state of equalization. Now, what they'll claim is that gravity produced this gradient, and this gradient, 14 psi, thinning out as you go up, is stable. But how is this? This is measured in aggregate, right? Like this is not even measured in aggregate. It's statistically derived in aggregate. At the smaller level, you've got a constant pressure changing all the time. Pressure changing throughout the day. There's all
I
So
have
what's their explanation for this? Right? Let's say, like, what is it? Sea plankton creates 80% or something like that of the
yeah.
oxygen in the air. Okay, so
Oh
let's just
yeah.
focus on one little oxygen molecule. Okay,
Yeah.
it comes up out of the ocean or whatever, right? How does it make it up to like 30,000 feet with gravity? involved.
Right.
According to
So
the
why?
observers.
Yeah, it's at its most energetic. Well, they'll say it's at its most energetic state when it's produced, but it's not like what what slows down the gas molecule is temperature, is the cooling. So there's going to be less of it. There's going to be less friction for it to bump into, and it's moving away from a heated surface into a cooler area. What's happening is the gas. I would envision the gas molecule that was released by the plankton is slowing down and becoming more malaise, and it's cooling.
Here's what I want to know. I understand that we have a dynamic system and that there are pressure differences, but since it's tied to temperature, it's all kind of the same. We also have temperature differences everywhere, and they're constantly moving around, right? It's a big soup that's getting stirred essentially by the sun, the heating of the day and then the cooling of the night, right? So there's these cycles and it moves around and you have wind. We've got all that. Because we have less oxygen at higher altitudes, does that necessarily mean that the actual density or the potential for the density of the air itself to be any different than it is down low? Having less of one particular gas molecule doesn't necessarily mean that the amount of gas at that altitude is any less dense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reminded of a study I read. I really want to go dig it up. I'm sure any of you want to be intrepid Googlers, go find it. It was talking about how if you were to give gas a huge, crazy huge space volume for it to move in, that the gas starts to behave in ways that we don't expect. That you do get a clumping of higher pressure and lower pressure. It has to do with the mean free paths, with the available space the gas wants to move in for some reason. And I think maybe the speculation is there might be intermolecular forces at play that keeps it together. But they showed a box and they showed gas that did not fully expand into the box, and it created kind of like what looked like a nebula, to be honest.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the gas just gave up. I mean, just kind of slowed down and stopped and said, I'm just going to stay here.
I'd like to see that. Is that in a video or something like that?
I don't know about a video. It was in a paper I was reading on this. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
that's
okay.
kind of weird. That's kind of like, because classical kinetic molecular theory says that the gas molecules will expand and just infinitely expand unless the conditions change. Gas is almost like light or something. It's kind of weird, like propagates. So like it doesn't lose energy on its own. Something has to cause it to lose energy. But given like a freaking huge volume, something happens. Something changes. So
That's just
I don't
mind-boggling
understand it.
in itself how it doesn't lose energy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's crazy. What's some of these claims I haven't looked into? I superfluids. I need to spend some time digging deep into superfluids. But some of the things they say about superfluids, about like if you put it into motion, it will just forever stay in motion.
That's right.
Like what the hell?
That's right. And superfluids defy gravity. They will start climbing up the walls of the container like a fluid will not obey the barometric pressure formula. The liquid, I should say. The liquid does not obey the barometric pressure formula. That's kind of nuts. You put it in a container and it will start climbing up the walls of the container against the force of gravity trying to escape. And so little g, I mean, I have no problem really with little g. It's just a description. It's like one of these billions of other constants that keep showing up again and again in physics. It's almost like when you do accounting work, you're trying to balance out like the debits and the credits, and if you can't quite make it work, can't quite make it balance, You plug the number, you plug it with a number, and you make it balanced. And that plug becomes a constant because you keep trying to balance again and again, and the same number keeps showing up as a plug. And then you give it a name because it tends to show up all the time. Every time you do this operation, try to balance the equation out, you got a missing hole. You're like, oh, okay, well, there must be a constant in here. Boom. Yeah, I wouldn't profess to be an expert at all on gas behavior. It's spooky. It's one of these topics that just keeps getting deeper, like almost every topic. Like there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to know a little bit more than you do about it. Guaranteed. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is going to be claimed to compress gas. What does that mean? That you heat up a gas and it wants to expand outward in all directions. Okay, and let's say it's expanding away from the floor because it's not going to go through the floor. So you're going to find the prevalence going up. And the claim is that gravity alone causes a force that yanks on that molecule and pulls it back down. The gas is trying to move away from everything to equalize because these gas molecules are vibrating and shooting off in every direction. They need space. They need space for their energy, the energy to distribute. And gravity is negating that. Gravity's saying, no, F you. You're not allowed to expand. I'm going to hold you down to the earth. And this would cause a friction, a constant compression, and a reheating up of the gas. And then if this has been going on for billions of years, how come Earth hasn't turned into a freaking plasma ball yet? I mean, in order for the Globers to make sense, they kind of need to have an origin story for all of this too. And of course, they don't have one. They got all these different ideas, and they got their outer space magic. Gravity, in its current form, the way it's understood publicly and popularly, is just an explanation to support the outer space myth. I mean, why is there an apparent gradient? Well, you know what? The structure of our world allows it to be this way. You've got more space to move the further away from the surface you move. Derp. Yeah, but why do dense things go down? I don't know. Why do less dense things separate from dense things by going up?
What do
You
you
know,
think about the two primary directions of just only up and only down? That's the only two primary directions.
yeah, I think it's interesting. The way I kind of conceived of this is things of different densities arrange themselves in a vertical stack, and things that are of the same density arrange themselves horizontally.
Yep.
And this may just be one of these fundamental things about our world that it is what it is, like the right hand rule that keeps showing up everywhere.
So I will give my personal opinion, right, about this. But as far as I can tell, and someone is, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong and show me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear it. But because we observe these two primary directions, right, up and down, when it comes to matter and if it's allowed to freely move within its particular medium, it's going to do one or the other. And because we only observe this, I think we probably screwed up by saying it's really an experiment to change the density of a medium and watch something go up, like with the salt water and the egg. It's like, okay, now we've confirmed that you can get this reaction by changing the medium. We already know the item within the thicker medium is going to go up if it's less dense, and vice versa. So we observe this. It's a bit like a natural law to me. It has to just be part of the design in the place that we live, and it's very practical and predictable, and we use it. But I don't know if you can really ascribe a cause. It's almost like it's programmed in. It's a law to me. Now, if someone has a difference of opinion or has something to show me that would refute that, then I'm happy to hear it. But to me, when they talk about the laws of gravity, I think they're just talking about the laws of relative density. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah.
To add to that, there's something spooky going on with molecular bonds. I have this nagging suspicion that the presence of bonds between particles is in molecules is somehow contributing to this behavior, this phenomenon. Because gas molecules absolutely do not abide by what we understand gravity to be in the popular sense. But suddenly you add
Right.
bonds, right, in a liquid or in a solid, and now you've got this behavior. I have to go. I have a meeting. I should probably go. I need to sign into it. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you don't have to
Catch you later.
appeal to gravity. Just air molecules have weight. That's why.
Yeah. So I know you don't like to. Yeah, but that's goes hand in hand with gravity on a globe. Has
Right,
to.
but I'm saying we don't have to argue about the cause of weight. We could just talk about the weight of the molecules, and that's why the pressure of a container is higher at the bottom than the top.
Define
I
weight.
don't think.
What do you mean? You know what weight is? It's like how much weight
No.
objects have.
Yeah, what is weight?
Weight is the force that pulls something towards the bottom, towards.
Oh, is that how it's defined? Weight is a force that pulls things down.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So weight is now pulling things. It's not gravity?
I'm saying that I think gravity causes weight, but
I don't give a shit what you think, Matthew.
Okay, then goodbye.
Bye. I found that Matthew's only tactic is to tell us about what he thinks. I'm not here to hear about what you opine or think or want to believe. Substantiate your claim with something.
Yeah, he's like a record on repeat when it comes to every single one of these conversations. He said, like, I've had that exact conversation with him like at least a dozen times, and he says the same thing every single time. And he refuses to talk about gravity.
We believe.
He just has the same talking points for the last like 5 years straight. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's old and tired. If he brings, sometimes he's jovial and comes in and just wants to talk about things that aren't related to the topic, but he's chill. That's fine. Whatever. But if you're going to come in and just start telling us about your opinion or your own subjective position on something without any evidence, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, usually what I challenge him with is to provide an actual experiment that's been done where we have a static system that accounts for all of the variables and has a higher pressure at the bottom than the top. of the static system that
Yeah.
has accounted for all of the possible variables that could cause that to happen, and there isn't one that exists.
Right. What they're still
And
doing is they're saying high pressure down low, low pressure up high, see gravity. No, it doesn't work that way.
exactly, I still want to know how's the oxygen getting up to the top of, how's it getting up to 30,000 feet
Right.
with the gravity? How's that happen? And what? So it's just like some of them can break through the gravity, can they, and get up there?
Yeah. The gravity wall.
Yeah. It's like they
Indio in the
go,
house.
yeah, Indio. What's up, Indio?
What's up? How's my mic?
Your mic's
It's
pretty
good.
good. It's
Sounds good.
a little quiet.
Hold on, I'm using
You
that
know, I have a
device.
question. I always see that old man in people's profile pictures in the flat Earth community. Who is that?
It's a character from Kill Bill.
Yeah, pardon me.
I may.
Is he a flat earther or something?
Probably.
No, it's a movie. Ever heard of Kill Bill?
No, I know what Kill Bill is. I just recognize a pattern. That's all. My apologies.
I mean, he's a what is it? What do they call it? Taoist priest or something? Shinto priest. They're not Shinto. Taoist. Yeah,
How's it
they're
going,
probably.
Seisu?
I mean, China was flat Earth, so yeah, he's probably a flat earther.
What's up?
So how you doing? Have you ever seen the movie Guess Who?
Nope.
It's a good movie. It has Bernie Mac in it.
It'd probably be funny. It's got Bernie Mac.
Rest in peace, though, for real.
Rest in peace. What brings you in positivity?
I like conspiracies.
Okay. Which ones do you like?
Ooh, I know you're live on YouTube. I don't want to get nothing flagged,
The one
but
he's in.
I like researching like aliens, UFOlogy, CIA, psychological warfare, all that good stuff. It's
Okay.
yummy.
Okay. Do you think that the flat Earth is a conspiracy?
I feel like some of it could contribute, like the controlled opposition and stuff, like the Flat Earth Society. That's definitely like a psyop of some kind.
Possibly. The thing about flat Earth is people use that term conspiracy, but I think sometimes they're kind of missing what the word actually means. So to conspire, right, is to have one or at least two individuals, you know, secretly planning to do something, right, without anybody else's knowledge. Now, it doesn't have to be nefarious. It can be like two people conspiring to plan a surprise birthday party, right, or a group of people. So it doesn't have to be bad. Although
Oh
we
yeah,
typically associate it that way because we think, keeping secrets is in general a bad thing to do, especially if it's truth that is important, to hide a truth or something like that. But I don't know
yeah.
if flat Earth falls under that category. Now, people could conspire to devise a plan about a lie, and that would be the globe, because the Earth itself cannot be hidden. It can't be secret. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do.
Right.
I came here to learn about. So someone once told me that the final Antarctica experiment is created by a shill, and I would like to discuss that experiment.
Oh, I don't know if Will Duffy is a shill of any kind. Those are things that are hard to prove. You know what I mean? Like he could just be some, pastor from a church that has a desire to expose some kind of, in his mind, flat Earth conspiracy, and have some good funding behind him, and be totally above board. Like I don't know if he's a shill, if he's showing up to infiltrate anything. I have no idea. There's a lot of people that don't like the flat Earth, and I wouldn't call them shills.
But yeah, we could call him other things though, like a slimy sophist, like, or something like that, like a greasy businessman that has a track history of ripping people off and a whole stack of lawsuits and things like that that are ongoing. And then when he debates the topic, he's extremely fallacious and he's kind of shitty at debating the topic in general, to be honest. And I think he probably did this to make money, but I can't prove exactly what his motive is. But yeah, he kind of sucks. The final experiment, like, didn't do anything. It brought more people into looking into the topic, if anything. And it shut down some shitty flat Earth arguments that were out there as well. And we were able to get rid of Jaren, and now the globe side has Jaren, which is great.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the kick. We've been cleaning up that idiot's mess for years. And
Oh my gosh.
yeah, we don't. I mean, we'll still have to do it, but at least he can't say any more dumb things that we have to clean up.
I'm interested about the Earth curve math being wrong. I want to see some some sources about that, because I do believe I've actually heard that before, that the Earth's curve doesn't, like, the mathematics behind that doesn't add up.
Oh yeah. Yep, never matches up, and not even close. It's not like a little bit off. It's completely off. Like, if you have, like, most people don't realize how much curvature there actually is over a relatively short distance. Like, I have a 21-mile observation. If we calculate on a globe how much curvature there should be over a 21-mile body of water, it's 293 feet, which is kind of like a 29-story building, like a big skyscraper worth. Okay, and we can zoom in across a 21-mile lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We see zero obstruction. And these kind of results are consistent. Like, with the observation I'm talking about, they did it during the day, and they could see the shoreline on the other side. Then they waited till it got dark, and then they did it again because there's lights on the shoreline, or near the shoreline on the other side, so they could see it even clearer at nighttime. Both times it was clear. And then they shot high-powered lasers across the lake and could hit their targets. So when we go out and we do,
Do you have, like, a video of, like, this experiment? I'm actually really interested in that.
yeah, I got some. There's a whole video which I'll post, but I've got some, like, clips and stuff here. So
Because I
here's this.
honestly, I'm not too, like, knowledgeable about stuff like this, because I
No,
understand where you guys come from, because I used to research a lot about 9/11 and the physics being broken. And a lot of people be like, "Oh, this is silly. This is, like, stupid," and this and that. So I understand, like, I've been in here a couple times. Sometimes I take the joke a little too far, but, like, honestly, there
Yeah,
has to be
yeah,
some science
yeah.
behind this.
So, well, this is the thing. I mean, there's certain characteristics that have to be present if the Earth is a globe, and one of them is that the water has to be curving. So even to have gravity, okay, they say that everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So they tell us the exact size of the globe, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over this distance, and it has to be there if the Earth's a globe, because you can't have the globe without gravity, and you can't have gravity without the globe. So if the water's not curving, right, that would debunk gravity, and that would debunk the globe radius at the same time. Kind of goes hand in hand, really.
Hold on, my apologies. I'll be back. My cat's fucking knocking shit over. Hold on.
Yeah, you're right, man.
I'm like better. Is that better?
I got you on 200. It's still a little bit low, but it's a bit better.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to work on my mic. It's just...
Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, it's good now.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Matt was making the dumb gravity gas pressure nonsense. Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, he says that his argument every single time is that if you're in a room, there's always going to be higher pressure at the bottom of the room than at the top of the room, and that proves that gas has weight and is being pulled towards the Earth by gravity.
Oh, okay. So I want to get one of these guys to tell me how come gravity isn't in the phase diagram for liquid, solid, and gas. 'Cause shouldn't it be in there? Shouldn't it be dial up gravity? It would turn a gas into liquid and then into a solid?
Yeah, you would think so.
Have to. So, basically, if we turn down the gravity, all the oceans would turn to steam. But if they turn to steam with less gravity, well, that would be a higher energetic state. So where did that energy? How come losing gravity created more energy? It's actually against. So, like, wouldn't that be against thermodynamics? Because gas is in a higher energetic state than liquid. But then the crushing pressure is what's turning it into the liquid in the first place. It's like thermodynamically backwards.
Hello. I'm back.
Hope everyone's doing well today.
Doing well, thanks, Bennett. Hope you're doing good.
Have you ever met a communist flat earther?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, no, I was just curious because I believe like the first people in space. Well, if you believe in space, the first people in space were like communist. I believe like cosmonauts. I think one of them died or something.
There's a cosmonaut that said recently in an interview, I forget exactly when he said it, but he said if anyone says that they've been to space, they're lying to you. Blatantly said it.
You have a. It kind of reminds me of. There's this one guy that tried to make Buzz Aldrin swear on the Bible that the moon landing was real. But the main interesting fact was when Buzz Aldrin and his son went back inside, they accidentally had their mic on, and then his son was like, "Should we call the CIA on him?" That's funny. Reminds me of that.
You're mixing up. That was Astronauts Gone Wild, and you're mixing it up a little bit. The CIA thing, I think that was Collins, and Buzz Aldrin's a different astronaut who sucker punched Bart Sabrell. Now, here's the funny thing: Bart Sabrell, the guy that made that video, he just did a debate with an astronaut, an Apollo astronaut. It's on a channel called Danny Jones. You should watch it. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah,
You should just watch it to see how bricked this astronaut is when confronted with like the evidence that they didn't go. He's just like stuck on stupid, stuck on repeat.
That's one thing
It's
I could
pretty
give you
crazy.
guys. Because
Yeah,
I seen a archive. I think it was Buzz Aldrin.
this
You know
just
that
happened
view?
like 2 weeks ago. This debate.
Do you remember? Have you ever seen this footage of the moon landing where they're showing like the Earth through a window, but then you could hear like someone
Yeah.
on the radio. They're like, "Okay, get ready to say this and that," but then they expose that it was just a reflection.
Yeah, it was a partial Earth, and they stuck a piece of paper up to make it look like a crescent. It's a link to the
Any
video. Yeah, if you still believe that dudes went to the moon after listening to this guy, God help you.
So what was?
Yeah.
How did you get down this space is fake rabbit hole?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No problem. No
No
rush.
means yes, guy. Dude, everything you just posted, if the moon landing was fake, thousands of independent engineers, countries, radio astronomers would have had to fake it consistently for 50 years. That is utter horseshit. Okay? It's nonsense. Anyway, what were you saying? Positive only? Positivity only?
I low-key forgot. I was eating the kiwi. My bad. Hold on. I'm about to watch this video you sent.
It's a debate, so I mean Bart Sabral, that video you were talking about, this guy, the bald guy on the right, he's the one that made that video, Astronauts Gone Wild, and tried to get astronauts to swear on the Bible.
That's funny because they're Freemasons, so
Yeah,
that's weird that they did that.
okay. Yeah, no means yes. Mockery is not evidence, just like claims are not evidence. Your claim is baseless bullshit. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Wait, what about the people that saw the supposed supposedly they're like the Apollo rocket? Like, is there any footage of like where it went, or did it like arc? I seen that rockets arc; they don't really go up.
I mean, there's a couple Soviet scientists who said there's no way, based upon the trajectory and how fast it was going, it could have reached anywhere. They said it couldn't even reach space. That's on a website called Aulus.com. It's AU. You point
I
out
think.
your claims are baseless because they're not based upon any fact. There's no facts in there. You're just saying it.
Do you think the KGB and CIA could have collaborated on like faking space and this whole like space race rivalry?
Yeah, we already know they did. We got the documents.
Oh, you got CIA
They
documents?
said it when
Send them over.
they said it when they created NASA. The creation of NASA, the documents. Hold on, let me find them real quick. I think I saved them.
Yeah. To me, the most striking thing is the photographs.
Save them again? Freaking.
I was gonna say I'm looking up the death of this cosmonaut. Cosmonaut. Hold on, let me see. Vladimir Komarov.
How they felt is irrelevant. The matter is whether the evidence you haven't no means yes. You haven't presented any evidence. If the moon landing, blah 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 blah, you made a conjecture of what should have to happen. You haven't presented any evidence that that's actually true. Okay, now present the evidence that all these things, these conditions would have to happen. Present evidence of it, not just something out of your head, which you imagine to be true.
Yeah. To me, the documentary American Moon, that's the mic drop.
No, Mike. Yeah, I'm sure these guys. No, broke Mike gang. Unite.
I'm about to look. I'm watching. Should
Oh,
we
Yoder.
watch American Moon?
This guy. Okay, so there's documents. Did you know that? Let's just go in reverse. So about a month and a half ago now, Trump issued an executive order making NASA's primary function an intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security. That's their primary function now, not space. That's an executive order that was signed, I don't know, a month and a half ago.
You ever play Call of Duty Zombies? I feel like you would like it because it talks about like
Nazi
cosmonauts.
zombies?
Yeah,
Fucking love Nazi
actually, that's
zombies,
based off
dude.
real stuff.
I love Nazi zombies, bro.
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
can
about to post.
solo Der Reese. That's the second one. I can get to like level 30 solo, which is freaking crazy madness.
I've
I didn't
also
really
heard that
play
like
it
when you
since
look
then.
to it,
It got too weird. It's not simple enough anymore. I just like shooting zombies. I don't want to frickin' and the power ups are cool, but like it became like a puzzle game. I don't frickin' dig that
I
shit.
feel like zombies turned into like a MMO RPG almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It became like a puzzle game. Frickin', you gotta like level up and shit. Like, what the fuck's that? They should have just kept it simple. Where it's just straight up reflex, dude. That's
My f-
you know what I mean saying? It was just like the beginning, it was just straight up reflex. How fast can you kill zombies? That's it. Anyway, Yoder's not here right now, but Yoder, like, there's a bunch of documentation from NASA's formation that they said that the whole purpose of creating NASA was to create the illusion of technological superiority so no one would oppose the United States.
I think am I roboting?
Not really.
Yeah, a lot of the videos from back then, that looked, I guess, realistic to the population back then, just obvious fakery when viewing them now.
Oh, especially like the old ones, like the Mercury and Gemini. They're literally stop motion animations. It's pathetic.
Yeah, we had a guy in here yesterday that was 50-50 on the moon landings. And after showing him about 5 or 10 clips of claimed real footage, he was 0% after believing the moon landings happened after that. He was pissed. He couldn't believe how ridiculous the footage looked. He was like just gobsmacked.
When I first, my oldest son is 24 now, but when he's like, I don't know, he's like 14 or 15, I showed him the takeoff, the Apollo 15 takeoff. I'm like, hey, check this out. I didn't tell him what it was. He had no idea. He'd never seen it before. He didn't grow up watching TV and crap like that. So he's like, man, that's some cheap special effects. I'm like, no, dude, that's the moon takeoff, man. That's the actual footage from taking off from the moon. He couldn't believe it, dude. He hasn't believed in that shit since then. I ruined his childhood. He didn't even get to believe the moon landing for 10 minutes.
That's hilarious. But I showed the
Yeah.
same footage to Josh Ingersoll, and he was just defending it like crazy. It was hilarious. He's like, "What? Like, what is wrong with it? It looks great." It's
There's official
insane.
story about how they remote controlled it. That the camera was remote controlled from Houston, and that they trained and yeah, there's an actual document of a guy that I don't remember if he was like giving a conference talk or something like that. And talk about, yeah, we trained to remote control it, and this talk was done in the 90s, right? So we had to train for the 2-second delay, right? So they synchronized like their filming, right? Because you know how the camera pans up, perfectly
Yeah,
centered.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Everything's
yeah.
all perfectly centered, and it was so great. We got it perfectly. We trained so hard. It's just such a bullshit story.
It's ridiculous. Is that what they say? They say that they're doing with the Mars rover and the
Oh,
Mars
I
little
don't know.
helicopter thing. Is it the same
Oh,
thing? They're
yeah,
just
that they
remote
remote
controlling
controlled
it.
it. Yeah, the remote controlling it with like I don't know, was this like a 16-second delay, 16-minute delay or something? One of you space nerds, what's the delay? What's the delay of the speed of light from Mars? Come on, NASA fanboys, you should know. This was on the test. Yeah, like Apollo
First,
cameramen, dude, like they like Hollywood should go to NASA and train because they are they're the greatest cameramen that have ever lived. Ever. By far. Like no one's even close. They can take it perfect film shots where everything is centered and it's all perfect without knowing the exposure, with no light meter, with no viewfinder, strapped to their chest with big fat gloves where they can barely push the frickin' button and they take thousands of perfect photographs. Something like one of the Apollo detectives guys said that it would be something like a photograph like every 15 seconds the entire time they were there. It's like some astronomical amount of photography. And like less than 1/10 of 1% of the photographs are shit. The greatest photographers in the history of, I mean, I don't know what to say. They are on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, maybe that's why they're there for cinematography.
Yeah.
well, what's crazy to me is I've had photographer friends that will defend the photographs and believe the story. I'm just like, bro, there's no way you can believe that those are legitimate photographs. Like, not in a studio.
Well, have they used your friends? Do they use film? Have they used film photography?
I think the argument was the shots of the moon to the Earth and talking about how the different lenses or aperture. I don't remember, but you know how it looks really small sometimes and really big other times.
Yeah. I know that argument that zoom in, zoom out, right? The field of view changes it, but that only matters when the object is close. Okay, that matters. So if you had like say a physical globe and it was across the room 10 feet, yeah, that would matter. But when the object is far relative to the size of the camera, that doesn't matter because at all distances it's a pinhole. Zooming in and out isn't gonna. You're not seeing around the sides of it. It's totally different. See, this is what they don't understand. They're used to taking pictures of terrestrial objects. They're not talking about taking a picture of something that's 100,000 miles away, right? Like their brain doesn't even comprehend that the geometry is completely different. Everything is parallel. There is no zooming the camera in and out doesn't do anything.
It's kind of like if you were doing a portrait shot of someone on one side of a football field and the basketball was on the ground way on the other side.
Yeah.
Like no matter what zoom you did wouldn't affect that.
Yeah, it's like if you took a picture of a mountain 100 miles away, right? You're like you know when the globe shots, right? So one will be like where North America takes up the entire globe, and then let's zoomed out. You can see that the Atlantic and Pacific in North America is small. If you took a mountain 100 miles away and took a photograph and zoomed in and out, you wouldn't like just see the center of the mountain and not the edges, and then if zoomed out, you see the edges and with the center as well. Like it doesn't work like that. It's because that mountain's so far away compared to you zooming in and out, right? You move the camera zoom, 4 inches relative to 100 miles. That's infinitesimal. It didn't even move. But if it's across the room, 4 inches matters, right? It's actually at that scale, it makes a difference. But at the scale of hundreds of thousands of miles, it doesn't mean anything. It hasn't even moved.
So you're saying that they calculated the photos and all the photos they have means like someone had to be snapping a picture every 15 seconds. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, they took something like 5,000 photographs or something.
That's crazy.
Well, because they only spent like a limited. We know, like according to them, they spent. I don't know what the total number of hours on the moon is. 8. How do you take 5,000 photographs in fucking 8 hours? And I'm talking about across all the missions, right? So that like they only spent like a few hours on the moon. It's not like that they were there for a long time. They just snap. I think on the first one, like 3,000 photographs in like freaking 3 hours or something. 1,000 photographs an hour. It's freaking dude. You have freaking blisters on your fingers from pushing a button that much.
Yeah, man. The American Moon documentary for me is like if anyone who wants to really investigate. I mean, I love it just because you have these world class photographers innocently being approached with these photos, and they're like, "Oh, wait, yeah, this is multiple light sources."
Yeah, I would suggest if just anyone just what there's a YouTube channel called Apollo Detectives. They have so much on there. Like it's endless, man. Like I mean, there's so much. These people have like really, really, really done their homework.
Well, and what I think is it's a great soft entry point for people that are pretty entrenched in heliocentrism. You know, it's if you can't get them there, it's going to almost be impossible to get to flat Earth. Even though, I mean, flat Earth is obvious because it's measurable, but I think you're just dealing with a lot of psychological barrier.
Yeah, the moon landing is how I got into this because I don't know, it was probably like, yeah, about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, back when YouTube, you could find anything. So I was researching 9/11, stuff like pre-flood uh, lore, about the Nephilim and stuff like that. And then I came across the moon landing, and then at that time, the suggestions were flat Earth observations while I was looking at fake moon landing stuff. And then I saw those long distance observations, and that made me really uncomfortable, right? So I transitioned from like, okay, so the moon landings look like they're fake, and then all of a sudden I was hit with this flat Earth stuff, and I was like, whoa, I don't want to go that far, But that's how I got into it.
Yeah, I started there as well. Yep, 9/11 moon landings, and you know, alternate views of history. And then I think, yeah, I saw a little clip for Eric DeBay's 200 proofs, and that created the oh, and then the dinosaurs, um, all of that debate.
Yeah, at one time YouTube would take you as far down the rabbit hole as you want to go, and now it's highly controlled. It's a bummer.
Yeah, now it's pretty much Discord or Telegram.
Yeah, censorship on TikTok I don't think is still too bad. Now I don't have TikTok, but as far as I understand, the flat Earth is allowed to reign free over there.
TikTok flat earthers are morons, dude.
I would agree with that. They're not doing us any favors, and that's probably why it's allowed to reign free or roam free over there, because they're not putting out any good content. No good flat Earth proofs of any kind, as far as I can tell. It's mostly, back to the, well, you can see obviously that NASA is faking this, that, or the other. Now, I'm not saying that's not useful, but that's just where you cut your teeth. You're going to have to give somebody some substance after that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to believe and start going into faith-based speculation, and it's interesting and it gets the clicks and the views, but yeah, more people need to know the basics.
Yeah. And the basics are all that are really required. How was the Earth treated, measured, used? After that, it's kind of over, I mean, I can't believe it's so simple, although things that are true typically are simple. And in this case, it's really just, is there any curvature? No? Okay, well, it's not a ball. And that's it. Simple. You got to pull people out of the weeds, where they've been so hypnotized to think backwards, to think circularly, that it's hard to drag them out of that pattern. But the sunset, it's like, bro, the story about the sunset is just a story,
Yeah, if they could empty everything out of their minds and start from zero, honestly. And it's hard. Maybe 1% of people come in here or less, are willing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Are they willing, right? Like, some people are just way too dug into their belief system or their paradigm or even their social, I want to say social security, but that's the best way to describe it. In their social arena, their secure state within their herd, that they go, well, even if what you're saying is true, I'm not really willing to entertain it because it's too costly. I can't leave, my social group. I can't be ostracized. I can't be condemned. And it's really uncomfortable to have to change paradigms. I don't want to have to learn all new stuff if everything that I have is essentially useless. So laziness, wins the day. I'll just stay here, comfy enough. What's it going to change? I always say that. Is this going to change whether or not I have to wake up in the morning and go to work? Well, no. But if that's what decides it for you, then fine, go on.
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot from a family member. Yeah, it's like, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter, and this and that. I'm like, well, truth, matters, and I wouldn't want to live under a false impression of reality.
Right.
But I think for some people, it's like it's a psychological like harness to believe in it because it's so connected to their childhood, and it's too disruptive to change.
Yeah, yesterday there was a guy in here. His name was Marian, and he began to call me toxic, even though he was wasting everybody's time. So I gave him an earful. But his little profile picture is, the Death Star from Star Wars. So there's a lot of people out there that are hardcore Star Wars fans, like to the degree where they're going to conventions and they have the Lego sets, with um, the Millennium Falcon or whatever on, like they have all the stuff and they're just into it. Like, it's basically idolatry. And so if you come along and you tell them that the idea that their idol is based upon is fraudulent, they're not going to like that very much. They would rather keep that paradigm because it's what they're into and what they ultimately worship, that they're not going to let that go. It's like, okay, you do you then, but don't be mad at me, right? Like, if you're upset, That's your problem. It's not me. You asked. I told you. Now you're upset. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean to like all of that stuff, I think you could still be a flat earther and enjoy a space movie, although it's probably not as like entertaining. But it's something where for me the concept of now we're entering into greater mystery when you come to flat earth realization, and to me that's even more exciting because wow, it's even more amazing than we could ever imagine.
Right. So the celestials cause a huge problem even for the flat earther, right? Because we can use celestial objects and the earth is flat to navigate, right? And yet you can't use a trigonometric function to figure out the ultimate height of the star. It doesn't work. But it still works to get from one place to another. Now anyone try to figure that out, right? Where I actually can't know the height of this celestial object if I try to use trigonometry. It doesn't work out. There's not a linear relationship between the actual height and the surface, but the distance to the GP of that particular celestial body is still, for the most part, pretty accurate. So what is the star? Is it physical or is it not? Is it in an apparent location, which it has to be at this point? And you go, okay, well, I don't, so it's not an object that we could probably go and touch, at least not where it would be trigonometrically. Why does the moon do all the weird things that the moon does? What truly is an eclipse? It's very bizarre. So now we're stuck back at square one trying to figure this stuff out, and we don't have any access to the celestials. So we're stuck just wondering, twinkle, twinkle.
Yeah, man, it's a big mystery, and we've got to surrender to it, and it's okay to surrender and not know, rather than like, oh, we got to figure it all out.
Yeah, people they have a lot of comfort in thinking that they know the truth about something, and that would be the best answer for somebody to ask. Why? How is this going to change my everyday? Well, if you think that you know the truth about where you live, being a ball and everything floating around in space, and that's comforting to you to have those answers, then ultimately you're admitting that you find comfort in having facts or perceived facts. So wouldn't you rather know the actual truth and the thing that you thought was true now being a lie? Would you rather disregard that and find the comfort in knowing that you do live on a flat earth, but you're maybe not going to know every answer? What's wrong with that? You'll be okay.
Yeah, to me, it creates unlimited possibilities that simply require, the I guess the way we're set up socially to change at some point, like being able to explore and stuff like that. It may take many generations. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, man, I listen here every day. Just I'm usually always driving, and I don't want to like look at my phone and be distracted. But yep, I listen to you all the time, and all the other main characters in here. And man, it would be so great to have a panel of 7 or 10 of the main folks in here, on a live television show with 7 or 10 astronauts. And to me, that's why I love this channel, is you get that Socratic debate in the back and forth. And just my hope is one day we can finally get this to more people.
Yeah, you were roboting a little bit there, but I heard most of it. Well, yeah. Would it be nice to have a panel in an environment where it wasn't going to be gummed up, with the network or whatever. If this was put out there to the mainstream, and the facts were just presented, and the measurements were allowed to be shown, and accepted for what they are. um, I I agree with you. I'd like to see that, but to me, it's kind of a pie in the sky uh, dream, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going to give it a true platform, or at least a mainstream platform, to people who know what they're talking about. They'll bring it on all the YouTube yahoos, like allegedly Dave, the pee drinker, and they'll platform them. They'll even platform guys like oh, doggone it, um, drawing a blank. Shoot. Anyway,
Yeah, you're
they'll
100%
even
right
platform.
on that one.
Yeah,
And like,
they'll platform
it's
Dave
like the
Weiss.
entertainment value of it.
Those types of folks are fine to platform, but you're not going to get somebody who's just going to make a very concise, logical, and evidenceable, presentation. They're not going to do that. Whoever they are, but because I'm watching, whoever is getting platformed is usually the more obscure TikTok type. So the yahoos, the conspiratards, they're going to get platformed. That does them a favor by going, well, this guy's ideas are all over the place, and if I research this dude, I'm going to find about 500 videos on YouTube refuting the one thing that he continues to present as a model, the AE projection. And we'll just tear that to shreds, and then we'll forget about the flat Earth for the rest of our lives, because it's just silly. That's a problem. That AE thing is a real problem, and the people that continue to use it, in my analysis, my estimation, are bad actors. That's my opinion. But we need to get rid of the AE thing. And I thought Duffy had done that. Duffy got rid of the AE thing. Great, stop using it. Why are you still using it?
Yeah, well, they're
Yeah, for
now
me,
all of those people are just saying, like, they're forced to say it was all done in a studio or something like that now, which is,
What if
to
the tool's
me,
not
it
wrong, but
seems
the way the
ridiculous.
tool is being used is wrong?
Which tool? Or what did you say? Poll or tool? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
TOOL. The AE map. Because
Uh-huh.
obviously it's not ever going to be, because you can't, right? Unless you literally go and scan the whole world and then build a 3D model of it. You're not going to get accurate representation. But for the purposes of navigation and such, which was what it was designed for in the first place. But
Yeah, it is what it is.
So there's two things, right? Its purpose is being misapplied by many people within these spheres. And then number two, it's completely ignoring the rest of cosmology, because just because you've got the surface right doesn't mean you have the rest of it, right? So how the sun operates and how it interacts with the AE map, should we grant that it, verifiable or whatever, right?
Well,
So even
they're
if you argued
butchering.
that and you ignored the fact that it's been pulled out of its specific context,
Yeah,
you're
they're kind of
ignoring the fact
butchering
that
it.
whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not, we have a contained atmos, right? So therefore, we have to consider that that's going to have at least some impact on how we observe the sun. So it's not so much that people are like touting it incorrectly. It's or that touting it in and of itself is incorrect. It's that they're not totally analyzing it properly. Because if you removed yourself from the simplicity, though I grant you there is sense in not claiming something that you can't demonstrate, but if you remove yourself from the simplicity of not acknowledging the dome and the fact that there probably could be more than one dome, and that's going to influence the way you observe the sun when you are on the plane, and you bring that into how you use the AE map, you can come up with a more comprehensive use of the AE map to make it more accurate. That I think is the real deal with this thing, rather than simply, oh, the AE map and that's it, or the AE map sucks and we'll throw it out. You have to have some degree of wisdom when you deal with these discussions, especially when you're dealing with things that are categorically out of our reach. So there's only so far we can go with definite knowledge on what we can demonstrate. Now we can logically conclude other things, but we can't show you, right? I can logically conclude that you're a mug or you're not a mug, but I can't definitely show that unless I get the opportunity. If you get the analogy. Anyway, I'm done.
Right. If you use it the way it's intended to be used, I mean, it's a globe projection. It's a spherical coordinate system projection. Essentially, it has a variable scale, and the flat earthers that are using it aren't taking that into account at all. They're misusing it, and then they're saying this is how the sun and the moon work on it. And in that little model that they've made up, which they call the flat Earth model, right? You wouldn't be able to have a 24-hour sun. And then they're left having to say, well, it was all done in a studio. How come I don't see any fog coming out of their breath? Blah, blah, blah. And coping, essentially, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, if you ask me for my opinion, because I know you guys like to stick to strict empiricism, but hey, life is not entirely empirical, now is it? But if you ask me for my opinion, I think the issue is people disregard the scriptures. Because if you just allowed yourself to assume for a moment that the scriptures were actually accurate, then this wouldn't be too hard to contemplate. Because according to scriptures, and not just the canonical ones, but the ones that people have chosen to ignore, I'm talking about Bible, Christian scriptures, just in case it's lost. There's seven firmaments. The sun and the moon are in the third firmament, and between that you have a layer of water on top of the first. How is that not going to cause some very interesting, what would you call it, apparent effects on the light at the extremities? The extremities, by the way, that we're clearly not designed to live in. That when we go there, we're going outside of the focal range of the stars and stuff like that serve our purposes. I don't think it takes a genius to realize that when you go that far, you're like, well, if you're looking up and expecting it to operate in your favor, you're not thinking straight, because you've gone to the edge of the boundary. That's not your designation. Go back to where you belong, and everything operates correctly. So hopefully that makes sense. I know there's like implications and whatever there, but you should be able to put the pieces together, whether you agree with the totality or not.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I like to speculate about it. I do look into that kind of thing, and I'm just going off empiricism and what the AE map actually is. But I get where you're coming from completely. Yeah. And I was going to share a video with you because I was actually looking into something similar the other day in relation to why in the Bible it says the circle of the earth. And it's kind of in relation to what they call Pangea as well, continental drift and that kind of thing. It's completely speculation, but this is it's a mind-blowing video. Everyone I've shared it with is like, whoa, that's crazy. Makes a lot of sense. It's a guy named Jason Jack. He's a surgeon who's also a flat earther, and he does little season eschatology. He makes a lot of videos about that topic, and mixes that with researching old maps and that kind of thing. It's got some great content. So I'll share the video that I watched the other day in the side chat about continental drift. And this is just a speculation that he has, and he puts it together in relation with old maps and the Bible and all that kind of thing. Once again, purely speculation, but it's extremely interesting.
Well, not to prejudge before listening, of course, but the one issue with pure speculation is that it's purely unfounded.
Well, it's not pure speculation. I'm just saying that from what I'm saying is pure speculation. He doesn't say it's pure speculation. Okay, he goes into detail and shows a lot of evidence. He wouldn't say it's pure speculation. But
Guys, can I say something?
that's what I'm saying about what I'm telling you personally, from my perspective. I'm
Yeah, I
more
hear
of an
you.
empiricist myself.
Whoever
Yeah,
said something, whoever said
go
something,
go
you've
ahead.
already said it. So, I mean, isn't your question redundant? No, go ahead. Speak up. Or not. Why would you ask to speak and then remain silent?
Add to the chat.
What's that? We dealing with mental lag or internet lag?
Bro, I sent in the chat. Can we read this verse?
Oh, you want to read Isaiah 44:22?
Yeah, if you can read for us.
Wait,
It's
let me read that. I told
and
you,
we
mate.
have it. Let me send other. How can I say verse?
1 second. Let me go look for it.
Bro, if I mistake, it's because I'm from Brazil. I'm learning English. I'm still learning English.
Yeah, that's all right. You take your time, man. I'm only having fun.
Yes. So that verse talks about God looking down on the circle of the earth, correct?
Oh,
Isaiah 40. That's too far.
Circle is a 2D shape, flat. That's what God is looking down upon, the horizontal flat earth. Is it a circle? Well, according to the scripture, it is.
22 it says, yeah. And it is he that comprehends the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants in it are as grasshoppers. He that set up the heaven as a chamber and stretched it out as a tent to dwell in. So why'd you bring that up, Mr. Brazil? Whatever your name is.
what? Are you talking with me?
Yeah, you brought the verse up. Why did you bring it up?
I didn't understand. Can you say again, please?
For what reason did you ask us to read the verse?
Why do I ask about the Holy Bible using this verse?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's because he quote the flat earth. I studied flat earth in Portuguese, but I don't know how can I say in English very good. But
I know you're
this
Brazilian,
verse,
so you might not, but do you speak Spanish?
um, mm, very a little bit, a little bit. But do you understand?
What, less than English or more than English?
Uh, say again.
Do you comprehend Spanish more or less than English?
Very less. I understand more English
Okay. Well,
because
I won't bother with that. So,
I can speak
uh,
in Portuguese, but I don't know if you understand me.
no, it's okay. We'll just keep trying. I think the other guy probably hit the nail with what you're presuming, but I want to see if we can extract it from your mouth. So you brought up
Uh,
Isaiah about the circle. I read the verse. My question to you is, why do you think it's relevant to this discussion? What prompted you to ask
what
the
do I
question?
think about what?
Isaiah 44 verse 22. Yes?
Oh, okay.
What
Um,
what's important
he
about it?
He said that. Let me put here the verse for me see. A moment. And put here. Bro, so just a thing. I would like to I know this to explain the thermodynamics in Portuguese, but in English I can't. In the present moment, obviously.
Well,
But I can learn.
you know what you
What?
could do. You know what you could do, because I realize it's a struggle and it might take forever. And I'm assuming
Oh,
other people
and
may want
okay.
to talk.
He
Well,
he he said.
one second, one second.
Okay, okay.
If you were to type up what you wanted to express, literally in Portuguese, just type it in the chat. We can go and translate that, or you can put it
Okay,
into
okay.
translate. Do
I can
that
write.
because yeah, do that. We can translate it. It's easy these days. It might take a while, but it's easier than you speaking and miscommunicating.
Okay, I can talk in Portuguese and translate and send in the chat. Okay,
Yeah.
can it be? Okay, I will go to talking about Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah, just for now, just keep it in the chat. We can respond. Most of us have the capacity to copy paste it,
Okay,
so somebody will respond if not me.
I'm right. A second.
Yeah, you take your time. You don't have to speak anymore. I honestly think it would be easier if you just keep in the text chat. Anyone who wants to engage with you can do it there. It won't take too much effort for people who actually want to
Yeah.
help you out. And if you don't mind, you can continue that while other
Okay.
people talk in the voice chat. It might
Ainda
make things
não.
smoother.
Okay, okay. One minute. I'm finishing the right.
Okay. Yeah, obviously I know that there's mods in here. I hope what I'm suggesting doesn't cause problems, but I think it's a sensible suggestion. I don't know if anyone's even awake, but maybe just carry on a different conversation while he works his
Yeah,
point out
it's
in
a
the text.
bit difficult to discuss this topic when there's a language barrier or like a strong language barrier.
Yeah, that's why I think it's better to do it in the text chat.
Oh, I'm sending in the chat. Can you
Yeah,
read?
yeah, we'll read it when it's ready.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so you understand the difference between a sphere and a circle?
Yeah, honestly, I think you're better off responding to him in the text chat. Then he can just go translate it and contemplate it in silence.
Do you understand? Did you
No,
understand?
yeah, I know, but
Right.
this is also it's fine, man. Like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So, yeah, so a circle it doesn't mean that it's a sphere. Do you understand that? Is your argument because it says circle that you think that circle means that the earth could be a globe?
And champs, and can I say something?
Yeah.
Have a difference between the circle and the sphere. Sphere.
Yeah.
Uh, is it like this? How do you say in English?
Yeah,
Sphere.
yeah, that's
Sphere, correct?
sphere, sphere. Yeah,
Sphere.
it depends
Sphere.
on your
Okay,
accent, but
okay.
yeah, sphere.
We have a difference between sphere and circle. Circle is um uh second how can I say in English? Second
2D. 2D.
2D. Oh, okay.
Yes.
But and circle is plan. It's plan. And sphere is 3D. 3D. Okay?
Right. 2D
3D
and
and
3D.
yes, and circle is 2D. 2D.
Right.
And have other verse that he said that the earth is stopped, is just stopped. And it can't to be moved. He can't to
Right.
be moved.
Right. There's
So
a
he
bunch
can't
of there's a
be
bunch
moved.
of verses in the Bible that say the earth cannot be moved and that the
Okay,
earth is placed on
do you want that
foundations. Yeah.
do you want that I say that here?
Yeah, I understand you.
Do you want I send here the verse talking about this? The the earth can't be moved.
Yeah, that's right. The earth cannot be
Let
moved.
me
Yeah.
okay.
That's what
Let
it
me
says.
see here. I believe that it is in Psalms. How do you say in English? Psalms.
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 Yep, that's right.
Psalms. Psalms. Let me see here. One moment. 1 minute. Bro, I called I to talking about the thermodynamics. It's a very
Firmament.
good and don't just about the Royal Bible, but about the thermodynamic. I can talking about this too. Oh, let me read here. Flat Earth. I believe in flat Earth.
Right. Excellent.
And about you?
Yeah. I think every single person that I can see in here at the moment is a flat earther.
Oh, do you believe in flat Earth? True.
Yeah, everybody in the whole chat here that I can see, I
Bro,
think is a flat earther.
when you see the Earth outside the Earth, you may see then let me see how can I say news? Okay, upside down. Do you understand? Upside down.
Yeah, I understand.
When we are if you are outside the world, outside the Earth, you may see upside down the people. You may see the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
upside down. Do you
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, that's a funny thing to think about, isn't it? Like if you were on the moon or something like that,
Oh, okay.
and you you zoom into the what
He
from your
wants
perspective is the top of the earth. Yeah.
he wants the fact in the is scripture. Scripture. Correct? Is it correct? Scripture. Yeah.
Scripture.
Let me see.
That's right.
Scripture. Okay. I will go to take here. Okay. Take out. Let me.
Right.
Andrew, I found your digital watch in the basement.
Good job, Yoda.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's definitely well, who's this? T-Dub. What's up, T-Dub?
Hey man, I was just
Bro,
gonna we're gonna hawk it and get you an analog one.
I saw in
Thanks for that.
Good job,
I
Yoda. You found the watch.
I
found the watch.
I saw in the YouTube, but I'm searching for see if can I can meet. Let me see here. I'm searching the video. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and I think searched it. I how can I say I discovered here. Psalms. Let me send here. And are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? Psalms 104, 5. Elisha, are you here?
Wait, someone say my name?
Oh, I will Can you see the script?
Yeah, I see.
I sent here.
Let's have a look. Yep. I mean, not that you need to be told, but obviously we're not flipping spinning. I mean, unless you're drunk, you're not spinning. And anyway, the spinniness of drunkenness has no meaning if you're already on a spinning globe.
There's no meaning. It's
Yeah.
meaningless. Are you trying to say?
Say that again.
What did you say? That is
I
meaningless.
might, I might be speaking a bit too nuanced because I'm taking the piss, but it's obvious that we're not moving. I mean, not to denigrate the Psalms, because obviously the Psalms are great, but you don't really need to be told that when you stand still, you're literally standing still, and so is the rest of the world. So anyone who comes up with an idea that's contrary to that is like mentally challenged or just lying. So when it comes to spinning, the only spinning is that of the drunk or that of the child on the merry-go-round, and it really has no significance. Like spinning around or going around a roundabout or falling down and all the movement that comes with that has no significance. If you're on a globe, it's already spinning. So basically, again, I'm not sure if you understood me better this time or not, but I'm just taking the piss of the idea that you're spinning. So why would anybody get drunk if you're already on a spinning globe? You would already be drunk. Your whole existence would be completely chaotic and catastrophic. Why waste money on alcohol?
Bro, can you write for me?
No, nah, it's too convoluted to express a bit of comedy in text.
And
I will
just
admit,
just
I will
to
admit, I will admit that I'm too lazy for that. Don't worry, I'm agreeing with you. I appreciate you sharing the psalm. That's the nuts and bolts. I keep using idioms for someone who might not understand them. That's fine.
you it's because I didn't understand so much what you did, what you said, because as I am learning English, I still learn
Yeah, no,
English.
I appreciate that. I'm making it too complicated. I apologize. I'm just having fun, not with you, but with the idea of the spinning globe.
I
I'm mocking it. But I'm also agreeing with what you shared me.
I don't know if
Do you
I said
understand that?
I don't know if I said for you, but I am 15 years old.
You say 15? You child?
Yeah, bro. What?
You a child?
Try out. What is? Let me see.
What 10? You say 10 and 5? Yeah. I consider
If
anyone under 20 a child.
try out, try out. Did you?
No. s- Children. You know what a child is?
Oh, I'm not a child,
If you're under 20, yes, yeah, you probably are.
bro.
That's not
But
that's not di- that's not disrespect. That's just the perspective of someone who's not that age anymore.
bro, can I write for you? I will
Let
go
me.
and translate for you. Really. Um, and do you believe in gravity? Correct?
No. Well,
You don't believe?
not as the way it's expressed by the world. There is obviously quote unquote gravitation that we have to contemplate and explain, but I agree with a different theory altogether for how that works. That would be a whole different topic that would be very hard to communicate with you.
Oh,
So
you
I
are you.
might not even bring it up because I don't think I have the patience to try and explain that. I would,
Oh,
if I can find it, I can show you a piece of text that expresses what I
okay.
agree with, but it's a very, very, very deep subject. So I'm going to try and write you a message just out of respect for your patience so that you understand what I was saying before. So just bear with me.
Oh, okay. And bro, before I go, can I just to explain, and I will go to send the explain about the thermodynamic. How can it destroy the gravity? Okay, and I translate in English and I send in your chat, and the and you can read and you can see what is the truth. Okay, I will go to send in the chat, and I go and I go out.
That doesn't help that I can't even I can't even write English properly, so that translation might be a bit wrong. See if it's not here. I won't be able to send you the thing on gravitation. It was on my old phone, so it would take me far too long. If you have to go, it would take me far too long to find it.
Do you have to go?
No, I don't have to go, but I thought you said you had to go.
Oh, let me see your verse. Oh, let me see your message. Oh, okay. Okay, you are you agree with the flat Earth. Thank you, bro. Let me finish the amount.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever come back or if you ever see me again. That's like a default position for me to mock stupid ideas, specifically the globe.
I
You can mock the globe all day, all night. It
but
pays well. It pays well if you live off laughter.
Bro, can you read the message?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I found what I wanted to send you.
Okay.
You should be able to. You should be able to read it. Whether you understand it, honestly, I have no idea. But you can always type it out into the translator. So I need to find out where you are. Too many flipping servers. All right, let's read you.
I
Let's read
translate.
what it is. Thermodynamics
I
is capable of destroying gravity. Interesting. Think about it. If an apple is in your hand and you drop it, it falls because it is denser and heavier than the air. Of course. Now imagine you are holding an apple and you heat it with a lighter and smoke comes out of it, which is also heavier than air, but it rises. Where is gravity? We can see it with cigarette smoke. It's also heavier than air, but it rises. What happens here is that the kinetic energy of the smoke exceeds that of the air. That is why smoke rises. Yeah, generally, I'd agree with you. Yeah, there's honestly, again, I'm trying to keep it simple, but I do too many turns of phrases, so apologies. But when it comes to the two expressed, because there's never an agreement when you really push people, they can't seem to agree. But there is apparently a consensus. When you get down to the logic and the actual expression of the two ideas of gravity that most people contemplate or hold to, you can find any number of ways to poke holes in it. It's hilarious. It's at its base, it's illogical. I mean,
yeah.
the first theory of gravity was is fundamentally circular in reasoning. The second one is unfounded. It's based on relativity, and relativity is paradoxical, which is inherently illogical. So anyone who likes to use their brain properly is going to dismiss it out of hand should they actually investigate it. But regardless, here is what I want to share with you, because whether we like it or not, whether we agree with the use of certain terminology or not, we clearly have something happening, and these things clearly have reasons for them. Now, we can't get all the answers, but read this and tell me what you think. I might have to crop it. 1 second. I'll crop it so you can read it, because you might not be able to zoom in. Give me a second. All right, I'll do that again. Save. No, wrong way. So, what did it do? Can someone crop it for me? Nope, that's weird.
Um.
Right,
What,
I'm
what did
gonna
what,
send it again.
what
1 second, just wait.
what did you say first?
All right, just read. You know where there's a black line? Read that. I can't copy and text the text because it does. I don't have the ability to do that right now. But I'll read it for you out loud.
Oh, and the smoke. Oh, the smoke. No, let me see how can I say in
Yeah.
English.
So just listen to this because it might. I mean, you are obviously going to struggle with this concept because there's lots of context and the English may be hard for you to fully grasp. But listen to this.
Okay. Do you
Ether.
want to add it?
Yeah. Let me just
Alright.
read it. Let me just
Okay.
read it
Okay.
and
Was
then
a
why don't you?
gaseous radiance, often invisible to the eye, but a powerful pressure source, along with several colleges of the way. Tesla formally ascribed it to the, and I don't know how can I say this, ascribed it to the etheric, etheric,
It's
etheric,
pronounced
or
etheric.
etheric theory of gravitation. Gravitation was believed that a groundward etheric pressure was at work. Permanent mass and producing fixed relationships of attraction with respect to the Earth proper. The apparent constant acceleration of different falling mass was accordingly calculated as a function of density and cross-section. And theoretically, oh, uh, some hard words, but I can do this. Theoretically, the concept remains a curiously Pauli's explanation of gravitation. Perhaps the recent scientific word "coolant" resembles the word of pop art and music, where fickle fad and novelties are more important than expressions of excellence.
Yeah, so I have no idea how much you understand of that, but
Oh,
that
but
that's what I hold. I'm in agreement with Tesla here.
is it
But
in your
I
PC?
will send the whole PDF so that you could read the book.
What is the book?
I'll send it. Just bear with me. It's a book regarding electricity and the life of Tesla, etc., etc. It's a very good book. If you can understand the English, your eyes will be opened regarding the subject. If you can't understand the English, your eyes will be half opened.
Oh,
But
bro,
but honestly, nowadays, all you have to do is copy paste, get AI to translate it, and then it will be easier to understand. So it's really not that difficult. But let me find the file. It's a PDF I have somewhere.
okay, bro. And do you believe that in my country, just 2% the population of the population knows
Say
to
that.
speak English?
You're gonna have to say that again. I didn't understand
Oh,
a word you said.
did you understand?
No, I didn't. Just speak louder so I can hear you properly.
Slowly. Oh, and do you believe that in my country, just 2% of the population knows to speak English? It's, it's, it's funny, but
Wait,
it's
only
the real.
2%? Only 2% of Brazilians can speak English?
Yeah,
That's crazy. Why are
yeah.
they being so Why are
But
they being so lazy?
it's lazy. Bro, I will go to translate it again for you. Um, let me see.
Yeah, that's wild. They're just sleeping on the job. Yeah, that's the problem with speaking broken Spanish.
Spanish. Oh,
Yeah,
I
Portuguese. Portuguese is broken Spanish.
Bro, let me see the
I'm an
the percent of
I'm an equal opportunist, bully and mocker. Don't worry. It's all in
how
love.
many peoples of the Spain. How many people? Let me see.
Well, let's put it this way: most of the illegal Mexicans can manage to put together enough English to get work.
Whoa, bro. It's very more than Brazil.
As it's very quiet, testing, mic check. Anybody there?
No, nobody's here. We don't hear you. Go back to bed.
Happy New Year to you all again. You know, it's still new, remember? Yeah, as it's a quiet moment, I have a
What
question.
in the middle of winter?
Yeah.
What have you been smoking?
I'm as happy as can be because I'm always exercising and the endorphins always flowing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a question for my fellow flat earthers here. As it's a quiet moment, it's relating to science and the meaning of that word and when is it being used. Okay, so I'm in the, as some of you may know, I'm in the Nathan Oakley's panel. I'm the old school character that he likes to shout at and thinks that he's getting somewhere, like I'm being converted when I'm not. But anyway, the question is this: science. When we observe a natural phenomena, right, and we try to work out what's happened, we go through the steps, don't we? We observe a natural phenomena, yeah. Then we have the hypothesis. That's our explanation. Well, our attempt to explain a supposition, right? To try and explain it. And then we have our dependent variables and independent variables. That's the natural phenomena, be it earthquake, volcanic eruption, or lightning strikes knocking down a house, let's say. Okay. Now, we got a building that's collapsed. Okay. Now, can that be? I'm calling it a man-made phenomena. Is that a natural phenomena when a building collapses? First question.
No, that's just because you were jumping up and down.
Okay, so no, it's not a natural phenomena. So the building collapsed. Okay, but if I want to apply the scientific method, can I do that by stating I observed the building fall down? I've now got to work that out. So I can put up a hypothesis. Was it thermite? Was it thermate? Was it nanothermite or was it fire? Was it explosions, etc., etc.? Okay. Now, and then I want to conduct a test. Am I following the steps of the scientific method? Am I actually on a scientific endeavor? That's the question. That's it. Finished.
Nah, you're just bored.
Okay. No one's being serious. I want to improve my motorcycle tire over my competitors. I feel I'm going to be going onto a scientific endeavor there. Chemistry. It's a science, and I'm working on polymers, rubber compounds. You're going to be doing your testing. The phenomena is grip, isn't it? And you want a superior grip in the dry. I think all this is applied science, and if it's applied science, then that's scientific. You're on a scientific endeavor. But Nathan Oakley is of the other opinion. And remember, I adhere to the natural phenomena and the way that's, I've got no arguments with that. I'm saying, can I apply the scientific method to anything else in the world that I live in to ascertain the truth?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
question.
Please
As
ask.
you can see in my character, as you can see my character is Minecraft, my profile. I always thought that the world was square.
Why did you think that?
He's 12 years
Because
old, man.
my
Come on, listen to him.
it's because my brother told me it was square. He said it was Minecraft, and I'm like, bruh. I didn't believe him at first, and he tried to show me that it was square.
Okay,
He
so
showed me
so he showed you something, but you didn't validate it. So did you go out and make the measurements for the square?
Yeah, I tried to go find out if it was square, and it turns out it wasn't square. But he said it's Minecraft, but no. I found out. I
So
used to think it was square. So
can,
is it square or is it circle?
can you tell us the steps you took so that we know what you did in order to know that it wasn't square? Go ahead.
Basically, I just like watch documentaries, and I try to learn about it. I asked professionals, and they said it was round, so that's why.
Okay, so basically, ladies and gentlemen, the young man has tried a little bit, but what do you think is the best way to do that? What's the best way to find out? Asking other people, watching documentaries, which might be accurate, or actually taking the information they've given you and then going to go and check it. Is that not the best move?
The best move is not asking Jin CBR.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. See, he's not responding, is he? There you go. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, you'll be given lots of information. If you don't check it or validate it, that's known as a belief, because you're accepting information without confirmation. That's believing. But when you go out and take the information to the outside natural world and start to make your quantitative measurements, that's when you're beginning to know now. And that's what he hasn't done yet. So he doesn't know whether or not his Earth is a cube. Ha ha, squawk, squawk, squeak, squeak.
Yeah. I don't know
Yeah, I think
what he said.
Bro, you just hit
maybe
decline on that whole grow up thing, didn't you, Jin?
Yeah.
it went beyond the scope of his trial, so he didn't know how to respond. So, well,
Yeah. Well
does
done,
anybody
guys.
here think that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, metaphorically, it's a sphere.
Does anybody here think that they live on the outside of a big giant ball that's spinning in an ever expanding vacuum?
No, but I live attached to two big swinging balls. That's for sure.
Bro, can I say my text?
Go ahead. Please read your text out loud and clear. Go ahead.
Um, let me see. Can I say? Can I?
As long as it's not profanity, please go ahead. Clean King's English. Go ahead.
Oh, bro, I'm learning English, but I will go to do my better than I can. I'm Brazilian, but
Yeah,
let's go.
okay.
For
Muete
example,
prazer. Muete prazer.
uh, for example, air conditioners are placed high up, precisely because hot air rises and cold air sinks. Not because cold air is heavier, I think this, heavier, but because its molecules are closer together, meaning it's denser. Cold air sinks because hot air climbs over cold air due to its higher kinetic energy, and the same happens with smoke. I explain it. I translate to English, and my first text talking about thermodynamics. What would you like to read for me? Because I don't know if you are understanding.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with what you read. You read it good enough for us to understand it. Well, do you have a problem with it? We don't have a problem with it.
What?
Well, I mean, cold air is denser than hot air. Hot air is lighter due to its kinetic energy. That's why it rises up. Cold air is denser. That's why it goes down. We're not arguing with,
Over.
we don't have a problem with that. Do you have a question you want to ask?
What if I did answer my own quest?
Yeah, you've
If
you've read a text, right? But I don't understand for what reason did you read the text out? What do you, I mean,
oh,
what?
okay.
Yeah, why did
Can
you
can
read
can
it?
can, can you read it for me, bro? The first text. The first text is we have 523. Can you read? And you will go to understand.
Well, no, I don't want to do that. So I mean,
Okay.
what I want to know is what is your point? What do you want to know? Don't get it. What
Oh,
do you want to
okay.
know?
I will go to send again. Okay.
Okay.
Let me. I will go to mix out.
Yeah, definitely a language barrier going on here. I mean, I'm getting some of it, but I don't understand your destination with what you're talking about. I don't understand what
Okay.
you want actually. So I'm going to disengage.
What
I don't
is
understand what you want at this point.
you
Sorry.
don't understand? What is my point?
Yeah, I don't understand your point. I don't understand the reason for what you're asking
Okay.
for. Yeah, so I'm not getting it at all.
Can you see right now the text?
Yeah, Jin's probably the oldest one here, but he's more impatient than all of us. You're gonna struggle with this guy.
Someone can read for us because I'm learning. I still learning.
This subject is a difficult one for people that are still learning English.
I studied in Portuguese, but I'm trying to pass in English. If I
That's
know
all right, mate. Now, learning English on top of learning this is very hard.
what,
So,
learning what?
understanding what we are talking about.
Oh, this can be hard in the present moment, but I will go to understand.
Excellent.
While I will go to practice. It's the
No, that's good.
process. This is the
That,
process.
so, are you a flat earther or do you believe you live on a ball?
Oh, I live in flat Earth.
Oh, that's good.
Flat Earth, and because the Holy Bible, because the science, because the text, the test, the let me see how can I say in English, covert. I don't know. The
Oh, very good, mate.
curvat, curvat, the covert,
Type the word inside chat.
the covert, the covert, the covert test. We have in the Brazil the covert test. It's very good,
No,
but
I died in Minecraft.
That's awesome.
everyone here believe in Earth, flat Earth. Is it?
Most of them know that it's flat. Yes.
Um, mostly.
Most people here know that it's flat. Let's go down the list.
I used to thought it was square, but then I realized, oh, it's not square.
Not square, no.
Yeah, it's not square. I don't know. I
So
don't know why I
how would you
believe my
know?
brother.
How would you know if it's square or not, Night Dweller?
How would I know if it's square now? I don't know honestly, because my brother he told me it was square. So I guess he's I don't know, he was dumb.
So that's just a belief. Why wouldn't you just
Yeah, he
measure
made me
it?
believe. Like he made me believe it was square. And
How
like
old
he
are
was
you?
showing me?
Yeah.
I'm 15. I'm 15.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Yeah.
15 too. All right. Very good.
Yeah. But like I
Bro,
said, I didn't know.
Try quit games while you're still young.
Okay,
Might
yeah,
help.
no, I just logged off of Minecraft. I just logged off. No worries. I'll focus.
Right. Get an axe or some tools and start doing some real work. It'll help your mind.
Yeah, you might want to mute these guys quickly because you don't want to get yourself into trouble for talking to the underage
But
here at this point. Disengage
Who, me?
quickly.
Who, me?
I'm talking to the mods that are there, and anyone speaking to these, you got to stop speaking to them because you can get yourself into trouble. Stop that immediately.
No, it's fine. Discord age is 13.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
they're welcome
that's
to
cool then.
yeah,
Sorry.
they can
Okay.
engage.
No, but not
But
not
just
to bully the child, but it is definitely relevant to his state of understanding and the stuff that he's saying.
exactly.
You have to consider that.
But
they can engage, we just can't get personal.
Okay, right. I've got that now. That's fine.
Right. When you're 20, you'll look back at your 15-year-old self and wonder what on earth was wrong with you.
Yeah.
The process of growing up. But hey, if you want to engage in these types of topics, I would highly encourage you while you're still young and your brain is got room to grow and isn't stubborn. Research the foundations of thinking. So look up critical thinking and logic, and try and apply that to every subject that you operate in and look into. Because without that, if you don't know how to think, then all you're ever going to do is think what you're told or what you're persuaded to think, whether it's right or wrong.
No, I don't believe my brother because I mean I believed him, but then I went out searching for answers, and I'm like, okay, so I don't know, I don't think it's square no more, but yeah,
So
I
what do
try
you
to
think it
study.
is?
I'd say it's like I guess like a round, I'd say.
Interesting. What did my friend just say about thinking? You believe it's round because
Wait.
that's the information that you were fed.
Oh yeah, I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Now you know how it works. It's that simple. Your brother told you something, and because you look up to your brother, you'll believe him. And now what's happened is, all of a sudden, for some reason, whatever happened, you didn't believe your brother, and you went searching for information.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
you
because I
didn't
found
check
out
it
the pictures
yourself,
he
you
showed.
just grabbed information off of the internet, highly probably.
No, not internet. I told my science teachers, I've told them.
So how did your science teacher
Yeah.
know?
I don't know honestly, but yeah, she could be wrong. I don't know.
Interesting how it works, isn't it? When you start
Yeah,
pushing back and questioning where they get their information from.
yeah. The reason why I found out my brother was lying is because I found out that he took pictures from Minecraft. He took pictures of the outside, so that's how I found out he was lying. I'm like, oh
Excuse
shoot.
me. Can I explain why the thermodynamic is a problem for the gravity?
Sure.
I will go to write. Okay. And I will go to make a question, and you can answer for me.
Hold on, I'm glitching. I'm glitching. Oh.
I will go to right. But right now. But right now. Bro, what things first? Bro, someone would like to answer my question.
Is this the heated debate?
Oh, can I say again? Can you say again?
Is this going to be the heated debate?
Bro, my quest is in the chat, but I would like someone to answer.
Well, what's the question?
Can I say?
Yes.
Okay. What came first? 1 kilo of styrofoam or 1 kilo of lead?
Depends upon the medium they're in.
What?
Remember how I said this is a difficult subject to learn and with English together? It's based upon the medium that they're in. They both weigh 1 kilo. Okay, so they're the same weight, but they are different densities.
Yeah. But what sinks first is
Did you ask what sinks first?
yeah.
What two objects or more?
Did you say two objects? Two objects?
Yes, your question is which sinks first. I couldn't understand what objects you were referring to, and I can't read the chat right now. So, uh, what objects in what medium?
The the in the present moment, I really want to. In a vacuum, they found that in the earth and in the earth. What sinks first?
Does he have an advocate that knows what he's saying or asking?
Yeah,
Maybe it's my signal.
he's asking if a kilo of styrofoam or a kilo of lead will which one will hit the ground first. I think that's what he's getting at.
Oh, well, what's the medium? Because as far as I know, if you was to drop styrofoam in air, right, that shit would not be so fast. And I assume that the styrofoam would have some kind of, you know, more air resistance in its fall than the lead would. And I think that's why people generally say, well, let's make it a vacuum so that there's no pressure resisting its fall.
You mean the other way around? The lead would have more air resistance. Styrofoam wouldn't
How
be
would
able to resist the air as well as lead. It's alright.
I don't know. Like, do you mean like there's more air resisting its fall?
Yeah. Wait. No. Yeah. No. You're right. Hang on. Whatever. Look. Yeah.
I'm
We
the
know. I know what you mean.
developer of
We know.
it.
We know what you mean.
I am
Just know what I
Satoshi
mean.
Nakamoto.
All
No,
right.
no, no, no. Just in the water.
Styrofoam and lead and water. Well, I'm
I
pretty
In the
sure the
water?
styrofoam float and the lead
Yeah.
Nakamoto.
On the water.
underwater. Then the
On the...
styrofoam would rise to the surface and the lead would sink.
Y'all have sick mind.
Okay, the incident related. Okay, it's the truth is the lead, but the lead. Okay, lead. But the
Yes.
gravity say that may showed the two things to fall in the same moment. The two things say the gravity. The gravity say this. The lead made to fall in the same moment that the styrofoam. Styrofoam. The gravity say this, but here is the truth. What is the gravity?
The cause of gravity, nobody knows, right? And then
Nobody
if you
knows what
ask
gravity
people
is.
what they mean, typically people mean objects falling down. And then you offer them an example of something going up rather than down, and they say, no, there's another cause making it go up. So, down in people's common vocabulary is gravity. The cause, the reason for it going down, don't know. If I take a beach ball and I hold it up with a net with a spring scale, the spring scale would give me the weight of the ball. It would weigh ounces. Then I take the spring scale and I try to pull the ball underwater. Now there's more resistance to down. It wants to go up back to the surface. So then I read the spring scale and it gives me pounds of weight. The only thing that changed was the medium that I'm measuring the ball in, and I changed the vector and the weight of the ball, or the force that it desires to return to its medium, changes. So it's relative. You can try and take uh, a pound or a kilogram of iron and a kilogram of wood, put them both in the bottom of a tub or a bucket or a basin, and then fill the basin with water. The wood floats and the iron stays at the bottom. Then you can take mercury and fill the basin and let the water run out. Now both the wood and the iron float in the basin. The only thing you changed was the medium that they're in or upon. So the air on top of the water and the mercury keeps the lead and the wood on the surface of the water and the mercury. Otherwise, if you had uh, a balloon, for example, you filled it with a kilogram of helium, and that balloon's going to float away because the helium is less dense than the air. You have a kilogram of helium, lead, iron, wood, doesn't matter. It's going to depend on the medium that it's within or surrounded by. And then you'll get a different change in vector.
True.
You can have wax in a lava lamp, for example, and it's a closed container. The fluid never changes. You change the temperature, and now the wax will either rise or fall based on its temperature.
True.
Okay, now repeat that all back.
Backwards.
Fuck me.
Where? Hey, by any chance you guys? Oh!
Very quiet. Any Fladdy's got the electrostatic formula results in 9.8 yet?
Why do we need electrostatic formula results for 9.8 yet off the Richter? What stupidity have you come up with now?
That's what we observe, and there's
That's
a
what
formula
you're
for
talking
it.
about.
There's a
Yeah.
formula
So
for
why
it.
do I need the formula for something that I wasn't asked for?
What? What was that sentence? Can you say
That's what
again?
we're trying to get from you. What? Why the necessity? How's this going
We
to prove
can.
your curvature?
It's something you need to be able to have to justify using electrostatics.
Oh, to justify curvature. So if I don't give you a
replacement
formula,
for-
if there's no curvature,
Didn't say anything about curvature.
well, that's what the whole purpose of you being
Who
here is.
invoked? Well, who invoked electrostatics?
He did.
Oh, I thought that's what flat Earth had. I know you all have the
Oh, you
different
thought
version of the
wrong.
flat Earth, right? So then, what makes things fall down then? So I
Look at
did make an assumption. I thought flat Earth had
Never made a
Some-
claim about it. Never made a claim about it. And what's it got to do with it?
What's it got to do with what? Sorry.
What does it have to do with this topic?
What topic? Flat Earth.
Yes.
Well, again, an assumption. I thought flat earthers didn't believe in gravity. Is that not true?
What's it got to do with?
Well, gravity
Okay.
is
I'll let
why
you
the
have
Earth is.
whatever
Gravity
gravity
is
you want.
why. Dude, I'm in the middle of a
I'll let
sentence,
you
Jimmy.
have
I won't be
it. You
long.
can have it. You can have all the gravities. I don't care which one. If you say this one, I'll say yes. If you say that one, I'll say yes. You have gravity. Now, show me curvature.
So Newton's and Einstein's gravity. I can have that. Can I?
Yeah,
That's what
you can
it
have it.
is. That's what it is.
Have it. Yeah.
Great.
Now,
Great.
you have a sphere that has gravity by whatever means, causing everything to coalesce into a sphere, right? Now, level can now be a curve, okay? Horizontal can be a curve, right? Now, show me curvature.
Okay. Do you want me to actually show you post something? Do you?
Sure.
Okay.
Is it
Give me a
going
sec.
to confirm the radius value that they gave?
It probably could be used to do that. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, I can't post in the chat. So I just clicked up in the top right hand corner of my screen. There was a talk bubble, and I just clicked on that. It seems to be where. Yeah, a minute ago, Matrix posted something, and I can't post to it. So
Okay. Well, I don't know how that works in this server. I know somebody's got to give you the role. Don't know who. Ain't me. But you can share it to somebody who's in the conversation, whoever's willing to receive your message and share it.
yeah, that's all a bit hard. I'll get myself together, and when someone's on who can give me that privilege, I will do it then.
Okay. Well, can you describe it with words, what you was going to show?
Yeah, very, very easily. One would have been the 1972 blue marble. You could use known distances of the places that are pictured in the image. To
Excellent. So that
calculate
image
the
shows a ball, and we'll all agree it shows some kind of round object. So if that's true and correct, we should be able to measure this shit on the ground. We shouldn't have to expect any validation from your aerial shot or photograph of a painting or photograph of a sphere model that was made out of paper mache. We should be able just to walk outside and measure this drop over distance. Do you agree with that?
not a measuring expert, so I would think so. Yeah, but
because that's all we do is we try to measure the alleged curvature that you guys preach to us, and it's not there, mate. That's why we're flat earthers. Not because it
It
sounds
is,
cool,
though.
not because we're anti-baltards or any weird shit like
It
that.
doesn't sound
It's just the
constructive.
straight up fact that the ground is measured with zero curvature.
Well, that's just not true, because every time you've shown curvature, you just deny
Show
it.
us,
So
show us where it's measured as. I don't want to
In
see
real
photographs and claims that you can't validate or back up. I want you to show us where it's been measured as
Yeah.
curved.
Because in order for
Sure.
them to launch the thing with people in it to go into space and go to the moon and come back, they had to have already known the radius value, and there would have been a method of process for them to get that radius value, and we're asking for that method. We're asking for that observation. It validates their radius claim. That's what
Sure, I don't know how we do it in modern times, but Eratosthenes was within, I think, 4% using his method.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're
All right.
assuming it's a ball in the first place.
Yeah.
We just
If
want to measure it outright.
within,
Measure it, get results.
if he was right within 4%,
Jimmy just said
that
that to
means that there
launch.
was an actual measurement made of the Earth, and we're asking for that method. If Eratosthenes did a thing and assumed and was 4% off, we're asking for the thing that actually showed he was 4% off.
Yeah, sure. You asked me how they would have done it to get people into space, and we roughly knew the size of the ball. So I think being within 4% would safely launch
Well,
people into
if
space.
we're going to be
But
talking like, on the scale of, trajectory and large distances, if you're, aiming your weapon and you fire your weapon and the target is off by a few centimeters at the muzzle, you're going to be off by feet or more in, you know, hundreds of meters away. So if they're off by a smidgen on the Earth, they're going to have a large trajectory range in the distance. And we're talking like 240,000 miles. And they need to be accurate so that they can orbit and then return from that orbit. So the radius value came from somewhere. It was measured
So,
somehow.
so can you say about launching again? Sorry, what was that? So you're saying that if it wasn't precise in relation to firing a rifle, say if you're a centimeter off at the muzzle, you're a kilometer off at 100 miles, whatever the numbers actually are, right? I get that concept, right? But did you just relate that to launching a rocket?
Yeah, I did. Sure did.
They don't fire a rocket like they fire a bullet.
Oh, damn. Okay. So how do you know that that's not the case? By what method are you referring to?
Watching the big flame come out the back of the rocket, and a bullet
Right.
doesn't have big flame coming out the back of it.
Yep. And then they have to angle the rocket how? I assume with flaps of some sort because it's an aerial vehicle.
Mm,
You know,
the rocket vectoring and stuff, I think, has a lot to do with its trajectory. I don't know
they got
if they actually
fins,
have
right? Whenever they were
flaps.
launching the Challenger up into the sky repeatedly and letting it land so they could build the ISS and go play in
Sure.
space, right? They had
Yep.
to angle it so that it, come out and then return. So in outer space, you don't have the medium for, adjusting your flight vector. So they had to get the angle right. Or is there another method that I
Well,
don't know about?
I forgot what they're called, but there are little nozzles all around the space shuttle for altering its attitude.
Yeah, there's no
in
air
space.
in space, so the space shuttle doesn't do that.
What?
Because if
There's
they're
no air
little,
in space, so the space shuttle
yeah,
doesn't do that. What's that?
if they're spurting air out into a vacuum, right, of little to no pressure, in comparison to what they typically fly in. Where's the air come from? How many, adjustments are they allowed in order to return home? Because
I
they don't
don't
have
know their
infinite
numbers,
amount of air
but
in
it's a
space.
finite number. I don't know what the numbers are, but it's a finite number. They can't just willy-nilly just be firing it all off with, as much as they like, because they will run out.
Yeah, so then you would want to make the trajectory as accurate as possible, right? So that would require them to know the radius value. So again,
But
we're back at needing a
yeah,
measurement for the thing that they needed in order to do the thing that they claim to do.
sure, you want your trajectory when you get into space and your speed to be quite precise. But as far
Yeah.
as having to get that right when you light the rocket on the launch pad, not such a big deal because you can adjust that as you're ascending with your
Yeah.
flaps or your rocket vectoring, whatever it is that you're using to turn the vehicle. You can adjust that on your way up. It's not a bullet
Cool.
that gets fired
If
and then it's all
adjusting
said
on
and done.
its way up, they've got to make sure that the angle and the trajectory is precise and they don't use it as the way a person would firing a weapon. I get it. We buried that hatchet earlier. What I'm asking for is the radius value and how it was measured.
Okay, so VLBI, very long baseline interferometry using radio telescopes. Gravimetry, that's to get the precise shape of the Earth, and geodesy satellites.
Dude, just stop already. You sound like you're telling us bedtime stories.
Sure.
So these are all things in your mind that you believe are the proofs of curvature that are locking you to the ball, not your proofs of curvature that you're trying to sell us. So what we've established already from you, young friend, is this is what we call cognitive dissonance. This is your suffering that you're going through
Sure.
and what's holding you to the ball because you understand like we do that it's flat.
So you just took all the questions that you asked me, you just piled them into one big thing that's your proof of the ball. I never said any of that's proof of the ball. I was just answering your questions as we go. And you've
That's your
paraphrased
cognitive
me
dissonance. And
into
now you're
one
getting wound up
sentence.
because you know that I'm speaking the truth.
Right, I think you're the one who's getting wound up, mate.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, the thing about the rocket that you're speaking of,
If that's not your proof, hold on. If that's not your proof, don't talk about space shuttles, space, or rockets anymore. Got it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's it. You
What?
can't talk about it. And by the
And
way, the
if
reason why
a
that rocket
rocket doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, I can't talk about rockets. Yeah, talk about cognitive.
So let's get this straight off the Richter, nice and steady. The Chinese have been launching rockets and shit into the sky for who knows how long. Does it change the shape of the ground? Does it prove the shape of the ground? No.
Nope.
High amounts of energy get blasted out the back of a tube. Congratulations, tube goes forward. That's it.
Right.
It doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Right. So
Yes.
why would you think I would say that that's what I just said? Because that's what you just said.
Because that's what you said, I said. Okay. You're starting to confuse yourself now.
Yeah, and
Not
the
confusing.
forward.
Anyway.
Sorry, I was just going to say with the rocket, the forward motion is limited to the amount of air that's around because once it gets to a certain altitude, you will notice it starts to follow an arc. And the reason for that is the air it requires to push off of is diminishing at such a rate. Now, in order to keep that rocket going up in a vertical trajectory, you would have to increase the size of the nozzle during the ascent, but it can't. And with that means you're going to be consuming more fuel. The other problem, the rocket can't carry more fuel. So it has to come back down. There is no way it's going anywhere into space. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, no, the reason it goes on the angle it does is because they don't want to go straight out into space. What would be the point of that? They want to get into orbit.
To get there in a hurry and not use a bunch of fuel. That's why you would want to do it that way. Wow.
And what are they going to do when they get there when they're just heading out into deep outer space? How much fuel do you think they're going
You're going
to
to
use
go fly to
to
the moon, dude. You're going to
Well,
go fly to the moon and spin around and do somersaults and whatever you do in outer space. Wear
you should
gorilla
you
suits,
should
all that stuff.
talking about stuff you know about, which I think I suspect is not very
Well,
much.
let's give you a basic example. They say they can point a laser at the moon. So you can point your laser at the moon and aim your rocket at that trajectory. That's done. You don't have to go around the so-called globe Earth, go around it to get translunar injection. That's crap. Or trajectory, sorry. That's all nonsense.
The moon won't be there.
Thank you very much.
You're talking about wasting fuel. They use the rotation of the Earth and Earth's gravity to help give them the speed they need using less
Dude,
fuel.
you just stacked like 5 things on top of each other just to make a ball Earth and a rocket go up.
It's not to make a ball Earth; it's cause it to ball Earth. That's why they do these things.
Yeah. The other hideous thing is that the Saturn V rocket has 3 stages. Yeah. The first stage uses 80% of the fuel at 2 minutes and so seconds. Okay, right? And 95% of that rocket is fuel. So you've used up, 80% of it already. So you've only got 15% left to jettison the second stage, let's say, and then you've got one. What are you going to get there and back? You don't have the fuel. Big problems. No way could they have gone.
No, they don't have an atmosphere to escape.
No,
and
we
they
don't even have to. We don't even have to
Only
entertain their
got one-
hypothetical, Jen,
they've-
because
they've
he
only
can't
got one
prove
stick
space
to
is
gravity
real.
to deal with
He
when
can't
they're
prove
leaving the moon.
rockets work in a vacuum, so he can stop talking about rockets.
So, Professor Triangle, if you had a cannon and a cannonball in space, and they both weighed the same, and you fired them, would the cannon stay where it is, and the cannonball just shoot out of the cannon?
Space is fake.
Yep. And please demonstrate that. Why don't you demonstrate that to us? You've got to prove to us.
No, I'm answering him, but he's going to have to now, since he wants to put cannons and cannonballs in space. He's got to prove how space works now, because space is fake, and you can't debunk me on it. So there we go.
You're not going to be able to fire a cannonball in space. That'll rely on combustion.
Oh, good. You're gonna get stuck
Any
on
claims you make
thing.
about cannonballs in space off the Richter are just going to be hypothetical. That's it. You know that as well as we do. So
Yeah,
how about you get back
sure.
to trying to prove the curvature? What we're
Well, and it's hypothetical that you're saying that rockets can't work in space. So why are you allowed that?
You're the one that's got to
I'm allowed-
validate your space physics, not us. We're saying space is fake and gay.
Rockets don't work in a vacuum. It's already been proven. So now,
No,
how
okay.
do you make
Don't
them
talk
work in a
nonsense.
vacuum?
Yeah, like I said to you, fire a cannon and a cannonball. They both weigh the same. Is the cannon going to stay
You
still?
can't
Just
fire a
hypothetical.
cannon.
And he just
in
repeats.
space. You can't fire. You
Hypothetical.
can't make. You can't make an explosion in space. So what are you going to do
You-
now?
You're going to get stuck
Repeat
on
the
that
same
part.
thing. That's what he'll do. It didn't work the first time. Maybe they don't want to listen to me, so I'm going to repeat it again, and hopefully it'll work this time.
Why are we having this conversation?
Go for a third one.
Matrix? Because you're repeating it again. Professor Triangles.
You're the one that said twice in a row about the cannon, you numpty.
He's the one who said rockets don't work in space.
Are you off your head?
Clown.
Like, seriously.
Oh, dude, you're such a deflector and obfuscator and shit.
You're the one that's a numpty. You said first time, cannon in space. We informed you that this is bullshit. And then you tried to repeat the same stupidity. Like as if we didn't hear it the first time. Seriously, bro.
You repeated.
What are you laughing for? You've just realised what you said.
Why are you talking over me? What are you scared of?
Because you're a dumbass. And I'm trying to save everyone's IQ from getting melted
The guy
away.
who thinks space is fake.
And gay. Don't forget the and gay on the end of it.
Dude, you're giggling because I said space is fake. That's funny. You can't prove that rockets work in a vacuum. You can't prove anything works in a vacuum. Yet you're giggling at me.
You can prove rockets work in a vacuum.
Nope, you can't.
Done.
I've
You
already
never looked
debunked
at-
that.
you
I
never
have a
looked it
vacuum
up.
chamber. I have a vacuum chamber, and
You
I've
haven't
already
looked it
debunked
up,
that.
haven't you?
So you're going to have to get a vacuum chamber and make rockets work in it without pushing off the back wall.
Right, but if I don't do it myself, that won't be counted. Is that right?
So you think firing a cannon is how you prove things?
It was a hypothetical, dude, and you didn't answer it.
Yeah, I did. You can't fire a cannon in a vacuum. And now you have to move on to something new.
And we're talking about the laws of motion, and you get stuck on you can't have fire without oxygen. Forget that part.
Correct.
Let's just pretend for a second that
Correct.
you
So
took a little
use
bit of
something
oxygen with
different.
you.
Use
You
something
took a little bit
different.
of
Use a
oxygen
better
with you.
example. Use a better example instead of
Perfectly fine
combustion.
example for normal people. Okay. We'll use a little ball of compressed air, and you break it, and that's the firing mechanism. Okay, so
Nope, that doesn't work. It's got nothing to push off of. So what's your next one?
so it's in between the cannon and the cannonball. You load your little compressed air ball in there, right? And then you load your cannonball in, and you use that to fire. That's you got a firing mechanism, and it bursts the compressed air ball. It has the same effect as
How many
firing a cannon
cannonballs does a space shuttle carry on it?
Can we just answer the hypothetical? I know this is a hypothetical, right? But is the cannonball
That works on the ground, dude. It doesn't have to. It doesn't matter if it's space. That'll work on the ground if you want to somehow seal
why
a
are you talking over
projectile
me?
going one direction
Why are
and being
you
pushed off the
insisting
back
on
of
not
another
answering
that's
this
holding
question?
it. Then what you get is you'll have every action has an equal and opposite reaction, but you don't have that, do you?
So the cannon's going to move as well. Is that right?
There's no space for you to pretend in.
It's a hypothetical, dude.
Yeah, I
You're not
know.
capable
I can do it in a
of
vacuum
entertaining me.
chamber. And hypothetically, in a vacuum chamber, if I use mechanical motion, I can get it to move, like you said.
Right. Okay. So if we fired a cannon and a cannonball that weighed the same in space, the cannon will move.
You can't
Okay.
fire anything in space.
Oh my God, you're going back to this. Hey, Matrix, where's your, are you just repeating yourself again? You're saying it again. Where's that now? Huh?
Dude, do you think the sun is a ball of fire in space?
No, I don't think it's a ball of fire in space. It's not a fire, you idiot.
Then what is it?
It's a nuclear reaction. Doesn't require
No,
oxygen.
it's definitely not that.
It's
You need a
definitely that.
container.
You've been to the sun. You've been to the sun, have
You
you?
need a container
Can you
for
show me the
that.
video of you going to the sun and
You need a
proving that?
container for that. Does the sun look like a container?
No, well, the particles of gas have weight. They're subject to gravity like anything else.
Yeah, so gas is a container now?
Gas? I never said gas is a container.
So we're not going to talk about gas has weight and all that shit because gas doesn't get pulled to the ground.
Just change the subject because you refuse
No,
to answer
gas
the
doesn't get pulled to the ground. We're not using that.
Yeah, gravity has weight. It's subject to. Sorry, gas
No,
has weight. It's subject to.
you're not
gravity.
using that. You can't use shit you're not proving, dude. You got to use something you can prove.
Yeah.
Get with the program.
Sure, I can prove it.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
can prove it easy. Don't have to do anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, atmospheric gradient.
That's your proof?
That's my proof.
Okay, so let's break that down.
Gases are subject to
Atmosphere.
gravity.
Let's break it down and stop talking over me. Atmo means air.
You did the same
Sphere
thing.
means ball. So now you're saying an air ball is the reason we have an air ball. So you sound stupid.
You sound even more stupid when you just so ridiculously paraphrase me into something
When I
that's nothing
break
like
it
that.
down into reality,
Well, why are you
when I break
interrupting
it
me, dude?
into
You got indignant when I interrupted you. Why are you interrupting
Angola,
me?
bro, you taking that?
Hey, didn't you guys ask him for proof of the shape of the Earth originally?
Yeah, he started talking about his belief systems. That can't be verified by anyone.
Yeah, Rick, I just have a serious question. When they asked for proof of the shape of the Earth, why did you talk about rockets and the sun and the atmospheric pressure gradient that you said?
Because that was the deflect when I said the 1972 blue marble that can be used as to verify measurements.
So a photo verifies the measurements?
Yeah, a
can,
photo
can
that
be
can't be
used.
verified.
The question was, how do you measure the size of the Earth? Okay, I started with saying, well, Eratosthenes was in 4%. So, well,
That
how
wasn't
did
the
we
question,
decide?
you lying sponge. Now you're laughing because you've just been
Oh my
called
god!
out.
I've just been called out on a recorded space, so we'll go
Yeah,
back to
that's
the
right. It's recorded.
Yep.
Your question wasn't to prove the size of it. It was to prove curvature. Measured drop over distance. Pretty quiet now, aren't you? You've just gone, oh shit, it is recorded. I've forgotten.
Well, you were very quiet when he was repeating himself. I just asked you, so where's you calling him out for repeating himself? You weren't there. You didn't even answer it when I said it.
And now you're deflecting. See, now who's deflecting off the Richter?
It's selective in your responses, aren't you?
Yeah, great.
You don't even
We need to
listen.
talk about us, bro. Don't talk about us. Talk about the Earth curve that you've measured and show it to us.
Fine. Don't talk about me then.
Okay, Earth curve that you've measured.
No, I haven't personally measured it.
Oh yeah. So why are you here?
So when they asked you what's the proof, you're
Hang on, one question at a time. So who asked me that?
Me. Me.
Says who?
Yeah.
Have you done measurements and experiments and stuff and recorded them?
Yes, I have a measurement. Although, like I've told people many times, it's over land, so I project it. But that's fine. I'll just use the measurements that the surveyors are taking. How about that?
What surveys? And can you
All of them.
or give me a link to something?
Okay. Just a moment.
Insert burden reversal.
No, I'm just trying to keep the playing field even. That's all. If I have to justify everything or do it myself.
Excellent. So you've done nothing,
And
so
I'm
that's not
going to
even.
quiz you on that. I'm going to quiz you on the link he sent you about planar surveying. I'm going to read the whole thing. I'm going to quiz you on the whole thing since you need a link to it.
You guys can keep the conversation going. I am currently driving, but I'll be done here in a few minutes, and then I'll post that data.
Sound good?
That's
I'm
fine.
also
Listen,
driving.
You can DM it to me as well, says who if you want, and I can address it at another time because I'm not going to be here forever. I've got a job this morning. But if you do DM it to me, I will respond to you.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, you guys can talk about something else in the meantime.
So just to be clear, you still don't have any proof of the shape of the Earth?
There's, I'm not sure if there's any one like proof, but when you add the cacophony of things together, it's pretty hard. I mean, that's why you guys don't have a model,
yeah.
because you can't make it all work.
All the
You can't-
logical fallacies. When you add all the logical fallacies together, you get something legitimate, right?
What
Well
logical
put.
fallacy?
Well put.
Begging
Like
the question, affirming the concept, single cause
the-
fallacy.
well,
Like you name it,
the-
you guys use it.
I didn't mean the name of the fallacies. Like, what are you tying that to? So, begging the question, what's an example of that?
Eratosthenes. That's where you
Okay,
start.
yeah, fair enough. He did assume that we had parallel rays. So yeah, fair enough. But
And that he was on
we're
a ball in the
beyond.
first place. and his distances to Syene and Alexandria are correct, and he believed that they were on the same line. There was a whole pile of assumptions in Eratosthenes, mate. You might want to look into it.
You have things like, the sun pretty much, the sun doesn't change size throughout the day as it gets towards the horizon, because you're looking through so much atmosphere.
Oh, that's a lie.
You
You
get
haven't
distortion.
checked anything out
Well,
yet.
why are you
Anyway,
not
it
capable
does
of letting
change
me
size.
finish
It
a
does
sentence,
change
for Christ's
size.
sake?
It changes size,
It doesn't
dude.
change size. There's some distortion as it gets to the horizon, but it doesn't change size.
And how do you validate, verify, or prove your claim? Someone else said so?
I'm making observations myself.
So,
And, yeah.
in
I
my
didn't
lifetime, I've had the
need-
privilege of seeing the sun bigger than what it is at lunchtime as it sets. I've also seen it smaller than what it is at lunchtime. And you've just said it doesn't change. And these are just standing observations.
Right. So from midday to 3 o'clock, have you ever seen it change size?
Also, that's not sunset then.
I said that as it approaches the horizon, we get some distortion. That's from the atmosphere. The sun itself is
Okay, dumbass, I want you to walk outside this afternoon at 3 o'clock and you tell me if the sun's near the freaking horizon. You know as well as I do at this time of year it's not. So don't go making stupid claims.
Yes, so that's why I said, have you ever measured it between midday and 3 o'clock?
Yeah, that's why you added between midday and 3 o'clock, because you've realised you've fucked yourself over with the sunset side of it.
No, because I know
Yes,
that you get
stop being a
distortion
lying
and-
slime.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You'll stop
I
lying.
added that. I'm not lying.
Exactly. You added it. Why was the necessity to add it? Why was the necessity to add it?
Why do you ask me a question and then start talking?
Why do you not answer the freaking questions in the first place?
Triggered and upset now, mate. Calm down.
Because you're a liar.
I'm not lying.
So why the necessity to add a qualifier?
Because, as I originally stated, we know we get distortion as it approaches the horizon. That was one in the first sentence I said on this topic. Fucking dope.
Have you verified it yourself?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
What kind of
not
camera
with
did you use to take the photo?
With a really poor what are they called? Solar filter. But it was enough to convince me. But I wouldn't ask.
Okay, so
there's plenty of it on the internet. But
okay,
you
so
ask
in the
one to
side
dig
chat, there's a gentleman. He recorded it with he had a
Angels of
solar
Lies.
lens.
Yeah.
He had
No,
Mel. He had a
I've
solar lens.
destroyed him multiple times.
So he had a solar lens, but he's not the only person that's done this. But he does capture it when it's high above him, or like noon, right? High noon,
No,
and then when it's at a sunset, so that it does change size.
Yeah,
and you could
but
so at this point, just real quick, at this point, you're either gonna say, well, no, that's not true, even though he has factual like evidence, video even, of him capturing it from his position, and then that's fine, that's fair. You can just disregard it. That I don't care. But I'm just wondering if you've done this as well, and if you've debunked that what he's concluded by his own findings. Like maybe you can go
using his
do
own
it.
video. Using his own video, you can see that it is in the last 10% of the video, meaning the last 10% of the movement of the sun is where the size change happened. Most of the video doesn't change. That's part of
So
what I said.
that's a
Between 12
concession.
I'm nearly done.
So there you go,
Okay,
says who.
I'm
Says
nearly
who. Yeah,
done.
he
I'm
just said
nearly
this.
done.
Says
I'm
who.
nearly done.
Said the sun changes size. Can we get that kind of somebody make a soundbite for us?
Yeah,
So the
I'm
sun
glad
changes size.
Yeah, I'm glad that you conceded, no matter what portion of the video
I didn't
that it
concede.
was.
No.
Well, you said that
If
it
you
does,
think
but
me
hold on.
change,
Can you let me finish?
changes size. No, I won't
Can you?
let you finish. I can't. I'm not allowed to be
Okay, I'll
finished.
let you finish, and then I'll
The
go. Go
last
ahead.
10% of his video shows the
Okay.
change in size of the sun. That's why I added the qualifier at the start. And go and have a look at Angels of Lies video and tell me the sun changes size, right, for the first, at least first 50% of the video. The sun should be changing size all the time on your model.
Prove it. We don't have a model, and you got to go ahead and prove it needs to change all the time.
You don't have a
what model?
No, I
We
don't have a model. I don't have a
We
model,
don't
dude.
have
No.
a-
Yeah,
So-
dude, and stop calling him Angel of Lies, bro. Or we'll start calling you something rude as well, like off the rocker or whatever. Right? Just be
That's
normal.
all I
Normal
ever get. No
conversation.
flat earthers ever
Not
use the
even
name. Yeah,
defend
I'm not
himself.
really.
Don't talk shit about people.
I'll talk as
Hey,
much
so
shit I want about whoever I want.
so
No,
just
you don't.
look at I let you finish. So you're gonna let me finish now?
Absolutely, dude.
Okay. So the point being though is that when you said that it doesn't change size, and then there's video evidence, and then a still image capturing that of that video that does show that it changed size. No matter what you then throw in there after you've already said it doesn't, but now there's factual proof that it does. Like, can you at least concede and say that you were wrong in that aspect?
Can you say what my original claim was? What was the full original claim?
The sun doesn't change size.
No, you're wrong, you dipshit.
You're the
That's
one that
what you
added
said.
the qualifier afterwards.
It was in the first
No,
sentence.
he said.
No, it
the
wasn't,
sun
you
doesn't
lying sack of
change
shit.
size.
Except for when it
He said
approaches
the
the
sun
horizon.
doesn't change size because that's when I hopped in and said, yeah, it does. And then he went on to no. So yeah, he said the sun changes size. I said no.
Riddling no.
My
Right? Is that
original
what you did?
statement was.
I say
Both
change
ways
size. You
of
say no, and that's how we do it.
Except for when we get towards the horizon, it doesn't change size because we know it distorts at the horizon.
Hey, sorry, I got.
And then you added the qualifier to bring it back to 3 o'clock. And as I pointed out quite clearly, at this time of the fucking year,
calm down, mate.
3 o'clock is nowhere near the horizon. So go outside this afternoon and look, you doorknob.
Hey, so right when you asked that question, Richter, like right when you asked it, I went, hold on, bro. Oh my gosh, dude. Hold on, dude. Look at right when you asked that question, I got a phone call right when I was going to answer. And then when I came back, you were talking to somebody else. But the last thing you asked me was, what did you say originally? And the point being is that you said exactly that the sun doesn't change size and it doesn't get smaller. So then, and that it somehow it should on the flat Earth model. That's what you said. So then I brought the photo out. I think you talked to Says first. Yeah, you said it doesn't. You said
I
it
do
doesn't.
believe
It
that,
doesn't
but
change
that's
size.
not
It
what I
just gets
originally
smaller.
said. That's not what I originally said.
You said it doesn't get smaller. That the sun doesn't get smaller, and that it
That's
should.
disingenuous to say that is my claim.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go back and I'll get the recording. I'll tell you what. I'll do the due diligence. I'm gonna go get the recording of the exact wording. Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, and don't snip off the front and back of it, okay? Because the original claim was, except for when the sun gets towards the horizon,
relax. Why don't you just restate for us what your original claim was? That way we don't have to do this diatribe. By the way, I posted in the side chat a link to a planar surveying guide, and I also posted a picture for you right there where they're referencing the flat Earth to get the topographical features, right? So, planar surveying, there's an example for you. Horizontal flat carrying the line, the rise over run from sea level, and the undulations compared to that flat Earth. So, you have it now. What was your original claim again?
Original claim was, except for when the sun approaches the horizon, because we know there's distortion, right? The sun pretty much doesn't change size.
Okay, great. And this would matter in this conversation.
What I just did.
Sorry, what is the problem with the sun changing size or not changing size?
It's apparent size, by the way.
Skill, actually. Yeah, well, again, it's really hard to nail anything down because there is no flat Earth model, and you all seem to believe different things. But if it's a local sun, right, it needs to constantly change size as it moves
So
Well, that's
further
the
away from
sky, though.
closer
That's
to
the
us.
So
sun in the
you're
And
sky. That's not the
again,
Earth.
again, why are people utterly
brother,
incapable
why
of
are
letting
you
someone finish their
strawmanning us
sentence?
with a model that we are not claiming here? I tell you what, why don't you show me the globe Earth model and we'll compare and contrast the non-existent flat Earth model with the globe model. Let's see it.
No, do I have to show it to you? You know what the model is, okay? It's the globe
No, I
model.
don't. I've never seen the globe Earth model in my entire life. I want you to post it.
You don't know it.
Neither.
Right? Then how could you be fighting it? How could you be arguing
Is it
against
Google
something you
Earth?
don't know
Is it
the
Google
globe
Fighting
Earth?
is?
what? We're not fighting a model, we're fighting a claim of a radius of 3959, and the radius dictates that we should have a curvature to find in reality, and it's not there. In fact, these surveyors are not measuring it either.
That's just absolute nonsense. They are so.
Okay, so go ahead and get us the curvature measurements.
I'll find
You
you
can
some
even use the
surveyors.
surveyors. How about that?
Of course, I can use anything I want. You can't tell me what I can and
Okay,
can't
great.
use.
So show us where the curvature measurements are at.
Sure, I'll get you something. Might take me a little bit, but I'll get on it right now.
All righty.
I'll see you in a couple of days.
Yo, guys, what about
Couple of
like
years.
the satellites? What do you think? They don't exist, or what's your?
What? Could you
Sorry,
restate it? I
what?
didn't hear you. We were talking. So what was the question?
I say it is like I personally think like my opinion is the Earth is like round. That's my opinion,
Okay.
and just because the satellite exists, that's like, what do you think?
I've never seen any evidence for a satellite. But satellites, in this case, I'm hoping that you're referring to the idea that there is some kind of machine or technology that is orbiting a spherical Earth. We don't have any evidence for that.
I don't know, but what about like live streaming and TV live streaming? Who do you think does that?
Well, the people that send it by tower or underwater cable, undersea cables to get from nation to nation, that's the infrastructure that is provable and that we do use.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, the lion's share of your internet comes through. I mean, if it's wireless, it's going to be using towers, right? Or it's going to be using undersea cables from continent to continent.
which those towers are connected to each other by wire, which are connected
Yep.
to the other continents by wire. So, other than between your dish and its receiver, right between the two, sure, there's nothing connecting them. Maybe the airwaves, right? But between tower and tower, doesn't matter if it's here or there, it's wire. Same thing with your cell phone. Your cell phone connects to the tower in the local area, similar to how a house phone went from cable to the little receiver attached by cable, and then you had the home phone that you could walk around the house with, but you couldn't go far from the receiver. That's your cell phone.
But what's your guys like proof that the Earth is flat? What do you have?
Going outside and experiencing it for yourself, you can try and take a measurement of the ground to drop over distance from where you stand. If you don't observe that, then you're not seeing a curve. And if you're not seeing a curve, you're not looking at the Earth being a sphere, because a sphere requires the surface to be curving.
If you look in the side chat, there's a picture of some of the instruments used for communication that are in the air but not in space. Okay, have a good look. It's a nice little collage of lovely little images of all the instruments that are used currently. Okay, in the side
Yeah,
chat.
there's something called atmosats, or they're also known as pseudo satellites, and that's just conventional means, but to achieve the same results without having to place an object in orbit.
Yo,
Yeah, I still can't post.
Hello, sir.
well,
Just a,
I'm actually not here to debate. Just a quick question. Y'all really are just thinking about whether it's flat or circle or technically round? I mean, come on, go have some job, man.
Well, you can have a round table. You can have a round pizza. Coins are round. So, are you? What do you mean that you can have a flat round object?
yeah, bicycle wheel is round.
No, listen. All I'm saying is whether it's flat, donut, or I don't know, a bull shape. Does not
Yeah.
matter, you know.
Don't
It does
say
not.
bullshit.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
No,
matter.
actually, it's
Okay.
not. Genuinely
I
does not
guess
matter.
end of the conversation with you then.
Yeah, so why are you in here? You're just in here to whine.
Well, to be honest, I'm going to sleep. So it's like, fuck it, I'm gonna take something and just leave.
All right. If it doesn't matter, then what I need you to do is to record yourself telling your entire family and all of your friends that the Earth is flat, and then show me that it doesn't matter.
Okay, one day I will, I promise. But not now because I'm sleepy as fuck. Wait, shit, can I curse? Or is it not
Do it.
allowed?
Hey guys,
Well,
just real
minimize
quick, guys.
that.
I have to go. Hey, I'm sorry, just real quick, I have to go. But I did want to say I posted the clip. It says exactly what we told him. He said it doesn't change size as it goes to the horizon. So, bro, you're just being disingenuous at this point. So, good luck with him. I gotta go. Bye.
Oh yeah. I'll catch you later,
Go
Apoc.
run away. I
Yeah,
missed
thanks for
what it
sharing the
meant.
clip. Yeah, off the Richter is just like a ridiculous bad faith debater, basically. That's what we
Oh, suck a
expect when he
fart, would
comes in
you? I
here.
suppose.
Oh,
Yeah,
calm
whatever.
down, mate. Calm down, mate. You were telling other people to calm down. Now you're having a wine. Would you want some cheese
Dude,
with that wine, bro?
when did you get here, dude?
He's off the
What?
Ritalin. He can't regulate himself.
He's just upset that Australia's better at cricket.
It should have been wine and baguettes with the cheese.
Where do
Yeah.
you think I'm
Yeah.
from, dude? Where do you think I'm from?
I don't know. It's maybe Adelaide or something. You sound like you're maybe from South Australia.
Oh,
Sound
you?
like-
I thought we were talking about the other guy.
Aussie verbal violence. There, I'm hearing.
Do you say years or years?
Years, of course.
Yes. All right. Does anyone else have any questions? What about you, Milano? Do you have any questions? We got Khaled. Khaled, I can't pronounce your name, but hello, welcome. Welcome to everyone that's joined. Basim, Charlie Handsome, good to see you as always, brother. Disgracer Eraser, hilarious name. Love it. Good to see you, Kiwi. We got Joe 4TJ. Welcome. If anyone has any questions, if anyone wants to debate anything in particular about the topic of the room, which is flat Earth versus globe Earth, go ahead and
I have a
bring.
question. What
Oh,
does
of course
flat
you
Earth
do. I
mod?
said anyone
What does
else
flat Earth? What does flat
specifically.
Earth mod mean in your bio thing?
It means I could just shut you up anytime I want to. Just click a
Does it mean
button
you
and
can
then
give?
and then you stop talking.
Yeah.
I'll show
Does it
you
mean
if you
you?
want. Here, this is what it means.
Sure.
All right, see, there we go.
No.
So now you've got a red microphone and then no one can hear you talk shit. All right, so I'll unmute you and your question's been answered.
Sure. Does it give you the ability to allow me to post in the chat?
Nope, he's not a room owner or a server moderator, so that's what you would need. But you can DM me what you have, like I, pinged you in the side chat. Go ahead and send it to me.
Oh, is that says who?
Yeah.
Sure. Good. I'll do it right now.
No worries, I'll repost it. You may have to send me a friend request or whatever.
Does that automatically generate a friend request, or does it just allow me to? I just messaged you.
Okay.
You get image perms once you spend a certain amount of time in the server automatically. Got to get to like level 12 or something.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay.
How come
Okay.
Verso is Verso muted for hot micing, or did he do something bad?
I think he's done something bad. He's come in with that.
Oh.
Okay, here's what Rick just sent. So, what are we looking at?
Looks like some buildings hidden behind some terrain.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he's going to prove with this. Richter, you want to help us out with this?
So, just give me 1 sec.
So far, we've got elevation. That's going to be above a horizontal plane. So you've got a flat Earth here.
The elevation of the observer, like where the camera is taking the shot, is at 40-foot elevation. The horizontal line across the lens is eye level. For what I don't know if there's another word for that, is eye level. So shouldn't that be at the horizon?
Why would it be at the horizon? He's above the horizon, dude. Holy
He's only
cow.
40 foot. He's only 40 foot above
Yeah.
the horizon. Do you reckon that's
So he's
40 foot
above the horizon.
Yep.
So
Do you
he's
reckon that's
above the
40 foot?
horizon.
Dude, the
Well, I don't
building in the
know.
background. Dude, the building in the background.
Dude, why did you
Uh-huh.
say? Why did you say? Look, it comes up to eye level. If the ground is below your feet, why would it come up to your eyes eventually?
Look, just quickly. Look, that's
My
clearly
God.
terrain. That's called
God.
terrain, and when you have terrain blocking the actual horizon, it's defined as a local horizon. It's in the definition of horizon. There's a difference between a local horizon and the horizon. That's blocking the horizon, and obviously it's extremely hazy into the distance. So we can't even see where the horizon is because there's land blocking it. Right, there's hills and things like that blocking it. Right, you can see the change in it. It's not a horizontal line. That's not where the horizon is. That's just some shit blocking the horizon between point A and point B.
Cool. That would be valid if the eye level right was below the horizon. It's clearly way above the horizon. What do you think the height of that where it says horizontal?
We can't see the horizon. All we see. Okay, so there's only ever one horizon visible. Sometimes it's the horizon that's caused by the maximum visibility. Yeah, it does. It does matter.
If it was blocking the horizon, right, then that horizontal line across the lens would be below that tree line.
What?
I don't even know what he's trying to say.
This
You've
is the
posted
dumbest
for
argument,
us.
bro.
That's why you're a flat earther, because you don't understand what's being said.
No, Richter, slow down. Richter, at the moment, you've given us it looks like a scope. You're claiming that red line is the horizon, the dotted red line. Now, number one, how do you validate, verify, or prove that scope or theodolite or whatever it is isn't pointing upwards?
That's not the horizon. It clearly says ground elevation in Philadelphia, 40 foot.
So what elevation is that device at?
40 foot.
So the device is at 40 foot and it's claiming the ground elevation is at the same height.
What? No, it's not.
Now it's
Fuck
not.
me, Jed, is he that stupid?
Dude, how can you read that? And say
Okay,
that's
Richter,
fucking-
let's try again. We've got two
Dude,
things. Number one,
honestly,
the claimed elevation of
smarter
Philadelphia.
people should speak more, so you should speak hardly ever.
You should shut up and answer questions when you're asked. Now, number one, the claimed height of Philadelphia, 40 feet. Yes? Or no?
Ground elevation in Philadelphia, 40 foot.
Excellent. At what elevation is the device taking the image?
There's 40 foot. He said 40 foot. I heard him say it.
I'm just trying to see where I got that from because it's not on the picture. Hang on, let me go back to where I got it from. 1 sec.
Oh my gosh. Do
Bro,
your
it's
homework, bro.
Hilarious. Hilarious the shit they come in here with. But it's great content. Thank you, bro.
Hang on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
This is from a surveyor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't care where it's from.
Hang on.
I just want to know the elevation of the device.
Is he doing a survey? Is this a survey?
That from Jesse? Is that from Jesse?
Fuck, you guys have fucking got the attention span of a grape.
Okay. So let's just go through this since we've been ad hom twice, stupid flat earthers, and you don't understand. What you've given us is elevation, right, above sea level, which would be a horizontal reference frame. And you're going to carry the rise over the run to give you an elevation. So that's a flat earth. Now, secondly, you've given us distance in feet. Well, those are linear, straight line, flat, horizontal distances to the objects in the distance. So that's another flat earth. So far you've given us 2 flat earth proofs.
Sorry, boss. I've given you 2 flat earth proofs, sure.
Yeah. What's strange is that I don't see any earth curve measurements in here. I have elevation and I have distance. Both of those are flat and horizontal. Well, elevation is the vertical plane above the horizontal. So I don't know. Where's the earth curve measurements consistent with a radius of 3959? I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the elevation of the observer. I'm sure I read 40 foot, but it doesn't say it on the picture there. So just give me a second, will you?
Well, if you're going to give us an elevation, that's another flat earth.
Put the source where you got it
If
from.
I give you the elevation of the observer, like so where this photo was taken from,
Yep.
if I give you an elevation, that's flat earth.
Yes, it is.
Ridiculous.
Well,
can you drop the source, please? Source link, so we can look at it as well, rather than just one still shot. Or is it a secret?
Stuff you too, Dub. I'm never getting that out of my head.
Yeah, Verso, this is where you're messed up in your reasoning. See, you don't know that you've been trained to affirm the consequent. Just because you see a local horizon, which is blocking out parts of buildings in the distance, it's terrain, bro. It's topography, right? And sometimes they block things out in the distance. It's not earth curve. You really have to think about it. Not very hard, but you do
There's
have to
nothing
think.
blocked out here.
No, I'm talking to somebody in the side chat, Chief. You keep trying to figure out how you're going to get away from elevation or height and not be referencing a horizontal plane in the meantime. Okay? Just keep looking. I'm sure you'll find it.
Just a ridiculous claim that you can't make an observation.
Yeah, right. So that's
without
a hand dismissal. That's a fallacy. I would like you to retort with something other than ad homs or hand wave dismissals.
Not an ad
So
I'm saying you're wrong.
Okay, so tell me how I'm wrong. Is elevation in respect to a horizontal plane, or is it in respect to a curve?
It's perpendicular to the Earth's surface.
Perpendicular to the Earth's surface. So perpendicular
Yeah.
meaning 90 degrees, meaning horizontal.
At the point of measurement, yes.
Yes, so horizontal plane, elevation above the horizontal plane. It's carrying the line in distance horizontally to all the objects that you're measuring. Good job. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, that's not true at all. That's exactly how you measure curve. So in your mind, you actually can't measure curve.
So you measure
It's
curve
not
by
possible.
measuring
It's
and
impossible
carrying
to measure curve.
elevation
So
along a
your request
horizontal
can never
plane.
be answered. Your
Sorry,
request can never be
friend.
answered.
Maybe you can go why you're now trying to filibuster this. You got busted. I'm sorry. Your nuh-uhs are not going to work here. Do better.
I have no doubt your nut-ahs are going to work. I'm just exposing you guys for how much you talk over.
So you're exposing me by showing me an elevation above the horizontal plane that is being measured, even in the example that you provided, and also in the example that I provided with links and pictures or images, verifying that this is all
exposing your
horizontal flat
claim
Earth, and the
that
topography that the topography is in relation to the horizontal plane called sea level, right?
not a horizontal plane called sea level.
Okay, so in my image way back up here that I plane and the line that they're carrying, it's not horizontal?
So, whereas we've got horizontal, yeah. So elevation of those images is taken from one looks like about 10 feet, another one looks like about 6 foot, another one looks like 3
Okay.
feet, and then you've one that looks like a few hundred feet.
Right, so we've got elevation above the horizontal measured in feet. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
Yep.
Completely nothing to do with anything.
Oh no, so I didn't just describe what you went ahead and described to us and is also in the pictures that I'm providing? And even in the picture that you provided us?
You're indirectly saying that you can't take an elevation angle from a curved surface.
Okay, well then if you can, why don't you go ahead and provide us how you're going to get an angle curve? I'll wait.
So if I had a basketball and I wanted to glue
Sorry, the next thing I want for you to do is pose to us
why are you talking?
and
Why are
show
you
us how
talking
you're
over me?
going to get an
Why
angle
are you
because you are
talking
not
over me?
providing the thing
What
that
are
I
you
asked
trying to
for.
hide?
Instead,
Why
you're
are you
asking another question
What are you hiding?
related to
What
the
are you hiding?
topic. So I want you to show us an angle from a curve. I want you to show us.
I'll rephrase it then, not as a question.
No,
What
I
I'm
don't want you
saying
to rephrase
is,
anything. In fact, you're going to be
you
put
don't
on
want me to
mute
talk.
until you show us, right? So
I
you're
am.
not going to show us, you're just going to talk. I know it is victory because you refuse to show us. So until you show us, you'll be on mute. Why can't you demonstrate your claims? Show me, in fact, just define for me what an angle is. Is it a straight line and a curved line meeting at a vertex? Or is it two straight lines meeting at a vertex? And in this case, an elevation angle would be two straight lines, one of them being the surface of the earth, and the other one being the straight line in the in the vertical plane. So yes, elevation angles do require the earth to be flat. Thank you.
All right. Do you mind if I unmute him for a second? Because I do have a question about his image that he shared.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, off the Richter. I just have a question for you about the image you shared. I reposted it. Okay, so just to clarify, it's just a
I can't
clarifying
find the
image.
elevation of
It's
the observer.
no, it's
so I'll have to find
okay.
another one.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It's just a question about something that doesn't require us to know that. Okay, so I just looking at it. Okay, we see the dotted red line. That's meant to be like where the ground is. All right, so where the bottom of that giant building, Comcast building, 1,010 foot high. Okay, so look how far it is from that dotted red line to the top of the building. That's 1,010 foot high. Okay, and then it says horizontal crosshair elevation, 256 foot elevation. Okay, but it's almost up near the top of the 1,010 foot building. That doesn't make sense. Unless I'm getting something wrong here, that should be way, way, way down lower. Okay, so because if that's 1,010 foot high, that horizontal crosshair elevation being 256 foot, it shouldn't be up near the top of the building.
On a flat Earth, you're absolutely correct.
No, not on
It should not be anywhere near
anything.
that.
No, not on a globe. Let's just pretend
Horizontal.
it's any Earth. Okay, so
I'm going to explain it to you, dude. I understand what you're asking. I'm explaining it to you. Horizontal crosshair, meaning between that crosshair where it meets the building and the observer. So the observer is at 256 foot.
The observer. You said the observer was at 40 foot earlier.
Yeah. Look,
So
I
why
can't find it.
did
That's
you
why
just?
I said that's why I said
So
I'll
you
retreat
can't
the
find
image,
it.
but I
So
couldn't find
why
it.
did you just say that the observer's at 256 foot? Did you just guess that? You just made it
Because
up?
because I just realized it's a horizontal crosshair.
Okay. Okay. Can you see the difference, the distance, okay, between the red dotted line and the top of the tower? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why would 256 foot elevation be near the top of the 1,010 foot tower?
Because the horizontal crosshair is produced by the camera that is at 256 foot. That's exactly what the picture is saying, is that those measurements don't add up. That should be about
Okay, so
a little over
why did you say that he's
quarter of
at
the
40
way up.
foot elevation? Okay,
Because
so
I made a
now,
mistake. Because I made a mistake.
all right. That's all I was just trying to clarify that. That's all. So yeah, you need to find the elevation of. I think it says who requested something as well.
Hi guys.
Yeah, look, I don't expect to get away with being so fluffy about this image. It was the first thing I found. I just posted it, so I can retract it. But I do think it's legit. If he's at 256 foot, that crosshair should be about a quarter of the way up the building. So
I think that surveyors try to keep their measurements within, I don't know, a few hundred meters, maybe, a quarter mile. Why do you think they do that?
that's planar surveyors, geodetic surveyors
Yeah, why
do
did?
much larger distances.
Okay, and are they doing something different?
How do you mean?
Well, what are they
Something
doing?
different?
What are the planar surveyors doing? Or the geodetic surveyors, what are they doing?
Well, the planar surveyors are measuring topology in a small area, right? So if it is it perfectly level, like to put a building, do we need to excavate the foundations of the building to make sure it's flat? Geodetic surveying is surveying the shape of the planet.
Okay, great. And how do they do that?
By looking over large distances at horizontal things, exactly like this photograph is doing. If it was a flat Earth, that horizontal line
No,
should
sorry.
be
I want you to go ahead and
a
give me
lot
the
further down
evidence
the
for that
building.
instead of just the claim. See, I provided you with a source, and I provided you with illustrations from the source telling you what they're doing. So you need to go out and find me what the geodetic surveyors are doing measuring curvature. I want to see that.
Hello. What's up, guys?
So,
hello.
Have you never looked into it? Do I need to show you how it works, or
No,
you?
I've already looked into it. I just want you to see for yourself. I looked into this, but I don't know why you're avoiding this. You should be getting that information from me where they're measuring curvature.
But you already have the information. You're just making me get it.
Sorry, I just want you to go get it. I have the information. I want you to see for yourself that you're incorrect. You understand?
I'm not incorrect. I've watched plenty of surveying.
Okay, so at this point, we've got new people in here, and now you're going to have to be on server mute because I'm just tired of you. We got a new guy in here. Hey, new guy, how you doing?
Hold on. He said he's watched plenty of surveyors and surveys. So I don't believe him. And he also, like he said, he just picked a picture off the internet and then just started making up a story about it. So this guy is only in here to lie.
Yep, I agree. But to our new guest, how are you? Cat lady.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Why are you so quiet, cat lady?
Hello.
Because it's midnight here and I'm kind of sick.
Okay. So are you aware that the Earth is flat?
What?
The Earth is flat.
I'm sorry, but no. I don't believe.
No? Okay.
You know,
Well, it's not a matter of belief. All we need from you is some kind of measurement of curvature of the Earth to invalidate what we already have,
well,
which is measurements of the Earth being flat.
I mean, according to my area, the floor that I'm sitting right now is flat.
Yep.
When you get out of the Earth, I believe that is globe.
Yeah, you've been told that. I need to see the measurements of the curvature of the Earth to prove that. You probably don't have those curvature measurements, do you? Because we've been looking for, well, over a decade now, at least this new resurrection of the flat Earth knowledge, but we don't have any. So from the beginning of time until now, we have no evidence, no measurements of the Earth being a sphere.
But the how season change, how yearly happens, like those things, when I think about it, doesn't make sense if it will be flat.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? It has nothing to do with anything. The Earth is measurably flat. You not being able to think why the seasons work doesn't have anything to do with that. You're thinking of an overall model, a heliocentric model, where the Earth is in a certain position to the sun or a distance away from it, and it gets closer in the winter and somehow that makes it colder, and then farther away in the summertime and somehow that makes it hotter. You ever think about that?
Yeah, I thought about it a lot, and I felt like.
So why when we're closer to the sun are we colder?
But you think Earth is flat. If it is flat,
Hey,
No.
I wanted to point out that place where the Earth is by the sun and everything works just perfect. That's called the Goldilocks zone, like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. The pretend story, the imaginary story they tell. So they named it something like an imaginary story.
Wait.
Right.
So I don't know if it's globe or flat, but the explanation that if it's true that when the sun is further away, the planet becomes colder, that makes sense, no? It's a good explanation.
Why would you get colder when you're closer to the source of heat?
No, they're saying it's they're saying it's colder when the sun is further away, right?
No,
Not closer.
it's the opposite. It's opposite than you instinctually understand. In the wintertime, the Earth is supposed to be 3 million miles closer to the sun. Why are we colder when we're closer?
Let me see. Oh yeah, the sun is closer. Okay, this doesn't make sense. Very interesting.
Right. So
okay, I want to.
Seasons don't work on a globe Earth, even though Cat Lady here thought that they did. So even in her concept, this does not make sense.
I agree. This doesn't make sense. But I want to ask you something. But please just respond normally, okay?
Okay.
This experiment where they had this laser experiment, the guy had to raise the light up to go through the 3 holes so the other guy can see the other. It's very popular experiment. Why did he have to do that? Why did he have to? Excuse me.
Well, number one, you need to get your story straight. You have to get your story straight. He did not use a laser. He used a flashlight. Do you think a flashlight is a very technical, good, accurate form of measurement using flashlights?
Maybe not the best, but how come he had to do that? And after he did that, the other guy was able to see.
Well, I don't know. Is that a globe Earth measurement, or is that Jaren being a complete retard and not knowing how to conduct an actual measurement? Because see, that's Jaren. Jarenism. He's a globe Earther. So I don't really, take things from guys off the internet that are globe Earthers as evidence for anything, especially when they're on a Netflix hit piece called Beyond the Curve. That's not really good data. So we've got a dude with a few pieces of plywood and a flashlight Are you going to accept that as evidence, or should we do something a little bit more sophisticated?
The name sounds
Yeah,
familiar, but I don't
yeah.
know.
He didn't
Is
have
it
a
the?
laser
Is it
beam, did he? He didn't have a laser
not
beam. He had a
laser?
flashlight, and the light spreads out all over the place, diverging outwards when you want a focused, precisioned beam. But we didn't get that, so he made a mess of that. That's not a good
Okay.
case to bring forward. Sorry.
That's a good response. I appreciate
Yep.
you responding to that because last time I asked in the chat and people didn't want to answer straightforward. One thing I want to ask you, I've always had this question in my mind. Again, please respond normally. What's to do with this Antarctica thing where there was a 24-hour sun there? This experiment.
Right.
What's the deal with
So
that?
there was a flat Earth model being pushed around, and still is today for some dumb reason. Nobody here ascribes to this model, but someone created a model, or I don't know. It's not really even a model; it's a concept. So they took an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe, and they put a sun and a moon, and they made them go around the inside, we'll say, of that circle of that azimuthal equidistant projection, right? And then in that scenario, Antarctica is some kind of ice ring, you know, this plateau where it's just a frozen land and a lot of ice that circle the Earth. Nobody here believes this concept because there's no way to verify it. But what they did is they went down to Antarctica and said, well, if this model is true, then we should not ever see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, apparently, even though, I mean, we're going to take their word for it, they went to Antarctica, they took elevation angles of the sun, which measures a flat Earth, and then they witnessed a 24-hour sun debunking the azimuthal equidistant flat Earth model. That's what they did. So that model is no good now. The problem is that the Earth itself is still measurably flat. So we still have a flat Earth, we just don't use that model.
I see what you mean. You're saying
Hey, didn't
that
they
they
actually
invite.
prove that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on flat Earth?
Yes, they did.
Oh, what? That's amazing. That should go in history books.
I
Yeah,
think
you're
so.
saying that they invited them to play their own game.
Yeah, that was Jaren again. Remember the Jaren who messed up the laser beam test with the flashlight test?
That
Same
was the
character,
same
I
guy.
remember. Yeah,
That was
same
the
guy.
same guy.
And he took a couple of friends. But when you look up, you're no longer measuring the ground. Remember that. When you look up now, you're not measuring the ground. And how do you measure the ground accurately? By looking and measuring the surface. Is that not right?
So that's the same guy who did the flashlight test. The
Yes,
same guy
the
that
same
we.
guy with a couple of other friends. Yes.
Okay,
The
to me
point
that
I'm
sounds
making, please
already
acknowledge
like.
the point. You're not acknowledging the point, please. When you look up, you're not measuring the ground. Is that not true?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Right, right. So when you measure the ground, that's when you know what the ground is doing. The sun doesn't prove shape, okay? Antarctica does not prove the shape of the Earth. That's
That
the
guy
main
is
point.
probably, to me, that says the guy is probably paid to do these things.
Well, it kind of seems that way, but we can't prove it. So in the meantime, we just ignore Jaren and measure the surface of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Is it the guy? His YouTube channel is Wits It Gets It, or is that another guy?
No, it's a different guy.
But he
Because I
did
think
go
he
down
was
there as well. Yeah.
Is it the old guy? Is it the
It's
old
the
guy?
redhead guy. Witsit's the redhead guy. Young guy.
No, Jared. It's
No,
what
it's
is
not an
called?
old guy. He's like 40 or something.
Oh, the really old guy is McToon.
Yeah, that was
The old
McToon,
guy's
the
McToon.
old looking guy with the soy boy looking guy. Yeah.
I need to see something real quick. Cat lady, your mic is wide open and we can hear a fan or some kind of hissing. Can you go on mute when you're not speaking, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, that's better.
Thank you.
So, what do you guys think? What's your opinion about what's out there? I mean, around us, you know.
I got cows and shit like that around me.
You think it's just terrain endless forever?
Nope, we
So
have air pressure, so it doesn't go on forever unless there's uh, a million of these places like us, and we're all underneath the same thing or in the same place. That's the only way it could go on forever in your mind.
because I see this life as as I think it's the creator's experiment. So I think it's something to do with this place that we call Earth. So I'm not sure. So that's why I don't tend to believe it goes on forever.
I say it's like a horse race, and then once the race is over, they clean up the track and they straighten it all out. That's why they flood this place a bunch of times, because there's like something going on and they're betting on it.
Oh, what about the rising sea level?
Oh, that's not true.
You know, well, you know the Black
That's not
Sea,
true
for
though.
example.
Yeah, it's not true.
It's not
Yeah, how are
true.
you going to prove? You have to prove that, and you haven't even proven that to yourself. So you're just believing here. No, we don't accept that what they tell us.
There is
Difficult to
proof.
validate.
There is proof of a massive flood. It's not accepted, but there is proof.
Everybody accepts there's a flood. They're digging buildings out still. How could there not have been a flood?
I'm gonna send you a video about this flood.
Yeah, you're talking about rising sea level. You said. I don't accept that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have that. That's for sure.
I mean, I don't know what to ask you actually. Look in the chat. This is about the flood thing. Very interesting, I promise you. But this is not to do with rising sea level. I feel like I want to ask you something, but I don't know what.
Have you seen all the pictures where they show the sea level at a certain location in like the early 1900s and then recently? And it looks exactly the same. There's a lot of comparison photos like that. But there are also some places that seem like they're sinking a little bit as well.
Mm. Excuse me for eating. Today at work was um, out of the ordinary day, let's say. So now I'm coping with some KFC, which I never do, but
Where are you? Where are you in the world? Europe, Middle East,
yeah, Europe.
Europe. Okay.
Yeah. Don't eat fast food, by the way. It's very bad, trust me.
You can't say anything if you're eating KFC about health advice.
Well,
I don't
I
think
do
there's
know
been
what.
a time where I ate KFC and then felt really good about myself afterward. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's.
So that tastes so freaking good, but then the aftermath.
But I never
Oh,
eat. I never eat KFC. This was an exception.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I used to eat a lot of fast food, and I lost a lot of weight, and that's why I know I had some issues. But
Mark J
anyways,
just posted a cool image, which I'm gonna pinch.
yeah, I see. No, it's like the Black Sea. If you look at it, you can see it had an original shape where it was deeper. You can clearly see.
It's not an ocean, is it?
It's not an ocean, but it's connected
Okay, no, it's not. It's not an
to ocean.
ocean, is it?
No.
Right.
Do you believe in asteroids? That some asteroids hit the
No,
Earth sometimes.
no.
Not in the mainstream explanation for what they are and where they come from and that kind of thing. Definitely.
Yeah, and then you got your comets and your meteorites. I've never
Whatever,
touched one of those. No,
whatever they're
don't
called,
hold
I don't know.
any. I have no acceptance of any of that stuff at all at this point. None,
Yeah,
zero, and it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, by the way.
just rocks falling from the sky. I've seen one video of that.
No, I don't accept that rocks are falling from the sky. I don't accept that at all. I think they're man-made events. That's my feeling. I don't believe that the Creator created the Earth.
I saw that
And then
movie,
rocks.
Yeah,
Chicken
there's no
Little.
such thing as sky rocks falling.
Yeah, it's just no
Okay, what
way,
about that
Jose, man.
that video, the Russian video? You know where the guy
Yeah, it's a
is
Russian. I know the one you're talking about. Again, it's just fakery. That's what that is. It's fraudulent. Or they could have put up a weapon and it exploded. That's all that was. It's just
Yeah,
very clever. Hollywood.
exactly, Jin. Well,
Yeah.
not even that necessarily. I can't remember the exact details, but it was found out later on that they were testing some kind of new type of weapon or something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah, it
Just
did
around the
look
time that
in
happened,
the Tunguska where it landed. It does look like a nuclear bomb,
or
but
just a bomb of some kind or something like that.
not
Yeah,
nuclear, but some kind of
you know
bomb.
what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and it
But
had that blast. That's why it leveled the land where they fired it off at. Simple, man.
yeah, but but I'm asking because so I'm convinced there was what's the word? Huge cataclysm. There was a huge flood that they keep talking about in many cultures, and I'm trying to understand what caused it. And there is evidence of that in Africa and in Middle East. But so I don't know if there was like a comet or something that hit in the
No,
Mediterranean Sea.
it was done on
But
purpose.
it was something else that it could have been.
No, it was done
Is
on
that
purpose. Yeah, it was done on purpose. And they did, and it happened so quickly. That's how everything, lots of things turned into stone that were actually alive.
back then? Like how intentionally? With what?
Yeah, you keep the mud temperature the same as the air temperature for about a year, and everything underneath it'll start turning into stone because they'll just start turning the minerals. They'll start turning into stone.
Okay, but what about the flood? The water flood? I mean, sorry, but how does this connect with that?
I don't think anyone knows for sure.
Then it's unflooded, and then everybody starts digging out those buildings again. Then they move into them and say, "Look, it was founded in 1853."
Okay, another thing that I think might have happened is when the when the the Gibraltar Strait, when when Spain, what we call Spain, right, and north of Morocco split because they used to be together because continent split. When they split, the water from the Atlantic Ocean started going inside Mediterranean Sea, which Mediterranean Sea used to be a lot smaller in the area where it's visibly deeper and darker on the map. So when this water started coming in, I think this is what caused this massive flood in north of Africa and Middle East. That's why they talk about in the Bible also and in Islam and other stories, other cultures. I think that's probably what happened.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, so if you have cultures all over the earth describing the same event, then it cannot be local. It is the entire earth that was flooded. And that's what we have as evidence that the flood was worldwide. So what causes that? I don't know. The texts give stories about it. It's up to you whether or not you think they're plausible. But I mean, as far as the Bible is concerned, it says the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of heaven opened, meaning that you had water coming in from both the bottom and the top, filling up the contained environment. And then the waters receded, meaning at some point somebody must have pulled the plug, it drained out, and now we have the sea level that we have today.
Interesting. The places where I hear being talked about the most is from Islam and Christianity, from these areas where I think this event took place. But because it happened here and it was so devastating, I'm sure the story will have spread throughout the world. Because
I'm not talking
humans
about
have
the
always
story.
been.
I'm talking about the evidence. The evidence is that the entire Earth was covered with a lot of water, and that a lot of silt and a lot of material and a lot of sand and a lot of trenches were dug. A lot of rain fell, and it was a lot of water, and it's everywhere, all over the Earth.
Interesting. I have seen a video where there were what are they called? These shells, I think they're called from the ocean, from snails. Yeah,
Yep.
from snails
Yeah.
on top of a mountain.
Yes, and I've seen this with my own eyes. So I've been at an elevation of somewhere around 8,000 feet, and up on the top of a mountain, I found these seashells for myself.
It could just be that these rocks from the mountain were at sea level a long time ago. But
Well, if the sea level was higher, that's fine, but that means that water was at least at 8,000 feet.
no, I mean that the mountain was smaller to the point where there was
So
no
the
mountain back
mountain,
then.
okay, yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not possible,
But
but either way, that mountain was covered with water at some point.
But then there are some these seashells, snail shells, whatever. Some of them are inside rocks. So if it takes so much for a mountain to rise up, then I guess by that time these shells, I guess they wouldn't just remain on the surface. They would just like fall, going, all over the place under the rocks, stuff like that. I'm not sure. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I was elk hunting in Colorado and I found these seashells. So it's interesting, could the mountain itself have been at a lower elevation at one time? Sure, that's possible. But no matter what, it was covered with water. So whether the water was 8,000 feet high or the mountain was 8,000 feet lower or whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
this is a worldwide event.
Have you seen the place where they think that they found Noah's Ark?
Yeah, in the mountains of Ararat, whatever, which I think today is like a modern day Constantinople or Istanbul, or kind of in that area, or yeah, Nepal, kind of. So
No, it's in Turkey, I think, or Syria or Turkey.
Okay. Well,
But
whatever they think they found, it'd be fascinating to see what it is they think they found.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it's in Turkey, Mount Ararat. But in the beginning, and always for me, this seemed weird and ridiculous. But I just heard that apparently they scanned the area, and the scan looks like it has some type of like iron and materials inside it.
Well, that's probably not Noah's Ark then, because Noah was only working with wood, as far as we know.
I'm not sure if Maybe I just got the impression it was iron, but
no one likes flat Earth because
That's
do
okay.
you like guys do you like flat butt cheeks or round butt cheeks?
Oh, you're so funny. You funny man.
Shut your bitch ass up, you nigga.
You mad? Oh, his troll didn't work. Now he's all
Yeah.
upset. Are you upset, Axel?
Oh,
Oh, you the funny man. Yeah, yeah.
But honestly, to me, this doesn't look like Noah's Ark. I mean, it just looks like rocks, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's probably just rocks.
Probably a ship. Probably a petrified ship. Yeah. Could be. Not an ark. It could be a
Petrified.
petrified ship.
You're saying that wood can become petrified? I didn't know about that.
Everything
How
can
does
become petrified.
From what?
I told you how you do it. Go look up how to petrify something, and you'll see. You put it in mud for, I think it's 86 degrees, and air temperature above it needs to be 86 degrees. And it needs to be that way for, I don't know, 6 months. And that's how they turned a tank into stone. There was a tank that got stuck in the mud. I forget where year. Anyway, they went back to get it. It was just a rock in the shape of a tank.
Oh yeah, petrified wood. I heard of that.
Yeah, that's what the NASA astronauts gifted
I know.
as yeah, the moon rock to the Netherlands. It turned
I
out to be
remember.
petrified wood.
And the guy said it's not it's not a rock from the moon. Right?
That's right.
And then they were like, "Oh, okay, never mind this guy then. Don't listen to him." No, I mean, I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. It could be flat. Consider just the fact that people are interested in this subject. To me, already tells me there's a huge possibility. But I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. But I've always, not always, but since then, since before, sorry, even before this being interested in this subject, I've already found out that the moon landing was fake.
Yep. Yep. Definitely a lot
honest,
of
I
people that
find
believe
it.
that the Earth's a globe know that the moon landing was fake. Right? It's not necessarily a flat Earth proof or anything like that. But when we go out and actually test for curvature and don't find any over huge distances, then the Earth can't possibly be a globe. That's what's been done. It's been validated that there's no curvature over large bodies of water, like 40 kilometer distances, for example, that would have to have over 400 foot of curvature. Right? There's no
Oh, hold
curvature
on.
at all.
I have a screenshot here. I think I deleted it. It was from a Facebook reel from that guy, I don't know, Sterling, whatever his name is. And he posted some pictures where you could like see a curve. There was like a line of these tall electricity towers going above the sea or ocean. And you
Yep.
could see like them like forming like a curvature,
Yeah,
these towers.
that's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Okay, we've got footage on different days of that same place with the same power lines where we can zoom in all the way across and see that they're completely flat, and we can actually see the buildings 30 miles away on the other side of the lake. It's called Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, that what we're seeing in that picture is called an inferior mirage. It causes things to look like they're doing exactly what you're seeing in that image. It's just a rare atmospheric effect that can happen. And we can replicate the same thing on a flat floor inside a house. Okay, I could show you a demonstration where you see the exact same
Yeah,
thing.
please show me.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now, actually. Just give me a second. I'll be like, 30 seconds. I'll have it ready. So what he does in this one, it's just done inside on his flat floor in his house. And he puts some blocks. He lines up some blocks across the floor. Just a second. All right, here it is. So he lines up some blocks across the floor and he puts the camera down close to the surface of the floor. Okay, and then all he does is manipulate the temperatures in the room, the temperature and the humidity. And then all of a sudden it looks like the row of blocks starts to curve just like you see in that Lake Pontchartrain image. Right.
Did
So
you
I'll
post
just post.
something?
Yeah, I'm just about to paste it now.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, so this person does hundreds of these at-home tests. Right. It's called a YouTube channel called Sky Free. Really good channel. Okay, and what you'll see is that he set up some blocks across the floor. And on the other side of the floor as well, he puts a red light as well. Okay, so before he manipulates the temperature in the room, you can see the red light. And then once he manipulates the temperature, you'll see the red light actually looks like it disappears behind an apparent horizon that just gets created from him manipulating the temperature gradient in the room. It looks the same as what we see in the Pontchartrain image. Now, also, if you have a closer look at that Lake Pontchartrain image where it looks like they're curving, you'll see obvious signs of miraging, right? You can see a mirroring effect. And I'll show you an example of that right now, like a close-up. And also, there wouldn't be that much curvature like that even if the Earth were a globe, right? That would mean that it would be like a tiny Earth.
That's a good argument, actually.
Yeah. You would never see curvature like that. Like, that would just be like a little tiny mini globe. Look, here's another example someone did just on their flat floor with cans, just showing it's the same type of effect. And here's another image that shows a inferior mirage over a flat bridge. And it looks exactly the same as what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, okay.
Okay, the next one that I'm posting, this is a side view of the same thing. The same lake, the same thing. Now, when we look at it from the side, when we can't have that miraging effect from the side. So we look at it from the side and we see a perfectly straight line.
Planet Louisiana, yeah.
Yep. So here, the side view one just kills it completely. But here's another one. Okay, so here's a close up. It's like zoomed in, and you can see the mirroring effect. It's a miraging effect. Now I'll show you the same thing happening on a flat bridge. And Drace just posted one as well where it shows like on a normal day where you don't have that mirage taking place. We can see just straight across like normal. And then the one I posted underneath, what you'll notice is when the camera gets pushed down closer to the ground, right, it's looking through like a gradient of heat. And you have a look at the left railing on the bridge. As he puts the camera down lower to the ground, you'll see that the left railing on the bridge goes from looking straight.
It's about heat?
Yeah, it's about like the way that the light travels back to the optic. So when you have really hot air down lower and cooler air above it, the light will always deviate towards the cooler air because cooler air is more dense. Okay, so it will deviate a little bit towards the cooler air because it has a higher refractive index. and it's gonna make things in the distance look like they're sinking down, like they're displaced downward.
This sounds more relaxing. That if the Earth is flat, it just sounds more relaxing. You know?
Yeah, it's definitely a globe spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions through space, or a nice stationary Earth. Much more relaxing, indeed. Great point.
And it sounds more realistic, actually.
Yeah,
What
it
people are
matches. It
afraid to.
matches exactly. Like what they've done is they've replaced everyone's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. Like we experience that water, a large body of water needs to have a container, and that it's flat on the surface when it's at rest. Whereas they've convinced people that it just looks flat, but really it's curving. And they tell people
Now,
that
actually, just now,
Mhm.
right at this second, it's the first time I understand this point about the water. That, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't just stay like that, you know, like stick. But then I don't know.
Well, this is what we can do, and this is what we have done. We can go test for the curvature. Now, if you have let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Okay, it's 10 miles across the lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other side of the lake, right? This is just a hypothetical. Okay, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see you on the other side, because if we calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, there's about 22 meters of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. Okay, that's 66 feet is about 22 meters approximately, something like that. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in. Say I'm 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. I zoom in across the lake. I shouldn't be able to see you unless you were over 66 foot tall. Like, let's say you were 70 foot tall. I would just be able to see your head or something like that, like a little, you know, right? That's like more
And
than a
what's the
6-story
size of
building.
the island?
No island, just a lake, like a 10-mile lake,
10
just with
mile.
water. I'm on one side of the lake. You're 10 miles away on the other side of the lake, just standing on the shoreline. And the only thing that's in between us is water.
Do you know about this guy from Hawaii? This flat earther.
I've seen some
Films,
observations from Hawaii where he can see things that he shouldn't be able to see if the Earth were a globe from a long distance.
Yeah, he films the Oahu Island. You know that
Yeah.
video?
Yeah, I've seen the video, yep. I think Jin CBR1 shares that video
I don't know if
quite
he
a
was
lot.
zooming in. I don't remember. If I haven't seen his other videos. But he should make a video, because that's the perfect location. He should buy a better camera and make a video zooming in. Just curious to see. I'm curious to see what kind of, like, how like I just want to see something at sea level on the other island, like a human or something, or a store or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I'll
Or
show you.
car.
I can show you one right now.
Sure.
Right, I'll show you a good observation that's done over the ocean. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so the person that's doing this observation is a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John D, and he has a PhD in spectrometry. Okay, it's got another name as well, spectrophotometry or something like that. Anyway, he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth by doing long distance observations and laser tests.
I love those.
And he actually became a flat earther in the process because he was able to see huge distances. Now, this is one of his tests that he did. So just a second, I'll just bring
Respect
it
for
up.
him.
Yeah, definitely. Because he's a professional when it comes to optics and things like that. So
I'm a
anyway,
truther, man. I'm a truther. That's the thing about me.
yeah, I mean that's what our channel's all about, is just, you know, truth. Showing people hey, have a look at this information and use your own logic and common sense and analyze it critically and come to your own conclusions. Okay, so here is an observation. Okay, so he set his camera up on the shoreline at the beach. Right, this is in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice, clear and calm day. And he sets his camera up at 1 meter high on a tripod.
How
All
far
right,
away
so
are these things?
okay, so those things are windmills, like a windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm, and the closest windmill is 8 miles away, and the furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away.
What is this thing in the back? Looks like a building or
That's
a
a
boat.
ship. It's a boat. Yeah, there's a boat out there, and he tracks the boat as well on the shipping radar, on the ship tracking radar, and that boat's about 14 miles away, 12 point something nautical miles. So that's about 14, just over 14 miles away. But anyway, concentrate on the
That ship is 40 miles away.
14 miles away. So I'll show you some information
oh.
about the ship. Yeah, we can focus on the ship actually. It's 12.1 nautical miles, which is 13.9 miles, and it's actually called the Shetland Trader. So he looked up the ship. So I'll just post a few screenshots of the marine tracking, just so you can see the path of the ship and where it was. Okay, so the height of the ship above the water is approximately 7.2 meters. Here's some
Can you
screenshots.
repeat the last thing? Sorry.
Yeah, so the height of the ship,
Okay.
the deck of the ship, is 7.2 meters above the surface of the water.
How many meters?
7.2.
So the top of the ship is 72 meters.
7.2.
7.2 meters, okay.
Yep. Okay, so let's have a look at how much it should be hidden by behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I'll just explain what it says on the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so it says eye height, 1 meter. So that's the height from the camera. Okay, and the target distance is 22.3 kilometers, which is 13.9 miles.
Just tell me in kilometers, please.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So
If
the
you
camera
can.
height's 1 meter high.
Yeah.
The boat's 22 kilometers away.
So that the camera is 1 meter plus the height of the person, or just that 1 meter?
No. Just he's got it on a
it's good.
tripod. Yeah, he's got it on a
Okay.
tripod, and it's 1 meter above
So 1 meter from sea level, okay.
That's right. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat? It says Earth curvature calculator. Yeah. So on the right-hand side is the measurements on the calculation with metric. Okay, so it says the target hidden height should be 27 meters. Okay, so that boat the boat would have to be 28 meters tall, and then you would just be able to see the top 1 meter of the boat sticking out from behind the horizon.
How tall is the entire boat?
The entire boat is about 7.6. Can you see the graphic? Right, there's a picture of the boat there. I'll just post a couple of pictures of the boat. Some more information about the boat. Yeah, this is the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader.
23 feet.
Yeah, it's got it in meters as well.
So 27 meters is this is the height.
That's how much. No, 27 meters is how much that boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. If the boat was like 30 meters high, then you would just be able to see the little top of the boat, right? Like the top couple of meters of the boat sticking out over the horizon. But we can see the whole boat, basically. It's a little bit blurry, but we can see the whole boat.
Yeah, what about this reflection thing this guy is saying?
Refraction? Yeah,
Oh,
we can.
refraction.
So, yeah, refraction. Okay, so we have a extremely clear day, and we have minimal refraction on that day because we can see everything perfectly clear. So we know we don't have any crazy effects going on. Okay, so
What is this refraction thing?
refraction is when the light deviates a little bit when you have a temperature gradient.
And it just conveniently makes things look
Makes
like
the
it's
yeah. So when you've
um,
got like people that try to debate against flat Earth, they'll just kind of say refraction makes the Earth look flat,
because
basically.
someone said this the same thing for the Oahu Island, which is 90 miles away
Yeah,
from the
it's
other.
the only thing they can say. So they think that they've got like a magic word that they can say, which most of them don't really understand much about. Okay, and they think that because they say the word refraction, therefore they say that the light's bending, and that's what just makes the Earth look flat in all of these observations. Like anyone can go and do these observations. Okay, and every time you do them, you can see so much further than you would be able to see on a globe. And some of these people that try to debate against flat Earth, like for a hobby or whatever they're doing it for, they don't have an explanation for it, so they have to come up with something. So they'll say that the way that the light's bending is just making all of the water look flat. They'll say this is what they're saying. Really, that boat isn't there. Okay, really that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and it's not visible. It's geometrically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. But because of refraction, it just makes everything look completely flat, and all of a sudden you can see the boat. So if you were to like shoot that boat with a like a sniper rifle or something like that, right? They say that the bullet wouldn't even hit the boat; it would go straight through it because it's not really there. They say it's just an illusion that we can see the boat. It's the dumbest thing. It really is.
Oh yeah, by the way. Oh yeah. I was gonna look up how far away can snipers shoot. But yeah, it's
That was
just
just a
apparently
hypothetical. That was just a hypothetical. It's like
Yeah, so
4 miles is the longest shot. It wasn't a literal statement. It was just an imaginary. Like if you
but it made me curious.
shot it with a missile. Let's say you used a
Yeah.
cannon or something that could shoot that far. A ballistic missile. They say that it wouldn't actually, it would just go straight through the boat because that boat's not really there. They say really that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but this is the problem. Okay.
They say that the bullet is going above the curvature if you also shoot that far, or yeah, like a rocket. If someone shot a rocket, they're going to say
Yeah.
that the rocket
If
goes.
if they no,
or-
this is what they're saying. This is just just a hypothetical example. Let's say somehow you were able to shoot a laser or something, whatever, a missile, a
yeah.
laser at the boat that we can clearly see. They're saying that that boat's not really there. It's just an illusion. Really, that boat's not there at all. It's just refracted up, and it's not really there. It's just an
Okay.
illusion.
So what about an actual laser experiment? I heard there was one or
Yep.
something.
Yeah, sure.
Do
So
you have some proof of that?
yeah, we've got tons of laser experiments that have been done, but I'll
Okay,
show
show
you
me the furthest one.
yeah, I'll show you one of the furthest ones right now. So just give me a second, or give me like 15 seconds. I just got to pull up
Yeah.
the information about it. So I'll tell you a little bit about it while I'm just finding this. Okay, so this is a group called FE Core, and it stands for Field Engineers Corps. It's a bunch of field engineers from Europe, and they got together and they spent about 1,000 hours and about $30,000 building an extremely high-tech, high-powered laser beam. Okay, extremely high-powered laser. So, and they did a test. Well, they did a whole range of tests, but the longest test they did was 40 kilometers over a lake in Europe. All right, so just a second. I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so what they did was they set the laser up at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the lake. And then they had a target 40 kilometers away on the other side of the lake that was also 1.5 meters height. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to shoot that laser across the lake and hit the target, because there would be a huge amount of Earth curvature over that distance. Right, just a second, I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so they recorded all of this. So we've got a 1-hour video where they go over all 5 of the laser tests they did.
I'm
They
sorry,
also
how far away is the target?
40 kilometers away.
Okay.
Just a
And
second.
they're saying that how fast they're saying you should stop seeing something on the other side after the curvature. How short? Just 4 miles or when?
Well, what they're doing is they're setting up the laser level. So that means that if you picture a ball, okay, picture a globe, and then the
Mhm.
laser sitting on top of the globe, and the laser's level, like it's horizontal, and it's going to shoot the laser beam straight out. Okay, so the ground underneath, right?
After
The
how many
laser.
miles the globals are saying this should happen? After how
Well,
many miles it
okay,
starts curving?
so this is how it should work. If you had a target that was about 90 meters high, and on the other side of the lake, 90 meters high,
Mhm.
then the laser would hit the target 90 meters up in the air if the Earth was a globe.
So
Because
another
there should be
you mean
about
at the tallest point?
no. So if okay, hold on a second. I've got some diagrams and stuff, so I've just pulled up the test here. So it's easier if I like explain it with
No,
some.
like if you have a target
Yep.
that's 1 meter tall.
Yep.
After how many miles do you stop seeing this target completely? If
Oh,
the Earth
just
was a globe, according to what they're saying.
Oh, okay. It's 1.5 meters high, so you would stop seeing it at about 2.5 miles, about 3.5 kilometers away,
So
something
after
like that.
only 3 kilometers, you stop seeing it completely?
Yeah, that's where the horizon would be. That's where, and you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond the horizon. Yep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So if you're 6 foot tall, this is what they say. If you're 6 foot
Anybody
tall,
knows this is not true. Anybody knows this is not true.
yeah, it's exactly. It just exists in mathematical form, right? In reality, it doesn't work because we can shoot a laser over 40 kilometers and hit the target.
Okay,
All right, so
I would love to
here's the
see that.
test. Yeah, got it here. All right, I'll just post it. It's probably something you can go over in more detail like later on because it's an hour long video, and there's also a Google Drive link, and they have a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the details for the test. But they hit the target on all 5 of the tests. Okay,
I
where
remember this video, but I haven't watched it.
yeah. So there's like 90 meters of missing curvature. I'll just put some diagrams just so you can the diagrams have the numbers written down.
Tell me in this video where I should click to see the test or the light hitting a target. What minute?
Well, they do 5 different tests, so it depends which test you want to look at. I recommend probably
all of them.
Watching the
Or any
whole
of them.
I probably recommend watching all of them. But it's this is one of the more technical tests because this is a team of engineers and they get into extreme technical detail about everything because they want to cover all bases, if you know what I mean. There's other laser tests that are more simple to follow along with if it's the first one that you're going to be looking at.
Well, they're explaining a lot of stuff, but I want to see the result because obviously not gonna watch 1 hour right now.
Yeah,
I watch it later.
the result is that they hit their target at 1.5 meter height, 40 kilometers away. If the Earth were a globe, that target should have been hidden behind 90 meters.
But why does it bend like that at minute 13:25? At 13:25, it rotates up in the air. Why? What is this?
Let me have a look.
13:24. Oh, I see. It's like a reflection. Judging
Yeah,
by
yeah.
the,
I think that they're trying to like I think they're testing the equipment and that kind of thing, making sure they're leveling it properly.
No, it's something to do with the water. Look at the other stuff in the picture. All the lights are like a mirror. I don't know. It's like a, I don't know, water reflection, I guess, or something.
Yeah, what he's showing there is
Oh yeah,
the
they're
laser is
pointing in
hitting
the water.
the laser is being pointed at an inferior mirage, and when it hits the mirage, the laser is deflected upwards, and you see a reflection of the laser
Oh yeah, I
in
can
the
see now in
inferior
the
mirage.
night picture. Yeah, I can see now. Okay. So this here at 13:25, 13:31. This is the result right here. This is when they're hitting the target.
No, this is this is a 50-minute video. The test at 13 minutes was them just doing a test, setting it up, and the conditions for the test weren't good that day because there was an inferior mirage.
Okay.
So they continue the thing, and that's why it takes 50 minutes because it's the whole. They documented the whole process.
You guys really want me to watch the whole video, huh?
You don't have to do it right now. You can do it some other time.
So yeah, this is kind of what it comes down to. There's tons and tons of these laser tests that people have done in all different weather conditions, different locations all over the earth. Okay, and they're hitting their target consistently. Where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target in all of these, but the laser's always hitting the target. Then when we're doing the observations, we shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing in the distance because it should be hidden behind the horizon. It should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't. Okay, and the globe Earthers don't have any tests that show the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's also not what we want. You said earlier before DJ or whatever. I don't remember who was talking before that. That do we want you to watch this video? No, I don't want or need you to do anything. This is about what do you want? Will this video land for you? Will these observations and these tests work? If not, just tell us up front. Say, hey guys, it doesn't matter what's shown in this video. It won't change my mind either way. It's not evidence. It's completely irrelevant. So we know to move on to another observation, another measurement, another practical demonstration. Rather than just like barking up the wrong tree to get that squirrel, let's just move on because there's something else might land.
So Elio, I've got one more really good long distance observation, which also has a laser test in it. If you want me to present it quickly, this is probably one of my favorite ones.
Just give me a second. I'm watching the moment where they say they hit the target.
Yeah, sure, go for it, man.
But I'm not understanding what they're showing here.
Yeah, that's why you'd have to sit down and watch the whole thing from start to finish, so you know what point they're up to, and they so they can explain what they're doing step by step.
There should just be one person at the end filming the impact. You know?
There is. It is one of the more technical laser tests, so it's one of those ones that you have to sort of sit down and pay a lot of attention to the whole video because it's like step by step. And they're doing 5 different laser tests in the video, so you got to make sure you're understanding which one they're doing at which point. That's why I was suggesting a different one. I probably should have shown you a different one. I can show you a different one that's much easier to follow along with. It's way less technical. They're just shooting a laser over a 21-mile lake and hitting the target. Simple as that.
Let's see.
Right. They also do a really good observation as well. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. It's just uploading. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and what he's doing is he's zooming across a 21-mile section of the lake. Sorry, 33-kilometer section of the lake. Okay, Logical Observations just posted the full video to it. But don't worry about clicking that just yet, because I'll just show you some screenshots out of the video, some clips out of it. It's because it's much easier than watching the whole video. But save the video for later. Okay, this is the camera that he was using here. It's a Nikon P1000. It's one of the most powerful zoom cameras that you can get. Can you see the picture of the camera? Elio.
Picture of the camera, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that camera is set up at 5 foot height, which is 1.5 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so here's a picture from like Google Maps, just showing you where he's standing and showing you where he's going to be looking across to. So you can see a yellow line. He's going to be, that camera is right at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in to see if he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake that's taking some footage so we can see what it looks like where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so this is what it looks like 21 miles away over on the other side of the lake. Can you see the picture of the shoreline there?
This is the picture zoomed in?
No. This is his friend that's on the other side of the lake where he's going to be zooming into. I just want to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So when he zooms in, you can see what it looks like over there. Okay, take note of the big giant beach on the other side, and then we can see a big giant white tower in the background. Just take note of that because
this tower, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the zoom footage. All right, so here's a screenshot of the tower and the beach shoreline from the camera that I posted the picture of. Okay, so this is from 21 miles away, and he did it during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime, because quite often the globe earthers will say, "Oh, you need to repeat these at nighttime where there's less refraction." Okay, so he repeated it at nighttime, and once again you can see that it looks exactly the same. In fact, it's even maybe a little bit more distinct because we've got the lights as a reference. Okay, so just a moment.
And that's how many kilometers?
33.
Wow.
34 kilometers away. So over that distance, there should be 293 foot
I'm gonna
of
save
curvature.
this video.
Yeah, it's a really good video. So over that distance, there should be 100 meters of curvature.
Bro.
All right, now have a look at these pictures. All right, so here's a close-up of the the beach and the tower again. Just a second, it's just uploading. Sorry, my internet sucks. Okay, so this is just a close-up of the beach and the shoreline and the tower. Now, this next image is the zoom footage, just a screenshot from the zoom footage. So what you'll notice is that we can see everything pretty much just the same. We can see the bottom of the tower, we can see the shoreline below the bottom of the tower. We can even see the lights reflecting off the surface of the water.
What about the previous image, the one doing the daytime? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, the daytime one? That's just a close-up. That's just a close-up.
okay.
Yeah, just so you can see what it looks like from close-up. Okay, so over
From
that
the guy
distance,
who was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so that beach should be hidden behind 80 meters, just over 80 meters of curvature.
And this last one in the nighttime?
Yeah, that's from where that camera's set up, 33 kilometers away.
33 kilometers.
Yep.
And what are these things at the bottom? These are houses or what?
Yeah, it's like a mining
Buildings.
Yeah, it's like a little mining
They're
not
at sea level, yeah.
You know what I mean? No. This isn't at sea level. This is over the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
I mean, yeah, it's
Oh, it's look.
you
Oh,
know,
you mean the tower?
no, the buildings. They are
Oh, yeah. It's not really buildings. It's kind of like
they're not on a hill or something.
No, I'll show you exactly what it looks like. I got some more pictures of it here.
No, like I'm saying, like they are down, so it's good.
Yeah, here's a few more pictures.
Yeah.
All right. So this is just some random pictures I found on Google, just so you can see. Oh, Over Fences just put the Earth curvature calculator screenshot in the side chat. Eye height level over
Honestly,
the fences. Eye height level. Yeah, you got that right. So the horizon, right? This is what it's really about. So the horizon should be at 4.3 miles away. Sorry, kilometers. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Anything beyond it should just be visible beyond the horizon. You know, if something's hidden behind the horizon, you would just see the horizon, which is the line where the sky and the ground meets, and then the tower, the beach, everything else. The beach should be completely hidden, and you should just be able to see some of the tower sticking out over the top of the horizon. Now, this is how far away the horizon should be, right? I did a diagram, and I drew the black line across it. Okay, so that's at 4.37 kilometers, which is 2.7 miles. Okay, that's where the horizon should be. So that's the maximum distance.
What's this thing at in the far left? That's where the buildings are. Or what?
Of which image are you talking about? Sorry.
This last one.
Oh, the last one.
I don't
Yeah.
understand what this line is supposed to mean. I
Oh,
understand
that
where
the
the
black
horizon
line
is, but
the
yeah.
black line. Yeah, so that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so when he's looking out, so hold on a second. I'll just post another.
Oh, I mean,
Uh-huh.
where is he in this picture? Taking.
Oh, he's at the bottom of the yellow line. That's where the camera's set
taking a
up.
picture towards
Towards
upstairs
the
in the
yeah,
picture.
towards the other side of the lake. Here we go. Look, this is just to show you.
At the top
Okay,
of
so
the image.
Yeah. Have a look at this one. This one will explain it just
okay.
fine.
Oh yeah, I
so-
understand.
So he's shooting right across that distance, but the horizon, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away, which is where the black line is.
I mean, even if it was a globe, it's ridiculous that that's where they're saying that the horizon should be. I feel like even if Earth was a globe, the horizon should be like somewhere like, I don't know, 100 kilometers or something.
Most people
the Earth
think
was a
that.
globe.
Yeah, most people don't realize how much curvature there should be over a pretty small distance. Usually when we say that there's 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles, which is 16 kilometers, sorry, 22 meters of curvature over 16 kilometers, they're like, that can't be right. And then they go look it up, and it's like, yep, you can go look
That's
it
what
up
happened
on.
to me. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. It happened to me too. I was like, that doesn't sound right, you know,
It sounds
because
like
they.
low effort. You know,
Mhm.
low effort.
No, the horizon is never. It's never at that distance ever. Like I've never seen one observation in the last 8 years of looking into this where the horizon's even close to that. We can always see the horizon like at least 5 times or 10 times further away or more than, you know, in this observation, you can't even see a horizon at all over the whole 21-mile lake. It's just flat water over the lake.
Well, I never thought I was gonna become a flat earther.
Yeah, me neither.
thought it's
None of us
ridiculous.
did, bro. Every single one of us thought it
When
was
it comes to
ridiculous.
9/11 or moon landing, from the beginning I said, yeah, this is probably fake. But with flat Earth, it's been years and years of I thought it's ridiculous. But here we are. But you know, this camera, from this experience, is it like one of the most sophisticated cameras? You know,
It's a
best
Nikon
quality stuff like that.
P1000. It's a Nikon P1000. They cost about $1,000, $1,200, and they have 125x optical zoom, which is far beyond what any other consumer grade camera will have. So it can zoom in like really, really, really far.
He should. They should put this camera over the Oahu Island in
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be
we
curious.
have observations from all sorts of different places. We've got hundreds of these observations, and some people, what they do is they upgrade the camera and they fit it with infrared. So that means that it cuts through all of the haze and refraction and things like that, so you can see even further. So people are doing footage with the infrared cameras, and they're able to see even further than without it. And people are taking these types of cameras up on planes, and they're able to see things that are 1,000 miles away that should be hidden by miles of curvature. There's a guy called Jay Tolan. He takes about $15,000 worth of camera gear up on a plane, and he does observations, and he can see things that you shouldn't be able to see by such a huge amount. It's crazy. And he uses like infrared.
Now I regret that I didn't pay attention when I flew with the airplane. I didn't pay attention to look over the window to notice a
Hurts to fly from
curvature.
an airplane too.
Because I remember it goes inside the clouds and then it flies over the clouds. So before it touches the clouds, I should have paid attention to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a
I'm
ton of
gonna
flights,
research
and I've done a ton of flights, and you just see a completely flat horizon from any trip that I've ever been on. I've flown over Alaska at 40,000 feet, and you just see a completely flat horizon. Now, that's not proof that the Earth's flat, because apparently, even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. It just further backs up that we all experience the Earth as a flat plane, right? Even people that believe it's a globe still experience it as flat and stationary. They just believe that it's a globe because that's what they got told while they were growing up, and then they've been shown pictures by NASA and things like that, and they see it in the movies and TV shows and all that sort of thing. So they just kind of have a belief system that the Earth's a globe. It's kind of like a tradition. It gets
So
passed down.
So who's doing this? Is it like an occult or one world government, something?
Well, I think it's kind of like a tradition. It's kind of like information that's passed on as true. And most people are not going out and doing the testing. Most people are just taking it for granted that it's already confirmed. It's already been confirmed in the past sometime that the Earth's a globe. But once you start digging into how the Earth actually is proposed to have been, like that it's a globe, you'll start finding it is actually cult leaders, like mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of the cult of Pythagoras, but he's the first person that's credited with saying that the Earth's a globe, right? And he didn't go out and measure the Earth or do any calculations or anything like that. They worshipped spheres. They thought the spheres were the most divine shape and that the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason. So
What
the
about
more
all
you look,
this so-called science? I mean,
yeah, there isn't any.
looks like it's
It's
you know,
math. It's
deliberate.
calculations. It's calculations that are based on assumptions. Like if you go onto Google right
Mhm.
now and you type in who first measured the Earth to be a globe, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy that they can't even prove existed at all, and there's no writings left at all of him. They'll say that what he did, Eratosthenes, is he calculated the circumference of the Earth by measuring a shadow angle. Okay, he pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe, and then he made a few other assumptions, and he did some calculations based off those assumptions, and he just calculated that the Earth's a globe. And he's the one that's credited with calculating the circumference value of 40,000 kilometers for the globe. But it's a myth, right?
Let me add to it because it's logically fallacious. It's circular reasoning, like you said. They pre-assume the Earth is a ball, and the shadows would look like this on a ball, and then the shadows look like this. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. We still do this today. We have children going through doing this fallacious exercise over and over again. However, the Chinese also did this during the Ming Dynasty, but they started with the assumption if the Earth is flat and the sunlight acts like this, the shadows would look like this. We see the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is flat. Circular reasoning doesn't become logical regardless of who uses it for whatever purpose.
Wait, this video is interesting. Let's see.
So guys, like basically you think like in the Cold War, the space like war was like fake. It was like just a big
Yeah, it was
fake
propaganda
war.
put on by NASA. And ironically, 3 months ago, Trump named them a spy agency instead of a space agency now. They have a new classification as an intelligence agency now. Now they're a spy agency. What do you think of that? So all the way back then, they were putting out the propaganda and everybody fell for it. See?
If you look into Project Paperclip, you'll see that America recruited Nazis after the fall of Germany, and most of them went to NASA and the rest to the CIA. The Russians also got their share of Nazis, and those Nazis ended up heading up their fake space program.
I mean, that's what intelligences are. They are just spies. They've always been that way, even in medieval times.
That's what you get. That's what you get for your information nowadays. So you can listen to them or you can listen to yourself and know the earth is flat. And since you know it's flat, you'll be able to tell when anybody's lying to you in the future.
But I'm just saying that the country where the intelligence are, their own country calls them intelligence, but for the other countries, they're actually spies or assassins or saboteurs. But my point is, they've always been that way. That's what, yeah. That's what ninjas were. Ninjas were basically just what the CIA is today. They were saboteurs. Every country calls them something else, but It's the same concept.
Yeah, well, I come from Vikings. We didn't have that shit.
Vikings. I'm sure Vikings
So,
may
so
had
you
some
guys,
spies or assassins.
No. Like weak men, no likey. And I come from a country as well that we don't have an army nor a spy agency.
you
What
guys
country is that?
believe that the Earth like have an edge?
Wait, what country is
You're
that
extra
doesn't have
quiet today,
soldiers?
Trace.
Yeah, I'm probably not speaking directly into the mic. I'm sorry.
What
So
country doesn't have
I'm from
an army, bro?
Iceland.
Oh, Iceland. Oh, I mean Ireland. Yeah.
Just quickly to respond to the guy that asked about the edge. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming an edge. And we absolutely don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric idea of outer space. Okay, so we're not making claims to whether there would be an edge or not, or anything like that. What we're talking about is when we measure the actual surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature over very vast distances, in where there would have to be curvature if the Earth were a globe. Yeah. It's not like flat is not a shape, it's a descriptive term for a surface, especially in this context. So they tell us that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. Okay, but when we measure the surface of the water over large distances, there's no curvature. And that's repeated over and over again in all different locations, completely validating that there's no curvature present. So if there's no curvature, then you can't have a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got a ton of tests, laser tests, infrared footage, long distance observations, mirror tests, all sorts of different tests that we're showing people. It's like, hey, check out this information, have a look at the tests. And the good thing is people can go and replicate these tests themselves, so they don't have to have faith or trust or anything like that. It can be something that can be obtained as actual knowledge, like a measurement. You can know for sure that there's no curvature.
I am grateful for this discussion tonight. I've seen heard very interesting things. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no worries,
That's-
man. I appreciate
That's 3
having
in 2
someone in
days.
here like that.
That's 3 in 2 days, by the way, DJ.
What was that?
No, a lot of people are like in the position that you're in. When they're shown this information, a lot of people are waking up to the truth, basically.
I mean, for me, like I said, doesn't bother me. Nothing what people think. I mean, it's I have no problem with accepting that it's flat, so don't really care. Like the thing is, people are just afraid and scared. So I'm not like that because I'm actually passionate by truth, especially hidden truth,
Yeah.
conspiracy theories. I'm
Yeah,
passionate by.
most people really care what other people think, and that's actually the tactic, or one of the best tactics that they've used against flat Earth, is not to try to address our actual arguments, but try to make it that it's socially unpopular to believe in this, and that flat earthers are just tinfoil hat wearing morons. Okay, so people won't even want to get involved in it because they're scared of being ridiculed.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scared. Yeah, that's
So it's a smart form of propaganda that they actually use to try to keep things like this away from people.
That's why I say that people are afraid.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid. Like all the people can laugh at me and say I'm a flat earther. It really doesn't bother me, you know. It's just zero effect on me.
It's changing a lot. It's changed a lot. Quite often, people are much more like, people have heard about it. A lot of people are much more accepting of it, and people that you wouldn't even know are flat earthers, you'll find out oh shit, I didn't realize he was a flat earther, and then you mention it, they're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. I've looked into it, but a lot of people don't talk about it. With their friends and family.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistakes people do when they realize this is they get sometimes overzealous with it and they start trying to push it too hard, and that can push people away. But anything
Yeah.
can do that. You get too into veganism, you get too into carnivore, you get too into workout, you get too into chess. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're super passionate about something, and if you don't know how to rein in that passion a little bit so that other people feel comfortable, you can push them away. And
Yeah, too
Flat Earth
much
can
is
kind
bad.
of inspire passion in people because there's a lot of stuff to discover. The world opened up, and there's a lot of unknowns that are interesting to look at.
But I've always been what's the word?
Truth seeker.
Maybe outsider, truth seeker for sure, but maybe outsider, the black sheep, like I've always been different than others, not just for the sake of it, but I've noticed like, when people, I don't know what example to give you. When there's a joke and everyone laughs, but you feel like you want to put a different type of reaction, right? To that joke, like with an emoji reaction, for example. I've always been that way because I like to express myself truly, the way I truly am. I've always been different, and
Yeah, sounds like you don't easily go with the flow and like to find your own path.
yeah,
That's
and
a valuable person to have in society, because otherwise, if everybody were following the same path, everybody would be like a lemming running off a cliff.
I know all the change starts from one person. I am that person. I believe it. I'm not afraid to say, "Hey guys, this is wrong," and I have done it in real life, in a large social group. I have done it. Not afraid to do that because I really don't care if people say I'm wrong or I'm weird or crazy. I have no problem. I've been used to that my entire life. It's who I am. You see, this is the type of people who learn about these things, at least at this stage, when it's not mainstream. This subject, for example.
Most people that mock and ridicule flat Earth and defend the globe, they really don't they don't know anything about the globe anyway. They don't know any of the basics, and they don't know the flat Earth arguments. They, in their heads, have pictured a flat disk floating in space, and they think flat earthers are a bunch of crazy people, like I explained before, thinking crazy things that's just propaganda, like Australia doesn't exist and things like that. They think flat earthers actually claim these crazy things, which they don't. And quite often when they come in here to try to debate with us, they get a rude shock because we can expose really quickly that they don't really know anything about the globe, and they don't know anything about our arguments either. So they kind of have no ammunition, and they don't realize that until they've already come in and engaged with us. So then usually they'll turn to like mocking and ridicule, or they'll just run away, fight or flight basically. But yeah, it happens every day in here.
Yeah, time. Excuse me. Time. Time solves everything, and I would say that time is a powerful thing because, for example, like people have believed that the Earth it's a globe their entire life, and when they hear that some people believe it's flat, this concept it's so ridiculous that they find it ridiculous. They find it ridiculous, and so they start to believe these people must be crazy. How can they believe such a ridiculous thing, such a concept that's so hard to imagine, And so that's why they start laughing and stuff like that. I think it's ridiculous. That happened to me as well. But then, after the funny stuff goes away, and it's been 5 years, 7 years since you heard about these things, and then you're like, okay, but these people are still talking. They keep talking about it. They're still going. Okay, so okay, let's hear what they have to say. Like, you can laugh about it, but then if people are still talking about it, after a long time, you're like, okay, let's see what they have to say. Like, you see people insisting. They're like, hold on. Is there actually something there?
Yeah, it's funny that they do have trouble imagining it, even though it's exactly what they experience every day of their life. Quite often when they come in, they'll say, "Oh, we're too small to see the curvature of the Earth because the Earth's so big." And then we'll say, "Oh, so you experience it as flat then?" And they'll be like, "Oh, no, 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 no." I'm like, "But you just said that you're too small to see the curvature of the Earth, so therefore you experience it in your basic reality as flat." And they cannot. Their ego or their subconscious or something like that will not let them, even say that it could be flat. Even though they just admitted that by saying that, "Oh, we're so small and it's so big, so we experience it as flat." And you say, "So you experience it as flat?" They're like, "Well, no." It's kind of crazy. And same with the motion of the Earth. Okay, so we'll say, "Do you experience the Earth as your base reality as motionless?" They'll be like, "Yes, because it's so big and we're so small, we can't feel the motion. So you experience a motionless Earth." No. It's kind of crazy. Like, nearly everyone's kind of like that. Everything that we're claiming is exactly what everyone just experiences, right? Water needs a container. It's flat on the surface. The Earth, we experience it as stationary. These kind of things. It's
Yeah,
just
they tell you their true experiences, and then you're saying, "Oh, so that means this thing," and then they're saying, "Oh, that must imply another globe." So of course, then they become defensive because of fear.
yeah, definitely. Here's another crazy one. We'll say we see the sun move across the sky. The sun moves across the sky. On a globe, when you're watching a sunset, this is what they're telling you is actually happening. They're saying that that sun's not even moving from your perspective, and you're spinning backwards away from the sun faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9mm bullet, right? And it just makes it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earther will just say, yeah, the sun's moving across the sky. They've put everything backwards. Everything that is common sense, they've told you, you cannot trust your senses. You need to trust what we're telling you. And all your senses are wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, this is according to the. Give me a second. According to the globe model, they're saying that there is this gravitational field, or what's it called? This atmosphere, right? And the Earth is spinning fast.
Yep.
And going fast, but somehow the trees and everything are not flying away, or the wind is not pushing them super hard. And they're saying it's because of this atmosphere, which is like a protection field. But if that was the case, I would expect to see some type of like millions of clouds, like levels of clouds, or level of some type of stuff, not necessarily clouds, or something, some type of like roof, stuff that would make it seem like there was this atmosphere protection against the wind, the speed
Yep.
of the planet is going in the universe. But if it's flat and the sun is just clear and the the clouds are just chilling, right? That makes more sense because the planet is not like traveling
some
super
days
hard. That makes more sense now.
Exactly. It's just we have wind because of pressure systems, because we have temperature differences, and it causes pressure systems. And sometimes we'll have wind going easterly. The next day you might wake up and then the wind's going westerly, and then you might have a southwesterly, and it's just depending on what's happening with the pressure systems. Meanwhile, we can balance rocks. Have you seen those people that balance rocks? They're balancing, like, making the craziest rock sculptures by balancing all these rocks on top of each other really
Yeah.
high. And meanwhile, they tell us that the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And that whole
Yeah, and how did
system's
they even measure these things?
it's all theoretical, conceptual. That's what it is. It's a theoretical concept, a mathematical concept, whatever you want to call it. It exists in like mathematical formulas and things like that, not in reality. There's a ton of assumptions baked in to what they're telling us.
Yeah.
It all starts with the R value, the radius value. It's baked into all of the math behind the globe, and that's the radius value. That's what we can. That's the easiest thing for us to go out and test in reality, because it means that the curvature would have to be there, right? These long distance observations and laser tests, they also debunk gravity, as gravity is explained in the globe model. Okay, because the gravity dictates that that everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe, towards the center of mass. That means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate for gravity to exist. If the water's not curving, that means that gravity isn't possible, because if gravity's real, it has to be curving at that specific rate. It must be. So everything's going to come back to those prerequisites or those pre-requirements for the Earth to be a globe, which is the curvature. It's the bendy water that they show us in the NASA pictures.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just so happens that the one thing that would like actually confirm all their claims is impossible. It doesn't exist and returns a nil result. And they just conveniently have all these excuses why that is, right? Giant paper mache made, and you just can just poke holes, it just falls apart.
Would be flat. Are you a Christian, DJ?
I'm not really religious. I don't really follow any particular religions. I do research into Christianity and that kind of thing. My wife's a Christian and my mom's a Christian. But yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm learning about things. That's not something that I really use when I'm talking about like this topic. I'd rather
You seem
empiricism.
you seem very
DJ,
open-minded.
DJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are there any other planets?
Yeah, Earth's, like, when you say other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet, and
Yeah. So
what
just
we're
wondering,
talking.
like, is Earth the only one surface like that is flat, or are there any other planets that are also flat, or
Like the
Yeah,
do
moon.
we believe in other planets at all?
Yeah. So this is. Let me explain it, because most people, when they hear about flat Earth, their whole life they've been taught this globe model where you have a big giant vacuum of space, and then you've got all of these big round planets and suns and things like that, and that we're on one of those planets. And when they hear about flat Earth, they try to replace the globe planet with a flat disk or something like that. That's not what we claim. We can't try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You could probably think of the Earth more like the floor, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that we've been fed a big giant story about our whole life, about this light that you can see up here, this is Mars and it's X distance away and it's in a vacuum and it's made out of this and that. And then this other one is Uranus, and on Uranus it rains diamonds and blah, blah, blah. Like they'll tell us a big story about all of the lights that we can see in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, but we can't really confirm any of that. It exists more as a model. Okay,
What about
but we all see
telescopes?
yeah, we can zoom in on them, and what we see, even through the best quality telescopes, let's use Mars as an example, we see a little blurry red, round-looking circle in the sky, but we can't really confirm exactly what medium it's in, what size it is, what it's made out of, etc. We've been fed a story about it, but we can't really confirm the specifics about it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to speculate or make a bunch of assumptions about. So we don't try to explain things that we can't empirically validate. This is the logic that I would use. I would say that if you can measure your floor flat, right, it doesn't matter what's going on above your floor. It's not going to make the floor start to curve. So if we're more about testing the actual surface of the Earth, and then whatever's going on up in the sky that we can't actually empirically get to test, we try not to speculate about it. I mean, it's fun to speculate, but we don't know for sure.
Okay. Then
But you
the
could
other
pretend,
question.
I mean, like, yeah, you could, like, in the heliocentric worldview, where they tell you that it isn't possible for things to be flat. That kind of runs in contradiction with their own model, because they say anything is possible. Like, you've got Asgard out there. You got Star Commander. Thor. You got Middle Earth. All these like globalist fan fiction. Terry Pratchett, Discworld. You got Dark City, the movie graphic novel. So for you to say, hey, my understanding of the heliocentric model is that all things must be balls, that's a very poor read and misunderstanding of what they're trying to present.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. The question is, why do they need it? Why do they need like the whole complete lie about the globe and about the round form of the Earth? Why do they need that? What is the purpose of the lies?
I don't think most people are lying, to be honest. I think it's more tradition at this point, or something that's taught at university as fact that doesn't have any empirical evidence behind the foundations of it. Most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, like scientists, professors, that kind of thing, they're just regurgitating the information that they've memorized from the textbooks that they had to memorize at university to get their degrees. And most of them have probably never even questioned that core mathematics and whatnot behind the globe.
But the thing is that there were people in space, right? So they're aligned. Everyone
Were they?
who've been in space, they're aligned,
Right.
right?
So they're lying about that. Then.
No, I knew that the moon landing was fake before I even started learning about flat Earth. It's clearly fake.
Yeah,
Look
you
up the
kind of know
guy-
they're lying because they said so. They told
Look
you
up
they're
the
lying.
guy Bert Sibrel. Bert Sibrel. This is the best guy about the moon landing and all these things.
Bro, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Bart's an interesting character because he doesn't really like flat earthers. So it's a good source to use because he's not a flat earther. He thinks flat earthers are CIA without exception. He thinks a modern flat earth movement is brought to by the CIA.
Yeah, he thinks that because every people like he's met. How can I say this?
But I mean, we don't need to go into it.
He's
So,
frustrated
basically,
because
yeah, hold on,
Wants to be
dude.
taken seriously. That's
We don't go into that because
Yeah.
you don't need flat Earth to discuss how
Yeah.
Richard Nixon in the 1960s faked that stuff. That can be fully contained within the globe
So
worldview.
he believes the Earth is a globe. So he's frustrated because people believe he's a flat earther. That's his frustration.
it's like Ken Hovind. He wants to be
That's
taken
why he
seriously
thinks-
about
that's why he
his
thinks
stance on
it's
evolution and all those things, right? And then that's why he poo-poos flat Earth as well.
Yeah, there's also a
Young
chance
Earth creationist. Yeah.
he may have been fed poor flat Earth arguments by someone as well, and just got his whole perception of it completely skewed from the start.
Yeah, and that's why
Just
he
maybe.
concludes that therefore it must be CIA to mess with him or something.
Well, he might have interacted with some guy who gave him the impression, and that's what he's basing it on. But he's stereotype judging everyone as that. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway,
I
he
can
doesn't. He
understand.
hasn't looked into it.
I can understand. He has a lot of good argumentation and has built a lot of work on debunking the moon landings, and you kind of don't want to taint your legacy if you've done so much work if flat Earth turns out to be wrong. So, like, I understand him not wanting to spend too much work on that and going off onto a tangent into this aspect, and I respect him being in his own field, if you will, of research. I don't want to force anybody to accept the truth. They will just come to it when he finally sees information from a source he'll accept.
Well, that's the thing. All these people that are talking about other conspiracy theories, or people who are talking about anarchy, because I'm into that. All these people, because the subjects they are talking about are already hard to digest, or hard to accept, or seem controversial, they don't need this flat earth stuff. It's gonna make it even more difficult to get the word across for them. You know, so that's the reason why.
Well, I mean, why not push the boundaries though? Well, why stop at that, right?
Me, for example, I would
Yeah.
push the boundaries, but Cyber is, I mean, I guess he's trying to make a living out of this, and it's just in the eyes of the people, this will make him seem ridiculous and stuff like that, because that's people's perception.
That's
of
what I
the
said.
subject
He
at
wants
the
to be
moment.
taken seriously, and
Yeah,
generally
Yeah.
there's a stigma attached to flat Earth, which involves
Yeah.
us just being crazy conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's just outlandish, right?
He's trying to get the moon landing hoax understood by the general public, and he doesn't want any kind of negative bias to prevent them from being able to see his evidence. So he's trying to present it in the best way possible, kind of like how we kind of like to just talk about flat Earth, so we can present the arguments and just the arguments, and people won't get hung up over their bias of like, I am vegan, or I'm a carnivore, or I'm this, or I'm that. We just want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well,
And the thing about
we
him,
experience something similar within our community, right? Where we have people wanting to talk about ice walls and the outer ponds and that sort of thing, right? And domes and a specific cosmological model, right? And and we're disattached from that to a large degree, right? And that we kind of don't want that stigma attached to us about what we're talking about pure geometry, right? And what can be empirically demonstrated, right?
Yeah, that's
So
why I
this is
don't.
a similar thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't like blame Bart Sibrel for not going into flat Earth. Like, it would be cool if he went into it because he does good research, but I'm fine with him doing the research that we can use.
yeah, and I think about him is because he's talking about moon landing. The thing is, already when people are saying that the moon landing was fake, other people just automatically assume you're a flat earther. So that's why he had to say, he had like this strong reaction.
Well, they shouldn't do
There
that
must be.
because people were talking about the moon landing being fake the day it happened. People were rolling their eyes like, "This is Richard Nixon." God, what's next? What, like, really, dude? So they don't need flat. This is it's kind of like a red herring. Because I first found out about it by questioning the Apollo program. I was on the server that had, well, this is years ago, as a Facebook page about the moon mission being fake, and they started calling me a flat earther, like a flurman, a flat earth vermin, if you question the Apollo program. And eventually, after hanging out on the page long enough, I realized they're a bunch of neo-Nazis. They want to dehumanize anybody who was shit-talking the Apollo program, because in their worldview, they saw the Apollo program as a righteous vindication of World War II Germany. So when you come there and say, hey, I think the Apollo program's fake, what they actually hear is something completely different. That you're like shit-talking like their perfect world, their utopia.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what people hear when you start talking about we didn't go to the moon. They're not hearing like when you say the earth is flat or we didn't go to the moon. What they're hearing you say is God didn't bless America with a moon mission. That America was, make America great again. The high watermark of American exceptionalism, the Apollo program, that never happened. America was never great. That's what they're actually hearing. They're not listening to the data about where's the telemetry data, where's the blueprints for the lunar rover, all that stuff, all the evidence about how the Apollo program was faked. They're not hearing any of it. It's going right over their head. They just hear you say over and over again that God didn't bless America. That God, America is not the shining beacon on the hill. America is not 60 years ahead of all other nations.
It's
So
more
it gets
than
into this
America.
really
It's the whole
cringe.
world. It's all of humanity took a giant leap for mankind, and that's why it's so personal to all of them because we're the most advanced right now. We could
Yeah.
go to outer space. Don't take that dream away from me.
Yeah. My question is, where is all this money that NASA's taking? What are they doing with all
Weapons.
this money?
Yeah, that you saw the Apollo program virtually ushered in the Minuteman missile, the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's what it was. The whole kit and caboodle was a weapons program, which this because Eisenhower, the guy who signed it into law, NASA signed NASA into law, he says, hey, I tried to stop, I'm paraphrasing, I tried to stop the military industrial complex. I failed. Now it's on you guys to do it. You have to stop the military industrial complex. I failed. Then his vice president, Richard Nixon, runs for president. And for one of the first times only in all of U.S. history, a vice president doesn't endorse his own, or his president doesn't endorse his own vice president. So thank God, Nixon loses to Kennedy. And it prevents what was going to happen. But then Kennedy's assassinated. And Richard Nixon wins anyway. And then you get the Apollo program. And then you get weapons of mass destruction on a global scale. That's where that money went. That money went directly into developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. You know this too because all the countries that boast space programs, all 7 of them, all have exactly the same military capability. Intercontinental missiles. There isn't not one single, it's 1-for-1 correlation. So they're all in on it. They go, well, hey, you can't tell your populace that your space program's fake because I'll tell your populace that it's fake too. They're all in on it. They know that they want this spending, they want this military spending, they want to hide it from their populace, and they all kind of do a wink and a nod behind closed doors and pretend like they're boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity, and they're not.
Well, it's weird because I remain with the impression that Bart Cyber believed that China's and Russia's or both space programs are actually real, unlike the US or something like that.
Yeah, I really
Like
don't know.
he believes.
I stopped watching Bart Sabel when he started weaponizing the YouTube reporting system. It would go through, flat Earth channels and just mass report for copyright infringement. At that point, I checked out. If you're going to weaponize victimhood like that and pretend like, it's nothing. The guy's worthless.
Yeah, that's not well.
Useless at that point. Like he became the enemy he thought. The CIA would love to shut down Flat Earth. And there he is doing CIA's work for them. While claiming we're the ones who are CIA. The guy lost the plot. It's quite embarrassing, but really it goes to show you that we don't need to talk about the moon mission. Let the globalists hash it out. They can sit there and argue about who got to the moon first and whose Sky Daddy blessed which space program. Here in this channel, we talk about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. All the rest of that stuff is peripheral content that really kind of leads to nowhere, like a bridge to nowhere. Because if they faked it or if they didn't fake it, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured, observable, and practically used as flat. Government today could come out and say, we faked it. And give reasons why. Say we're stuck in the Cold War, we had to develop weapons and all of it. Complete like Bill Clinton's book, like in his memoir about one of the things he came the president, and he looked at all the data and the information for the Apollo program, and he was stunned by the lack of content there showing that there was an Apollo program at all. And he said he had a kooky neighbor that, like, I can't remember the neighbor's name, but he used to talk about that the moon mission was fake, and he's like, what a kook. And he's like, wow, but now as president and having full access to all the classified information, he didn't see anything there that really convinced him it ever happened at all.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I know this is the besides the subject, but just yes or no, do you think the 9/11 was a controlled demolition or not?
Yeah, that's another peripheral topic. You don't need flat Earth for that topic. The conspiracy type stuff. There's going to be people
I know.
there's going to be people who think all kinds of things about it. And it doesn't match. It won't match. You could go down the list of flat earthers and it'll probably match the same swath of anybody. Like if you were to say and just go through a swath of all people, of people in the globe side, or just a general population, and just say, hey, I got some questions about 9/11. That swath.
No. That's not what I mean. I was just curious if you are
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
type
saying.
of person who.
That I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant
Okay,
to the
that's fine.
topic. It'd be the same thing asking me like, "Hey, do you believe pineapple belongs on pizza?" And I
Yeah.
could give you the answer, but it would be the same probative value.
No. I just wanted to, because I sense this feeling that you guys are like me.
Yeah, I would say there's probably nobody like you. You're like unique in the world. You're one of a kind.
It's true. But I guess I was just curious about your guys' way of thinking. If you came to the same conclusions, how similar we are, basically. I know
Yeah,
it
you
sounds
got people on the
strange.
globe side who also think that it was a conspiracy theory. So you don't need that topic
know,
for this
yeah.
topic. Yeah. So it doesn't match. It's one of those things where it won't work. It'd be like, like, hey, how many people here speak English or something like that? It wouldn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work. That question, that line of questioning doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's either a bridge to nowhere or an abrupt dead end that you have to turn around and go back the way you came. It's like, I wonder how many flat earthers use Discord or something like that. Like, what's cat and dog people, or what, complete non sequiturs that don't matter one way or the other. But the only reason why it matters when we start talking about demographics is some odd reason the astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservative, without exception. Every single one of them. So when you talk about, shouldn't there be some sort of mix or balance? Like, shouldn't the astronaut corps somewhat match the general demographics of America? Well, no, not at all. What they do, they call it the right stuff. Christian conservatism in their worldview, NASA's worldview, is how you become the best of the best, the cream of the crop. That's step one. Are you a Christian conservative? If not, well, you don't have the right stuff to be. Your dreams of becoming an astronaut are over before they even started. Now, that's a good probative question. Why? Why is that the case? See, they like to pretend like, oh, flat earthers are all these bigoted, hypocritical, homophobic, whatever Neanderthals. Really? Have you seen the federal government? Have you seen NASA? And you think we're the bigoted, exclusive people? That's really the only way you want to look at this, is you want to find something that's not like the other. So when you look at a flat earther, they're going to be about equal to the general population in all senses, except they kind of know about heliocentric and geocentric and have looked into it. Most people don't. They don't even care. Jay Leno used to do a thing called jaywalking, where he would walk up and ask random people on the street just questions, just basic questions. In one of them, he did like a heliocentric model questionnaire, like how many planets in the solar system. People said everything but 9, like 28, 3, 40, 60. They asked people, what galaxy is Earth in? People would have no idea. What's a galaxy? An S-phone
I've
galaxy?
heard people say like, Mars?
Yeah, the one was the guy gave him a hint. I'll give you a hint. It's a candy bar. And the dude said Mars. Like a Mars bar. And he's like, well, no. Well, Baby Ruth? Like he started listing every candy bar but the Milky Way. Yeah, it's like, they had I could find the video. They had a Jeopardy thing about like a real estate agent, real estate solar system. And they just brought up really basic questions. Like simple like questions where like, this planet is known for its big red storm. Or something like that. But it's okay because you can hang out and it's some 70 different moons. People are like, Mars. They go, nope, no one's got a guess. And everyone's like, nah, I got nothing. And then it's like, one of them's like, this planet is icy cold. Make sure you bundle up. And it's funny to say its name. And the dude's like, Earth. Or whatever. I don't remember the exact verbiage. But they went through 5. These are supposed to be double Jeopardy. Like, people smart as shit. And you couldn't get even basic sort of comedy heliocentric questions right. And like the guy who won a bunch, I can't think of his name right now. Like Pat something or whatever. With Jay Jenkins, Pat Jenkins, or whatever his name was. He was the one who was hosting it, and he was giggling as they're getting these questions wrong. And at the end, he's like, "I guess astronomy isn't your guys' strong suit." And they all started giggling. I guess not. So that's the demographic you'd be looking for, is how come the general population has no clue that Earth is a third rock from the sun? That there's 8 or 9 planets, depending on how you classify Pluto. They can't even name the planets in order. They can't tell you how many continents there are, how many oceans there are, what the size of Earth is, what the axial tilt is claimed. They don't know what causes a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. They don't know what causes moon phases. None of it. They know absolutely nothing about it, but they'll come in here and tell you photographs from space prove the Earth is not a flat. And you ask them, well, sure, who took the photo? What year was it? They don't know that either. Like, they're arguing from absolute complete ignorance because they saw a YouTube video that said flat earthers are dumb. That's it. That's the whole story. And they get questions in here about like, why would they lie? Is the moon flat too? So we got enough content. Basically, I know it's kind of a ramble. I went on for a little bit there. I got a little long-winded. But the main point is we don't need to go into peripheral topics. There's more than enough content to just stay on Earth, on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's surprising even just how many people think that Katy Perry floated around because she'd escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Yeah, man. They think that they go up and then they pop through like a little like a shield, and then all of a sudden they're in space and they're floating around.
Yeah, I talked to this dude, atheist, who what identifies as a Satanist for some reason. Got pissed at me for whatever reason, and started telling me about how things float in space because it's zero gravity. So I'm like, that's interesting, because I was told they're following the curvature of time and space, but Earth keeps moving out of the way. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's just some dumb flat Earth speech. So I start pulling up citations, multiple back-to-back citations about how under modern understanding of physics, that they're following the trajectory of time and space, link him videos. Then his response was to just start porn bombing my DMs.
Guys, do you think my voice or the way I speak is annoying?
Yeah, it's an irrelevant question to you. That's so
No.
subjective that it doesn't matter. So people would say yes and people would say no, and it wouldn't matter.
Maybe there's something I can change, or maybe
No, you don't need to
my
change
accent
anything.
is super annoying. I don't know.
No, you don't need to change anything at all. You're perfectly you.
Okay, thank you.
If somebody has a problem with your voice, good, bad, or otherwise, that's 100% inside themselves. You can't change or affect that. If they try to blame you for that, then they're emotionally dysregulated. You can't be responsible for someone's subjective take about what your voice sounds like. If you want my answer is no, absolutely not.
No, like maybe, okay, thank you. I was thinking maybe it's super annoying. That maybe I'm speaking too slow or something.
No, man. Absolutely not.
Okay, I appreciate it. Interesting things I've learned today. I'm gonna be telling this information to other people as well.
Yeah, my take on that is have them approach you. I've noticed, like in the days of yore, like 2018 time frame, I used to talk to a lot of people, like IRL, and it really went. You never know where someone's at. So what I do is like I'd wear like a flat Earth T-shirt. I would have like like a bumper sticker on my car that says "Research Flat Earth." Let them approach you. So then they're ready for the conversation, instead of you just saying, "Hey, have you heard the Earth is flat?" Because you don't know where someone might be in headspace, and some people react very weirdly to this information. Like they might just crack, like just like completely crack. It's so like they might really have a lot of ego driven into the world being a globe for some reason. They a lot of people don't explain or take questions on it. My take is that some of them have this idea that their life is so horrible that they think that sooner or later they're going to travel to space and everything's going to get solved. So they could just be right on the edge, and you say, "Hey, have you heard the Earth measures flat because of laser tests?" They won't hear a single word. They'll just hear you say, "I'm here to kill your dreams of a better life." And that's what they'll respond to.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that use caution, use a lot of wisdom and caution. And, it's kind of hard to like drop this topic on people's laps because they're not ready for it. That line from the Matrix. Some of them are so hopelessly plugged in, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to defend the same system that enslaves them. I mean, see the way people react violently over a parking spot for, like holy crap. You see a little league game arguing over some teenage umpire, maybe calling a ball a strike or, calling a ball fall. I mean, just think that's how they act. Because they're on this high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their brain really isn't functioning well. And that's another thing from Richard Nixon, that sugar added to food, the high fructose corn syrup. So you don't know. So I know I'm harping on this, but be cautious. Because you have no idea where somebody's at. And this topic can be very triggering.
Oh, sorry, hot miking.
What you got to do is find a way to flat smack someone. So like my uncle is into the fluoride. So I showed him a video of astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. That's all it took. It wasn't like I needed to talk about, NASA bloopers and ISS. Just show them like a random kiddo asking an astronaut on the live stream, "How do you brush your teeth in space?" And the astronaut's talking about swallow your toothpaste. That's all it took.
Oh wait, they said that.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Another one I flat smacked because they thought that astronauts are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Like astronauts are so advanced, multiple, like interdisciplinary doctorate degrees. Like when God made them, God broke the mold. They're one of a kind. And I showed them a video of Don Pettit playing with eggs on the ISS, talking about Angry Birds and all kinds of dumb shit. And it wasn't NASA's YouTube video. It was like someone else had clipped it. Then like my family member said, "Well, that's a gag. That's not that's not a real astronaut. That's complete garbage. Why would you show me something that's obviously some sort of dumb flat earth skit?" So then I'm like, okay, well, sure. Well, here's I pulled up Don Pettit on NASA's website, and I'm like, here you go. Here, this is the same guy. They shifted the goalpost. Okay, well, sure. That looks like him. It's a celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, what the hell? So you're saying that flat earthers can make skits using celebrity impersonators. And they're like, yeah. So by the grace of God, the video is posted on NASA's own website. You could still to this day just go to NASA's official YouTube page, type in Angry Birds in Space, and there's Don Pettit acting like a complete other moron. and that's all it took. Once he saw this supposedly cream of the crop, the spokesman for the astronauts, supposedly the best of the best astronauts, the longest lasting, the longest serving astronaut who's done multiple commands, all of it. When he saw him talk like the guy can barely tie his shoes, that's all it took.
Yeah, so the evidence matters, but also the state of mind of the person receiving the evidence matters also, because if the state of mind is that this is ridiculous and they want to make fun of it, then it's not the right moment to show any evidence. Maybe
Yeah,
in
you gotta
time
find the moment. You gotta find not only the right moment,
you
but
can just
also
say
like the right
something,
frame of
and in
mind.
time
Yeah, what
it's
is this
gonna.
about? Is this a flat Earth debate? Or what?
No,
It's a
it's a
flatter
it's a
discussion.
flat Earth discussion. Yeah. If you want to debate, do you have a claim?
Oh no, I'm not a flat earther. Yeah,
You're what?
I'm not a flat earther. No,
Okay. Do you have a claim about the Earth?
no.
Okay, so you can't really debate then. There isn't a debate where there's no claim on the table.
Uh-huh. I mean, I could argue that the Bible said it was flat, right?
Well, yeah, that would be a theological discussion that
I'm
really
not
has
Christian
nothing to
related.
do.
Yeah.
That's very easy. All you gotta do is steel man the astronaut's position, where the Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, brought a Bible to the moon.
Hmm?
That's a very easy position to take. But you
mean-
say that Don Pettit, the current director of NASA, said that God of the Bible told him to come out of retirement because God said he was
What?
both an astronaut and a statesman. So
Did
he
he?
can return NASA back to the moon because he got the special skills to do so.
In
So yeah, this
2029?
idea where you just invoke the biblical theological claims made by astronauts and NASA, that's too easy. That's easy mode.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna argue it was religion, right? So yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to say like prove it, like could you?
Are you a flat
prove
earther or what
you're
are you?
Sky Daddy?
What are
I would
you?
like to see, hey, astronaut Don Pettit, or not Don Pettit,
No, I'm
whatever.
asking, what are you? Are you a flat earther? Or?
Yeah, Earth is flat. If you want to say that's a flat earther, then I mean, sure.
So you believe
No,
the
no
Earth's
belief.
flat? Why
Belief
is
is
that?
not required.
Oh, you
My belief, one way or the other, wouldn't change what the Earth is. The Earth is measured, observable, and practically used as flat. My belief, one way or the other, wouldn't change those three facts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough. It is like almost 2 a.m. What the hell? I should go to bed.
Yeah, we didn't hear the last part you said. You kind of roboted.
In the Matrix, man.
Up, Josh.
Are y'all native English speakers or?
Oh no, it's a mixture. Mostly, I guess, in here. I think.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, you was kind of.
You sound like you're American. That's when you just said it was like nearly 2 a.m. I was like, where the hell's this guy? You sound
No,
like
I'm in
you're from
Egypt.
America.
Eastern Europe,
Eastern
Yeah.
Europe, yeah.
I'm in
or
Egypt.
Middle East,
I'm
or
Egyptian.
Egypt. Yeah.
Egypt. Oh, okay, cool. I'm in I'm in Poland. It's almost 1 a.m. here.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm like an hour ahead. 2 hours. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
So you
A lot of
believe that
people
it's?
from
Do
Egypt
you
here.
think it's a globe? Do you have a claim for it being a globe? You asked, was it a debate going on?
Hey, just a second, Reg. Motion. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we just had some feedback. What's up, Reg? Good to see you, man.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you ask your question again, Reg? Because there was some feedback through the
Oh,
other
I was.
guy's mic.
Yeah, I was just asking the guy. Do he have a claim of the globe? Because he was asking, was a debate going on? I mean, he could basically tell us why he think it's a globe if he think it's a globe.
I mean, I do not have evidence to confirm that, so I wouldn't like to debate.
Yeah, but why do you think
Yeah.
it's a globe? How do you know? Like, or just someone told you, or what do you think?
I mean, yeah, that, but from what I've seen too, and from what I've studied, right?
Yeah,
So
what
yeah,
would that be? That would be then. You said you don't have no evidence. What would that be? What have you
like
studied?
Newton's
What is the evidence?
law of motions, right? That makes sense.
The law of motion, where things in motion stay in motion, things in rest stay at rest.
Yeah.
Okay, and that makes sense because of
The Earth moving?
yeah.
Newton's second law, was it second or third law? I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, in order for you to prove that whether or not the Earth is a shape, right? When you be studying geometry or geography,
Yeah, you'll need to
No.
get the laws
Geography?
directly.
No.
You can colloquially speak about stuff. You'll need to say like, "Oh, I know the laws exactly by heart, word for word." So no one here is gonna be like, "Oh, you slightly got one word wrong." Like when you talk
yeah,
about the laws of motion, everyone knows what you're talking
Yeah, I'm
about.
not an astrophysicist. I'm not
Yeah.
an astrophysicist. So yeah.
Yeah. So just
yeah,
where do you get that? So in Newton's, I hope I don't mess it up. I think it's first law. Where do you get that the Earth is a spinning ball tard in the vacuum of space?
Doesn't directly tell you that, but from what I've seen and from what we've seen, that let's say we drop a circle, right? It like a flat, no, not a circle, like a plate, right? It is not gonna move it the same way as a circle does, or like a round, circular item does. So that's what Newton's law do explain. You know what I mean, right?
Newton's law that is out of date. That
It
one.
is out of date, but like Einstein's was it? Laws of relativity was based upon it, and he studied from it.
Oh,
So
it was there to supersede it. He said it was wrong.
yeah, he made it better, but he studied upon it. He got the basics from it.
But
The
when he did, he
beginning,
said it was wrong. He
which
came
is
up with
I don't
the
know.
law of relativity to say it was wrong.
No, he took some stuff from it, and he didn't disprove it. He said some
He
of
took
the
nothing
stuff
from it.
were wrong. But yeah,
What is relativity? What is it?
what?
What is relativity? What did Einstein come up with?
It isn't directly something about theirs, so
So
not
you
sure.
don't even listen.
It wouldn't also
Einstein
help
said
in
it.
this.
Okay,
No, it wouldn't help in this debate.
Newton. Okay, got you. Newton believed that it was a force. That's what Newton believed. Einstein said that it's not. He said that it's a pseudo force. So that means Einstein is disagreeing.
No, what Newton said that weight was a gravitational force and mass. It was based on Newton. No, weight was based upon
Einstein said it's
Newton's,
not.
right?
Einstein said that it's not.
Which is a gravitational force.
No, Einstein said there is no
Well, yeah,
gravitational
I don't know
force.
about that.
Okay.
What about Newton right now?
Okay,
Talk
but
about
here's the
what Newton said right
educational, but here's the educational moment. Einstein said that there is no gravitational force. He said that it's a continual, right,
now.
of space-time bending.
Uh-huh.
And he said that it's acting as a pseudo force. It's not force. It's acting as a pseudo force. That's what Einstein said. Basically, he's stating if you're saying pseudo, that means that it's not. Pseudo doesn't mean that it is. So he basically saying y'all believe
He
that
said
it
it's
is
not.
a force,
Yeah,
but it's
I get it.
actually. He said y'all believe that it is a force, but it's actually
But
space time. That's what he's saying. So we're talking about something, and I don't know how would this get quickly to a globe, but you're talking about something that's been out of date for a long time.
and Einstein's redid it.
Why you guys don't study the Einstein gravity? Why you don't like that one?
Newton's pretty
Pseudo-force
easy.
is still a
Newton's
force.
laws are pretty easy. So
Yeah, but
what?
it's not a group.
Sorry.
It's not true. I mean, according to y'all, I mean,
I might
it's not
study
true.
it.
Well, not you, but it's according to them. It's not. It's not true. It's superseded.
You might be wrong. I don't know.
Pseudo-force doesn't mean
Right?
it's not a force. You don't know what pseudo-force means.
What does pseudo force
Oh, what does it
mean?
mean?
It says it's dependent on the reference frame.
Yeah,
What
so
reference?
it's not a
Centrifugal force is
force.
a pseudo force.
So it's a pseudo
Yeah.
force. It's not a force, bro.
That's why they put pseudo in front of it, right? Because it's not a force.
It's
Yeah,
like
but
a
you can
dull
still
moment.
notice it.
It's
Centrifugal
not
force
a
is a
force.
pseudo-force,
It's
but
not
you
a
still get
force.
pushed to the
Don't
side.
come in here with the same argument, bro. It's not a force. Just say it's not a force.
A pseudo-force is a force. That's
It's
what you
not.
got wrong.
It's literally not. That's why I say pseudo.
Let me see. I don't think
Oh yeah, how about maybe let's see if he can explain. So if it's a force, why put pseudo in front of it? Why not just say force?
Because you still notice an effect.
Okay, yeah,
What?
it's just the
Not a
force
force,
itself.
though.
Yeah, so if I say gravity is a pseudo force, so since we're in the English hub, it's kind of good to talk about this. But gravity is a force, not a pseudo force. Why not just say gravity is a force?
Like Newton did.
That's
Like that
because
word
usually you are
pseudo.
not in a non-inertial reference frame. You are in the moving or in the
Yeah, that
accelerated
would be a
reference
claim.
frame.
Yeah, that would be a claim that you haven't proven yet, and neither did Einstein. And
But that's the
Einstein is not
definition of
talking about the
pseudo-force. If you accept
hold on for a
pseudo-force, then
second.
you have to
Hold on
accept
for a
the
second.
definition with the
Einstein, hold
reference
on.
frame.
Okay, got you. Einstein is not even talking about that. He's not even talking about Coriolis at that moment. He just explained what gravity is and what gravity is not. What paper is you what is you reading? Go on ChatGPT right now.
But just quickly, I just want to read
ChatGPT.
out a couple of definitions really quickly. So pseudo means not genuine. Okay, it's also known as a fictitious force, right? Okay, so not real or true, imaginary or fabricated.
Right. So, and he said, and it's a reason why Einstein put it in that manner,
That's
because
first
he
time.
said, because there's already a belief that gravity is a force because of the laws. But Einstein was against it. He supersedes it. He says it in his own papers that he superseded those laws. You're talking about an inertial and non-inertial reference frame. You're trying to get into a debate about whether or not the Earth is spinning. That's Coriolis effect. We're not even talking about that yet. You haven't even proven gravity yet, nor have you proven that the Earth is a globe.
I'm
Just
not
begging
talking
the
about
question.
Earth
Now,
spinning.
back to
When you
the
talk
view,
about gravity
we
and
just begging the
pseudo-force,
question.
it's
Back
not
to the
about the Earth
guy.
spinning. You got that
Yeah,
wrong.
great. Begging the question. Back to the guy. Is that or what he left? Okay. Did he
No,
leave?
I'm here. I'm here. I didn't leave.
Yeah, so you see, this is the problem we have here. We got people who don't know what words mean or don't like them for some reason.
Isn't like Earth's over the horizon though? Like, can't we see it as a globe? Because of round shape?
What horizon? What you mean?
Like over the like let's say Norway, right? We can see it over the horizon.
We get a horizon on the globe.
Yeah, like if it wasn't a globe, like if it was flat, for example, it would be all over
Can
the
you,
Earth, not in one place, right? The horizon is in one place.
Well, what is the
can you
horizon?
define horizon, please? Define it.
Yeah, what is the
With,
horizon?
Let me see.
with citation would be great.
Mhm. gonna send it in chat. Apparent line that separates Earth from the sky.
Okay, so it's an apparent location. It's not Earth curve. It's not something that can be gone over. It's an apparent place where the sky meets the Earth or the sea.
Yep.
So nothing is going over an apparent location.
I don't get how it would be in one location then, or like two.
One
What do they
location.
do?
If the Earth was a globe, it would have to be in one location, and that would be based on the geometry of the globe and the observer's height.
Yeah, I'm saying if it was a flat Earth, so it wouldn't be like that, would it?
The flat Earth doesn't make claims about what the horizon is.
In the horizon, if you guys is claiming that it's a globe, it will have a physical location. So just because off that definition that you just read, it said that the horizon is at an apparent location.
You could have a Senate, right? An observatory.
Also, wait a minute. Also, you know what the horizon is actually used for?
What?
It's also used to level. It's also used for at sea level as well. We also use that to basically travel horizontally.
Yeah, the
Why
ocean.
would you use that? Yes. Why would you use the horizon to travel horizontally if the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah. The ocean.
So that's more flat Earth proof than it is globe proof.
That wasn't a very good argument, was it?
I mean, you could go back and go on, wherever you was at and read that from and see what they say about it. But these are more flat Earth claims than globe claims.
I mean, I'm not trying to have a debate, but I'm trying to figure out how do you believe in a flat Earth, right?
It's not a debate; it's just a discussion. But these are the things; these are the topics that come up. Like, so you getting into it now, and just giving you something to think about. Like the horizon. The horizon is a globe claim. The horizon is where the globe claimed that there's a physical radius value where ships go beyond the horizon.
You can measure force and use it to calculate after the car.
He's talking about something unrelated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so look, let's stay on horizon for a bit. Okay, because it's something, right? If you have a globe, the horizon would have to be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. And it would be a physical location depending on the height of the observer. So let's say you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach and you don't move, right? You're standing there looking out. You can calculate that on a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, that the horizon would be it's 3 miles. It's approximately 3 miles. I'm not sure what that is. It's about 5 kilometers, I think. Okay, that's the distance that the cutoff point would be. Okay, to how far you could see. Anything that goes beyond that would start to become obstructed physically behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, that's one of the easiest things that we can actually go out and test for in reality. We can pick a large body of water that has, for example, say a 20-mile distance across it, and then we can calculate based off the observer height. I can hear myself echoing through someone. Thanks. Okay. Yep. So if we have, let's say we have a 20-mile lake, okay, we can calculate that on the other side of the lake, 20 miles away, there should be basically 266 feet of curvature between point A and point B if the Earth was a globe. And we can start testing for that horizon at the distance it should be at. Let's say we set up a camera on a tripod, 6 foot high. The horizon should be at about 5 kilometers away or 3 miles away. Okay, you shouldn't be able to zoom in with that camera and see the shoreline on the other side of the 20-mile lake. It
There's
should
a
be hidden.
telescope, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like a telescope or like a super zoom camera or something like that. Yeah, but what happens when we go out and test that in reality, we can actually zoom across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side. Or see a person standing on the other side.
So it was debunked, yeah.
Yeah,
Excuse me, I have a question.
hold on.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
What's up?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
you're excused.
It's mine.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
mine.
Jesus! Wow, what are you doing to these guys? They're going crazy tonight.
Yes. So Elijah, we can test that over and over again, and that's been done probably thousands of times now, using all sorts of different equipment, different bodies of water, whether it be lake or ocean. We can use lasers. We can use all sorts of different stuff, and we've done that. It's been documented, and we can show people the tests. Yeah, show people the tests showing that there's no curvature over these
After all, I
distances.
said it was a pretty dumb argument. So excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of got it, DJ. Like, I guess you want to think about it for a little bit.
Yo.
Plenty of videos about it too. If you want to see it live.
I mean, I could look it up and find a video. Yeah.
I think we have a flat conversation here.
I'm not a flat earther.
I don't get it.
It's not a good joke, too.
He's not one yet.
Not yet. All right.
Well, everyone lives on a flat
I mean,
Earth.
if you
Some-
convince
some
me, I
people-
can be a flat earther, right? So.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Oh, we're
convince
not
you.
here to convince anybody.
Yeah, we can just show you a shit ton of empirical evidence and then ask you to critically analyze it and then find evidence from the globe and then weigh it up, use your common sense and come to a logical conclusion.
Oh wait, you owned a flat earth server? Oh shit.
We don't
Yeah.
need the convinced people. We need people that already know it's flat.
What?
You said we don't need to convince the people that already know it's flat. I see.
We don't need the people here that need to be convinced or that are just convinced of it, because that means they haven't looked for themselves and figured it out that it actually is flat. They just need to be convinced. Like you're convinced that you live on a ball because NASA told you that.
I mean, I would say that. No, I get what you're saying because
You're convinced that you're a
what they
Homo
see
sapien
themselves,
because
but
you've
I
seen
mean,
proof, right? You've seen
that's not
scientific proof.
that's not enough. I would say you're looking for people who are open for the information, or open to receive the information.
He said he's gonna look it over, so I mean, can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, most people have never been presented with an alternative to the globe. You know,
DJ,
and
I've
they
got a question. Like
yeah,
general.
go ahead, man.
Yeah, all right. So, do you believe the Apollo mission happened, or?
No, I think that they faked the Apollo missions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, what about any satellites? Okay.
Satellites. Well, you could try to pick any satellite that you want to, and you're not going to be able to confirm anything about it. You're just kind of going to have to trust that it's the
Yeah.
height and that it's it's in the vacuum of space, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if it wasn't in the vacuum of space, it would fall off due to
Well, I mean, they also there's different types of satellites as well that even they admit that are up there, like stratospheric satellite balloons and different things like that, high altitude
Oh yeah,
platforms.
balloons. Yeah, I mean like solar panel, satellites.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only actual footage that we have of satellites up there is satellites attached to balloons, satellites crashing to the Earth that happen to have balloons attached to them as well. So, I mean, most communication is done via undersea cables anyway. But when it comes to satellites in space, it's one of those things that it's always going to be something that you're going to have faith in. It's not going to be something that you're going to be able to empirically verify. Now, my logic would be if you can measure the floor, right, flat, and you can check every single little square inch of the floor and just keep checking it and measuring that there's no curvature over your floor, whatever's going to go on in the sky above that floor that's flat isn't going to change. It's not going to make the floor start curving.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. I mean,
but yeah,
So there could be, you know, satellites up there, that kind of thing, but maybe not exactly as we're told, you know,
Yeah, but
orbiting
like,
around a globe in the vacuum of space.
Mhm.
Actually, we had a satellite engineer in here just a minute ago, but it seems like he's left. But yeah,
Mars
like
rover. Huh?
if we can consistently measure that there's no curvature, then whatever's going on up in the sky is
No, I
happening
said, do you
above.
believe the Mars rover is in Mars? Or
Oh no.
you know?
No. Have you heard of a place called Devon Island?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's where NASA says they do all their training. Happens to look
Is it
exactly
in
like.
Canada or?
Yeah, it's in Canada. It's like an island,
Yeah, no, I
and
know.
it just happens to look exactly like the Mars footage, and they have like replicas of all the things set up there, and even in some of the
No,
Mars
my
footage.
mom's a flat earther, so you know.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even in some of the Mars footage, like you can see like wrappers, like rubbish wrappers, or there's like one where you
Stickers
zoom in
one.
and you can see this little it's like a little ferret looking thing. I think it's native to Devon Island.
Mhm.
Forget exactly what it's called, but
Visions.
look, at the end of the day, it's going to be one of those faith things, you know.
I'm not
NASA.
convinced that you're not gonna change
w-
my mind, right? But
no, I'm not. Look, you shouldn't. After having a short
saying that, but it seems
conversation.
pretty cool that you guys believe in that, right? So
Yeah, well, after having a short conversation, we would never expect you to have completely changed your mind, right? It's just something to think about, and if you want to look into it further, then you can. It's up to you. We're not trying to convince people. It's just like, hey, here's some doors you might not have looked through. Here's some evidence. Look at these tests and critically analyze them and come to your own conclusion.
you're convinced that Earth is flat, right?
Wait, yeah, I saw a bunch of the long distance observations, and then I was like, damn, that's crazy. I live on a giant lake. At the time, this is what I was thinking. I live on a giant lake, Lake Macquarie, huge saltwater lake in Australia. I have a boat, and I bought a super zoom camera, and I went and did my own observations. Okay, and we had it's about a 15-kilometer stretch across the lake, and you can calculate how much curvature there should be. Okay, and I was able to put my camera just above the surface of the water and zoom in across
What
and
about the
see the
International Space Station? Hmm?
International Space Station. It's another, like, there's so much faked footage, like obviously faked footage from it. There's definitely something up there, but we can't confirm that. Like it's like a satellite situation again, right? You get fed a big story
No, it was a
about.
telescope. You cannot see balloons, right?
Yeah,
Like
but you
you can
can't
see the
tell. You can't
International
tell
Space
what
Station. Is it?
you can't see. You see like a light in the sky. You can't see how fast it's going,
No,
right? You
I've
don't
seen
know.
the International Space Station from Egypt myself. So
Yeah,
like I've went to the Egyptian
I've seen
space thingy.
I've seen what is claimed to be the ISS as well, like just with my naked eye from Australia,
Mhm.
two times.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I've
so
seen it on a
I
telescope.
see a little light go across the sky. Okay, you
Yeah.
can't tell how big it is exactly, if it's exactly what they're telling you, how
Oh,
fast it's going, that kind of thing.
so it was a telescope. You can see how can I say this? The doors, right?
Or you can
And
see you can see
yeah,
like a silhouette if you catch it like going past the moon or something like that. You can see a little silhouette of something that
no,
looks.
you can really see it like the entire thing itself. Like
It's
I can put
posted.
the YouTube videos if that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah. So what distance is it and what size is it?
it's like pretty. It's like a fingertip.
And you was able to tell that with the telescope.
Yep.
Wow. And they follow it. That's neat.
Hey, you
Ever try
really
to
really
follow
can.
anything going at 17,500 miles per hour with a camera?
Yeah, you can follow it for a little bit, not for long, of course, right? But yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, you can't confirm exactly what you're looking at and how far away it is and exactly what size it is and that there's people inside of it. Because a lot of the footage shows people using harnesses, right? Using green screens, using hairspray,
Yeah, here I Sunday.
using augmented reality. Like there's a 6-hour playlist of bloopers, like obvious fakery from the ISS. So there's even footage of them doing interviews in a mock-up ISS as well. It's kind of crazy. And yeah, look, there's so much. If you look into it, you'll at least be skeptical about the NASA footage, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to empirically validate exactly what they're telling you because only they have access, right? Allegedly to what they're showing you. Yeah. So even once again, if whatever's going on up in the sky is happening above a flat surface, because we can empirically test the surface over and over again. Like we can shoot, like we had a team of field engineers go to a lake that's 40 kilometers across the lake. They set up the laser at 1.5 meters height, and then they had a target 40 kilometers away at 1.5 meters height. And they shot this $30,000 laser across the lake and hit the target. And they did 5 different tests as well. And this was all documented, and this has been done tons of different times as well by different people. So that's not possible on a globe. Over that distance, there's over 400 foot of curvature. That laser should have been seen something like 90 meters up into the air at point B.
Yeah, if it's curved,
Like, yeah. But the lasers are always hitting their target when people do these laser tests over like long distances. So.
But
Yeah,
but
so
I have a question.
Mhm.
Like,
what's
what do
that?
you think
You
these
know, so
scientists gonna like gain from lying to us that the Earth is not flat or whatever?
I honestly don't think people like professors and like the vast majority of scientists are lying to people. I think that they're repeating information that they learn in textbooks. They're parroting information. They probably never even questioned whether the Earth was a globe or not when they're doing their studies, right? They're not going to go to their professor when they're studying a specific topic and say, well, how do we even know that the Earth's a globe? Let's go test it. No, they're taking that as a given, right? And then they're learning something specific. They're memorizing the information. They're writing it down on their exams and that kind of thing. And then they go on and do their task, related to
So
their field.
even though the Earth is very obviously flat, they believe it to be round.
Yeah, it's very obviously flat, but they believe it to be round because they've never tested the Earth, and they just blindly believe what they've been told, and it's been fed to them since they were young children, and then reinforced throughout the rest of their life.
And professors are not scientists, anyways.
No, they
Yeah,
are.
Professors
Hey, now,
are
that's not
just
very nice.
parrots.
That's not very nice.
Professors are just parrots.
Oh my God, parrots.
Most of them, yeah, most of them, they don't even. I mean, most of them in the field that they are in, it's not scientific in the first place. Most of them is either like mathematicians. They study at mathematics, physicians. Most of them is in. They deal with you could call it math, things within that nature. So they're not actually using like the scientific method in its proper form to begin with. So are we dealing with scientists, or are we just dealing with people that got mathematical models that they're trying to confirm?
I mean, professors are there to teach you something. They're not there to
I mean, they studied it in college.
experiment something.
Studied
or
it in
to
college, so they
touch
should
something.
be, educated about
I
it.
don't see no heated debate though. What's going on?
Yeah, it's not a heated debate. Sorry about that. It's just
No, the Glober's already lost.
friendly
This
discussion.
is a heated
Yeah, there's no
Who says
Glober.
that?
No Globers can debate us
You guys,
anymore. So there's
you
no
guys
debate left.
clickbaited us. You guys clickbaited us. Fuck.
Oh, that's
clickbaited.
terrible. You got clickbaited. You should go somewhere and report us.
Okay. So what's the topic? He thought he ate with that line. Doesn't work like that, bro. He thought, huh?
Yeah.
You'll
Very
quickly
rare.
pick up on the topic if you listen to the conversation. So it's about someone asked why would people be lying about the Earth being a globe, and we were sort of explaining that they're not really lying. They're repeating information that they learned in textbooks. Same with the professors that are teaching the information. They're not lying. They're just the people that are the best at memorizing and regurgitating the textbooks to the students.
Yeah, just like religion,
So what
right?
textbooks that say that
Similar,
the Earth
yeah.
is flat? Yeah. Where's the evidence?
No, they're teaching people that the Earth's a globe because it's in the textbooks. And the evidence that the Earth is flat is the actual Earth itself, right? Specifically water, which covers most of the known area of the Earth. Yeah, water. Yeah.
Okay, but do you know, like,
Water.
wait. Can I say one thing though? You know the thingy with the when you do sports and there's like a camera, and then the camera is like a GoPro. You can see the world is round.
Yeah.
No, a camera like a GoPro just distorts straight lines. So if you have a close look at the camera footage through a GoPro or anything like that, when they send up those balloons up to high altitude, what you're going to see is that the horizon will just warp. Like when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's gonna go look like it's convex, like a globe. And then when it goes below the center of the frame, it's gonna look like it's like the inside of a donut, right? It's gonna be concave. So it's a lens distortion, yeah.
Okay, but when people are like doing like taking pictures and shit, and they're doing videos, you know, they have like a stick, right? But where's the stick? I don't see it in the video.
Yeah, because the camera is
It's-
360.
Holy
It doesn't
cow,
capture the
dude.
camera because the stick is only the camera's hold. The stick is holding the camera. I mean, so you don't
Huh?
see the camera itself.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
We're talking about a stick now. Can you guys get us some Earth curve
No.
measurements,
We were
please?
talking about a GoPro or like whatever. So.
But that's magic.
Right. Right, but let's not like obsess about sticks or GoPros. We need Earth curve measurements, not what is just in an image or
I
in
don't
a
believe,
video.
I don't believe that anybody went to the space. I don't believe it.
Okay. Do you think
But
that
you
you live on a
believe
globe?
I think they planted it. You know, they planted that shit.
They faked it.
Yeah.
We're not talking about what we believe. Do we have any evidence that the Earth is actually a globe?
Okay.
And
Okay,
when I'm asking this,
why
hold
only
on,
rich
bro.
people go
Hold
there?
on,
Why,
hold on,
why
hold
only
on.
white people go there? Okay.
Do we have any Earth curve measurements that we can point to validate this?
No black person has been in space. Why?
Oh wow.
I know there was. There was.
Wait, really?
There was a Nigerian that was sent a few years ago, but yeah.
He never came back, did he?
Okay. No white person or
Yeah.
black person in this space.
Wasn't there a dog in space before? I think and a chimpanzee.
There is no
Right,
outer
yeah.
space for you to go to.
Bro, what are you trying to say? Why did you mention the chimpanzee after I talked about the black people? Huh? Why?
No, because there were
Yeah,
animals
these
in
are
space
just
before,
some
supposedly.
university girls. They're having like a
Because the Soviet
boarding
Union
night
sent
or
animals to
something,
space
trying to
in the
have a
1970s.
Hold on a second. We're going to get back on topic. I mean, it's becoming a heated debate, but you guys are debating about the wrong thing. So the children have been muted. So now we need to know if anybody has any Earth curve measurements.
Yeah, but they trying to bomb the room.
Yep. No Earth curve measurements? Great. Then it is as measured and experienced a flat Earth. End of story. Elijah's giggling. Elijah, you have any Earth curve measurements?
Do you guys
No.
think the sun is round?
I was talking about it, but
Obviously, hold on, bro. Hold on. Yes, obviously. Why would we think that? It is obviously round. It's a circle, right? So it's round.
What about
yeah,
the moon?
What?
What about the moon?
what?
Oh,
Guys
is it a
must be-
circle?
These guys must be
The
slow.
moon is a
They've
circle,
never
yeah.
seen the moon
So,
before.
so do you think
No, we've seen
do you
it.
think
You see the
therefore
moon would be
the Earth like should be also round?
Why would you think? Okay, let's try and see if this is logically consistent. So, when you eat at your table, is the table flat?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so the table's flat. Is the light bulb above the table? Is it flat?
I mean, look, bro.
Wait a minute.
Like, all the planets that are
Look, bro. If
are
you can't answer
round.
the question, then you're running away from the actual question I'm asking you. So, is the light bulb above the table? Is it flat?
No, it isn't.
No. Okay. So, why would you think that if you're on a surface and it measures a certain way, that if you look up at something above it and it's a light, but it's round or whatever shape it is, should it dictate what the surface is that you're eating on or standing on? No. What a silly thing to think.
But the thing is, all the planets that we see like on telescope and shit, they be round.
Right.
And you
So a
you
planet
think that
is a
the Earth
wandering
is the only
star.
planet that's flat?
Holy cow. So if we look up at different stuff other than the Earth and it's round, then in my imagination and my terrible logic, I think that I should live on something that is also round, that is not the thing in the sky. Do you hear yourself?
I mean, I don't say it's like 100% round. I'm just saying, logically, if all the planets that we
But you
saw
should have
is
proof
round,
then.
No.
Earth
You
must
should
be
have
round.
proof that it's round then. Then you should have proof that it's curving. That's why he just asked you. Do you have physical proof of Earth curve, such as measurements?
Me? No, I don't. I'm not
Okay, so you
scientist,
Okay.
just
bro.
looking in the great. So you just looking in the sky and you assume that it's the same thing in the sky. Do you experience walking upside down?
What? What do you
Huh?
mean by walking upside down?
You think that the people that's at the so-called southern hemisphere is walking upside down?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you watch videos of them. When you watch videos of them, do it seem like they walking upside down?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
But the
So
thing,
you don't experience it, you don't see it. Do it feel like you flying in space?
I'm sure there's an explanation for it though.
But
That
you
sounds
don't.
like wishful thinking.
It's not wishful thinking, bro.
No, you're hoping that there's an explanation for why everything that you experience is right side up, horizontal, etc.
Another thing, like,
Remember, you tried to put to us. Wait a minute, hold on. You tried to put to us that we had the illogical consistency here when you said, "Well, all of the planets are round, so why wouldn't the Earth be round?" Remember? Now we put the logical consistency back to you, which is basically direct reasoning of do you experience these things? If not, why do you believe the opposite to be true? Or what evidence do you have that the opposite is true? Because that would be you proving a truth claim.
but the thing is, one when people use the
Don't run away
telescope and
from
see
it. We
like
answered
something
the
like
question.
that.
Put it back to you. We answered your
Bro,
question.
keep
Now we put
interrupting
it
me,
back to
bro.
you. No, we gave you the same thing you gave us. We gave you the same thing you gave us. Remember, you gave us the logical inconsistency, and we answered it. We would like you to. We want you to respond now to ours. Why don't you experience walking around upside down or sideways? And why do you always experience going horizontal? Why don't you experience Coriolis effect, spinning around, flying around in space? Right? Why do
I
you
told you
experience
that I don't. The thing is, I told you that I don't know the answer to that.
Okay,
right?
that's fair. So
Then why do you believe
if you don't
otherwise?
if you experience a horizontal Earth that is stationary, meaning not moving, why would you believe that the opposite is true? Just like Joe said.
I mean, I do think I believe that because I do think there is an explanation for it. And the thing is, when like just an example, I wish you I just need you to answer that. Sorry for my English.
You're okay.
When like people use the telescope and they see like the ISS or whatever, do you think that's fake?
Now let's see if you think it's fake. So I'm going to post an image for you. You tell
I was
me
just talking about
if
that like
you
30 minutes ago. So,
if you think it's fake. So I'm going to post an image, and it's going to give you the scale of the ISS compared to a commercial jet. Do you know what a commercial jet is? I know your English isn't great, but I'm just
Yeah, yeah,
asking
yeah.
for clarity.
I know
Okay.
what the commercial jet is.
So a commercial jet is just a little bit smaller overall area-wise than, let's say, the ISS is supposed to be. So both of these are silhouettes of both objects against the moon. One of them is 7 miles and change away from us. The other one is 253 miles away. So is the ISS going to be bigger or smaller? And by how much at that distance?
Probably bigger.
You think that if the ISS is 253 miles away versus 7.2, it's going to be bigger?
It's gonna be smaller.
Gonna be smaller.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot smaller, and I mean a lot. So, do you still believe that the ISS is in space, or does the angular size of the ISS not match the distance that it's supposed to be?
But the thing is, are you sure this photo is like true? This photo is
No
like
worries.
not
That's
fake?
fine. No worries. If you don't like the photos, now all of a sudden you've become a skeptic. Are you some kind of conspiracy theorist?
What do you mean conspiracy theorist?
Do you believe that someone is trying to fake things to deceive you, to make you think that the reality you experience is not the one that you experience?
No.
Oh, okay, good. So you're not a conspiracy theorist, but let's just ignore the photographs.
But I don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to say that some photos are fake. Obviously, some photos
You
are
can look
fake.
them up, bro.
So if you're
How
saying that
much
it's
to
fake,
prepare?
I would ask you to prove that it is fake.
Okay,
I'll tell you
I'm
what, let's do this. Let's do this. How about this? This will
You know,
make
like,
it
not
really
like I can
simple.
hear him, like chill a little bit. Yeah.
Because, okay,
Yeah, like,
good
calm
job
down.
interrupting, Chief.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry, but calm down, Rizzo.
Yeah, calm down. What are you talking about? Let's try something different. Is the Earth curving at a rate that is consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles, as claimed by the globe geometry?
I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Well, if you're on a ball, doesn't it have to curve?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So who measured the curvature of the Earth? Measured it, not calculated, not begging the question that they're on a ball and the sunlight rays are parallel. Who measured the Earth?
Probably NASA.
Okay, probably NASA. Can you show me those measurements, please?
I don't have them.
You don't have them. So why are you appealing to a source or, an agency that you believe has measured the Earth and said probably, but you don't know if they actually did it? Why would you do that? Why are you trying to lie to me?
No. Let me tell you one thing. First of all, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, right? But I'm not
about
not
any of that.
100% that the Earth is round too. I'm like somewhere in the
Okay.
middle. So you can be
Okay.
like
Okay, fair enough. That's great. So
the
thank
thing
you.
is,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So what about your experience on the Earth makes you even think that you live on a globe?
I mean, there's some things like how do you explain that the cameras that like be focusing on a boat and a boat disappearing after a while?
This is weird. It's weird. I asked you a question and now you're asking me a question that's not related to it. It's like a red herring. It's a
What's your
fallacy.
question? What's your
And he
question?
wanted to use camera. He wanted to use pictures, says who? After he didn't like pictures before.
Right. So
Pictures and videos are not the same, bro.
okay, well that's fine. I've got both pictures and videos if you want of the flat Earth. I mean, if you want to see them, that's fine. But what is it about your experience on the Earth that makes you think you're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
Yalla.
One thing I do like I think about is like there's no way
Your
like
buddy
we'll never
wants to
been to
go.
space.
Bro, I'm asking you to answer a simple question. You can answer it or not, but what is it about your experience that makes you think you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
I'm telling you that I don't think that they like what was my point? Bro, you let me for
I asked a very
Exactly.
concise question, and now you're talking about something unrelated.
I'm
Weird.
telling you, bro, you're like denying the fact that there is no satellite, there is no ISS, there's
Isn't
no.
that weird? Yeah, I know that you now this is an argument from incredulity, which means you can't believe that I don't believe the same things you do. That's a fallacy. It's called an appeal to incredulity. I'm asking you one more time and then I'm going to move on to your friend. What is it about your experience on the earth that makes you think you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
Telescope.
A telescope makes you think this is your experience. So a telescope makes you think that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum.
Yes.
How?
Because there's many videos that show the telescope
Oh, it's
capturing
videos. It's not a
satellites from
telescope.
the
Now
ISS. How would you deny that?
I'm denying any evidence that the things that you see in the sky have anything to do with the Earth being a spinning water ball in a vacuum.
If the satellites are there, don't you think, like, what are you talking about? If the satellites are
Satellites.
there, therefore the Earth is round 100%.
No. That is the biggest affirming the consequent fallacy I've ever heard in my life. And I'll give you the form of it. I like to do this with folks. I like to give them the form of the affirming the consequent fallacy. If I live on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space, I will see things in the sky. I see things in the sky, and therefore the Earth is a spinning water ball. Neither of those two things are connected. Neither of those things are at all evidence that you live actually on a spinning water ball. You understand that you've been trained to affirm the consequent your entire life? Someone came along and said, if you see the sunset, the Earth is a ball. You see the sunset, therefore the Earth is a ball. It's very ridiculous. It's circular
Okay, so
logic.
if
You've
you
been
see
trained your entire life
ISS,
to do this.
if you
Okay, let's
see
start
the
from the
ISS,
beginning. So
do
if
you
if
think
the
the Earth is
ISS
round?
is an object, okay, if the ISS is an object that is orbiting a sphere Earth and being tethered, you ever play tetherball? Do you know what tetherball is? It's a game.
No.
Okay, so tetherball is this game where there's a pole and then there's a rope attached to a ball, and so you spin the ball around the pole, and whoever gets that pole or that ball to wrap around the pole on the rope all the way wins the game. It's a very common game in the United States called tetherball. So you have to have some kind of mechanism. Okay, so first thing you have to have is a ball Earth. The second thing you have to have is a tethering mechanism for that satellite to orbit or swing around the ball Earth. So the first thing we need in the story that you believe about the ISS is for the Earth to be a sphere. Do you have any curvature measurements of the Earth that we can look at and verify so that we know that the Earth is indeed a sphere?
Me? No, I don't.
Okay, so if you don't have it, and we've
Bro,
been looking
let me
for
finish
it for the
the thought,
last
bro.
wait, don't interrupt me. If you don't have it, and we've been looking for it for the last 10 plus years, any kind of Earth curve measurement of the surface, which is consistent with a ball Earth of a radius 3959, if that doesn't exist, then the ball part is gone. And so everything about the story of the ISS being an object tethered to this ball is no longer valid. So I don't know why you would bring up the ISS if we don't have any ball to reference.
Sorry, bro, I didn't hear most of your arguments because my internet cut off. But all I'm saying is like,
I know, yesterday.
all I'm saying is like, when you use a telescope and you see the ISS and you see the satellites
That's
gotta
a fantasy.
orbit to something. You get me?
No, that's not true. Just because you see a light doesn't mean it orbits a ball. That's retarded.
You did not listen. You admitted that you didn't
Yeah.
listen to what says who said. He just rebutted that, and now you just gonna
No, I
say,
do
"Well,
not
I
cut
didn't
off. I
hear
swear to
you."
God. Why would I?
Hold on. But if you didn't hear him, you should have just asked him to repeat it. That way, you could respond to his rebuttal, not just say, "I didn't hear you," and ignore what he said to you, which was his rebuttal that overcame your argument. And then just repeat what you just said to him, what he just rebutted to. That's called rinse and repeat. That's a fallacy.
So the thing that we're trying to figure out is if you believe in the ISS being some kind of craft that people are inside of in a vacuum, tethered to this globe, this sphere that you think that you live on, then we're going to have to go through the whole story. And the basis of the story is that you live on a sphere. Well, if you do live on a sphere, in reality, we should measure the Earth with curvature that's consistent with the sphere that we're given the size of, which is a radius of 3959 miles, that is. So, if we don't have any curvature of the ball and it doesn't exist in reality, then the entire story is no longer valid. So it doesn't matter what you see in the sky at all. The Earth is not a sphere. Do you understand that? Now, you may be having internet troubles, and I appreciate that. Everybody does. We all robot and cut out and whatever. So I'll let you think about that if you heard it. Meanwhile, I think there's somebody else in here that may want to discuss the topic. Does anybody else have a question? How about Elijah? He's been in here. He's been active. He seems like he wants to visit.
Not really. But,
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
That's
I mean,
fine.
so,
No
yeah,
worries.
don't worry.
Wasim 25.
All right. Let me give you the verse. Wait. Buddy. Here's the verse.
Verse for what?
It seems like you guys is the one that got the religion, because all we hearing from you guys is that you believe it. You
No, it's not
believe
about religion.
you're not experiencing. You're not experiencing this ball that you claim to live on in reality. You're not experiencing it. You're not seeing it. You don't know how it's explained. You don't know how it's proven, but you believe it anyway. That is called being religious.
Yeah, so regardless of what any religion
It
or
doesn't
religious texts say, it doesn't really matter. Even though they all lead towards the flat earth depiction, right? Every single ancient culture depicted a flat stationary earth within an enclosed system. Same with ancient religions. That's something interesting to add to the
Yeah,
conversation.
they all knew it except us right now, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
All right. I'm not a flat earther, but you know.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah. I'm just here for fun. So yeah.
You're good, man. It's all good.
Yeah, you're fine. It ultimately doesn't matter what any civilization or religious text says, right? They would be making a claim, and we would have to verify that in reality. That's the thing about religious texts. If they are true, then there's going to be something in reality that would validate what they're claiming.
Yeah, like
So,
Noah's Ark couldn't happen if the earth was flat, right? Yeah. Couldn't.
well, I mean, so Noah's Ark, are you talking about the flood story?
Yeah. It's in Islamic Christianity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there was a flood, the external evidence of the flood would be, once again, flood damage, right? So if we have flood damage on the Earth
Yeah.
that's consistent with what they're claiming, which is the highest peak on the Earth was covered with water,
My bad.
then we would have to find flood damage consistent with that. Now, interestingly enough, nobody has actually ever denied, in fact, most of the external evidence of a flood worldwide is there.
Yeah,
But-
but it couldn't be there because if it happened, everybody would be extinct, including animals. Because it isn't really, it isn't really enough for two animals to breed with each
That's
other.
only if you live on a globe.
No, if it is a flat Earth, it will be the same.
No, you just go to higher ground where it didn't flood. That's all.
Yeah, I mean the mountains.
And then you also have peaks. You also have peaks on a flat Earth. The globe have in and out. They don't have peaks. Peaks
It's a
is
religious example. What I'm saying is, it's not really.
yeah, but you talk about an actual example. If you're talking about peaks in water,
No, just that.
that's dealing with elevation. That is dealing with elevation of sea level.
Oh no, Noah's Ark happened above sea level, like mountain level.
Well, before we get off of the topic, right, because there are many claims about the flood event, and today we're not going to be able to validate any of those. So we're going to talk about whether or not the Earth is curving, and it's not.
It's a Mesopotamian. What was it called again? Mesopotamian, right? Like event that happened for them, and that wasn't a wild flood. That was like a Mediterranean flood, and that was it. So
Yeah, well, it may not be the same event. Either way, we're not talking about that here. We're talking about whether or not the Earth is curving, and it's not.
all right.
So that part we can go ahead and verify. That is something that is empirical. The Earth is experientially, measurably, practically used as, navigated as a flat and stationary plane.
Couldn't the sun be around, right, or the wind?
Well, it obviously is round. Now,
Yeah, 'cause
can
you
the
see it
sun
under,
be?
like, sunrise, the sunset, right?
Yeah, I mean, the sun is obviously round. It looks like a circle at very least. So it's round. Now, is it a sphere? That's a little bit more difficult to prove. Now we have to have some kind of 3D depth measurement of the sun, which I don't know if anybody actually has that. But either way, can the light above the Earth be round? Sure.
Wait, what is he sending?
Welcome, Rodrigo.
Thanks.
Yep. Rodrigo, did you know the Earth was flat?
Sorry, my English is not.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, he gets it.
I don't. All right.
Oh man, Fry is back. Hello, Fry.
Is this on like 24/7 now? So
Yeah.
Yep.
okay, I'll hop on like tomorrow. No, I'm not gonna leave, but it's like late, so I might leave it a little bit. You know.
Cool, man.
All right,
Well,
man.
thanks for the good chat. Anyway, But yeah,
Yeah.
hang around
Yeah,
as long as you
I
want.
appreciate
Yeah.
y'all like talking with me and teaching me, informing me,
Yeah,
educating.
brother.
Yeah. Second. It's almost 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Yeah, get you some shut eye, bro.
No, not yet.
Fry, you got your ears on? I ain't talked to you in a minute. Unless this is a different Fry. Okay.
Dude, can you stop sending Arabic? Wait. Is it translated? Yeah, it is. Okay. الإمامة ابن حزم الإنسان ثاني.
Is a bow die in the VC? I kind of hate this crap. People jumping in the text and then just
leave.
Well, they're in the text, but they're not in the VC, and it's better to talk to people than it is the text.
They don't have very good English.
Yeah, most
That's
people.
possible.
Like, I'm not a native English speaker, but when I was like a beginner, I was like scared to talk with people in large groups. So
Yeah, I can appreciate that. But
Yeah.
listen, man, you sound great. You sound about as American as I do, so you're doing quite
but,
well. Good
in the
job.
beginning, I said right. So yeah.
Yeah. No, you've done well.
Yes, thank you. Join.
What was it like when you became a flat earther?
Good.
Good
for me.
What is that question?
It's uncomfortable. I mean, it was uncomfortable for me. I mean, it's nice to know that your experience is validated, right? Because even when I was a little kid, like I saw all the pictures, I heard all the rhetoric, I had the textbooks, telling me what the Earth was, and none of the things that it described was what I experienced. So it was kind of confusing. But if you absorb that rhetoric and that indoctrination, you get more comfortable with it until someone comes along and kicks the chair out from underneath you and says, "No, actually, what you've always experienced is the reality." It's kind of uncomfortable when you believe something different.
For
Why is
me,
he?
it feels
Yo,
comfortable.
DJ, he keeps sending the same thing. Why is that?
I don't know. Yeah, I'd said he's kind of got to join the VC.
Yeah,
It's
I
to
told him
stay.
to, but dude, I'm confused. I'm gonna have a headache from this. Like, I'm too tired to even look at the text and read it. And Allah has made the earth as a carpet for you. The word carpet is thin, like a rug, or spread out mat, a meaning according to the commentators, or whatever. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, he must have like globe-shaped carpets and rugs
Commentators
or something.
Wait, are you Polish? Or
I'm half Polish, but I don't really like. I'm Australian.
oh, cool. Yeah, did you live in Sydney?
No, I live in Poland.
Like, did he live in Sydney or?
Oh no. I'm from the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay.
Like it's just under Brisbane.
Yeah, the south, right?
How are you able to tell he's Polish?
He told me, right? I think. I don't know, but I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I mentioned it earlier.
Right?
You mentioned it like 1 or 2 hours ago, but I don't think he was here. But maybe he was, since he said.
No, I joined like an hour ago. But I changed my profile
so you
picture.
heard him when he said he's in Poland right now.
I guess. Yeah. No. I remember now. DJ. I said I'm in Egypt, and it's like late for me, and he said it's like an hour before me,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Or like 2 hours.
that happened.
Yeah, that was it, right? Yeah. Yeah. My ADHD brain is tweaking.
And is this movement growing?
What?
Would you guys say?
Yeah, it's growing like crazy for sure.
I just joined today, like the server.
When they do anonymous polls on different platforms that have nothing to do with this topic, the results are pretty shocking.
Have you ever
I met a
spoken to?
flat earther on Socialize before. He was like crazy.
Have you ever spoken to a professor?
Yeah, we have professors come in here to debate us quite often, and we have people that are professors, university professors that are on our side as well.
No, like people who you've debated. What happens?
Yeah, they can't back up the empirical claims, right? They're very good.
Pretty funny to listen to.
Yeah, we got like Professor Phil Bell. He's a physicist. I mean, we got another professor called Matthew Weathers who comes in here. A bunch of people, but they're not able to validate their base claims, right? They're not able to back up their explanations. They're very good at explaining things, but explanations are nothing if you can't
Just straight up show
validate.
them the thing you showed me from that island. Forget what it's
Exactly.
called, from that lake.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that one called?
Exactly.
Devon Island?
No, that was the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Oh, Salt Lake City.
Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I've been
21
there.
mile. It's a 21-mile observation where we can
What did they have
see.
to say about that?
What can
Sorry
they
for
say?
interrupting.
Yeah, usually they say, "Well, I can't explain that, but it has to be something to do with the way the light is propagating through the air." Or something like that. Usually they'll say, "Oh, I need to look into that further, and I'll get back to you." And then the next time they come back, they don't want to talk about that anymore. They'll want to talk about something up in the sky that we can't validate.
We could be in a black hole. All right.
Yeah. So look, their only rebuttal to it is to say that light is bending in such a way that it makes the Earth look flat over the distance, and
Yeah,
it's
that's why I
high.
said we could be in a black hole. It's a joke, you know.
Yeah. But physicists that have actually looked into it, they'll say that refraction will only allow you to see about 8% to 15% maximum further beyond the curvature of the Earth. And then anything beyond that, would be extremely distorted looking, and you would have crazy miraging effects and things like that. Obviously, we're not showing footage that has anything like that happening. So yeah, it's we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent further than you should be able to see. Not like 8% further or 10% further or something like that.
I don't know if we should waste money on that. Like, waste money on like disproving or proving something that doesn't really matter, you know?
It's pretty important, actually.
I mean, yeah, for some people, right?
Yeah, for some people. Yep.
Mhm.
I
I
mean,
don't care if there's
yeah,
but,
I
you
mean,
know.
everyone already experiences the Earth is flat and stationary anyway. It's just gonna change their knowledge. It's probably gonna change a bunch of other things, for each person individually, like how they spend their time researching. What else are they wrong about? If they were wrong about that,
Let me see
maybe
the video. Is it in Arabic? I'm gonna watch it. All right. Yeah.
the one I was just talking about.
No, the one at Booty sent. It's in Arabic and I can understand Arabic, so I
Oh,
want to see how it
okay.
is. Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
I want to see how funny it is. All right, let me see.
Like I said, I think it's the person has to be willing to
Oh
do
no,
these
I know
things,
this
and
guy.
eventually they will. But it's like when people are not willing to understand things. Like it matters what the motivation is. Is the motivation to discover truth, or is the motivation to just have fun and debate or laugh, stuff like that? So if that's the motivation, then to just have fun and scream at the other person, then doesn't matter what you show them. I mean, it's even more ridiculous with the moon landing stuff. I mean, the evidence is so clear, but if the desire is not there, then it's pointless. I mean, you have this cardboard project for the 5th grade art class that they throw on the moon. Just looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Who was the guy who measured ours like 1,000 years ago?
It was a guy who can't even be proven to ever have existed, and he's
What was his name
nothing.
again now?
Nothing exists that he ever wrote down that he ever did this, but his name's Eratosthenes.
Mhm.
And he wasn't even trying to prove if the Earth were a globe or not. He pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, and that the sun rays come in perfectly parallel.
Was the moon?
Because this,
Yeah.
yeah. So what he did was apparently, right? He was at a place where it was midday, and the sun was directly above his head, and there was a well, or some of the stories say there was an obelisk. Okay, or some people say it was a stick that he used, and at midday he had no shadow. And then 500 miles away, apparently there was another guy doing the same thing at the same time, even though they had no way of contacting each other. And his stick, the guy at the second point stick, said had a shadow. Okay, and he measured the shadow, and the shadow was 7.2 degrees. Okay, so then he did some mathematics based off the assumption that the Earth's a globe, and times it by the distance that they somehow measured back then, and calculated that the circumference of the Earth is approximately 40,000 kilometers.
Does that still help? Like hold up today?
No, it doesn't hold up at all.
Okay.
And because he made the pre-assumption that the Earth's a globe, and he based his math on that pre-assumption, and the pre-assumption that the sun rays come in parallel when yeah. So the Chinese actually did the same test, and they made different assumptions. They assumed that the Earth is flat, and that the sun is more local, and that the sun rays from the sun are coming in divergent. Okay, like how like if you've got a round light, the sun rays are going to be coming off in all directions. Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's closer to the Earth, then you're going to have diverging sunbeams. And they concluded that the Earth was flat based on their assumption. Both sides made assumptions. You can't bake assumptions in when you're doing tests. So
Well, most of
you
them
could,
did.
yeah. So you could both sides did exactly. So this is how flawed it is. Okay, let's say that you did the same thing that Eratosthenes did in your house. Okay, just say you have a room and you've got a light on the ceiling, and you put a stick directly under the light. It's got no shadow, and then you put a stick on the other side of the room, and it's got a shadow. Okay, then you assume that you're standing on a sphere. Okay, and then you assume that the light rays from the sun, or sorry, from the light on your ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel. And then you do the same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and you'll be able to calculate the circumference or the radius of your floor, even though it's a flat floor, right? Because
So
you
wouldn't
made
that
those.
be like? Wouldn't that be accurate?
No, you're on. It's a flat floor. It's
Yeah,
not.
it
You're not
wouldn't be
standing.
accurate at all.
It wouldn't be. Yeah, it would be completely flawed.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Yeah, it's just it's just based on presuppositions. Everything to do with the globe model or the globe mathematics is just
It's
based
fake.
on presuppositions and then making calculations off those presuppositions.
What about the flat earths? Like back then, not now.
Yeah, flat Earth is just what everybody experiences as their base reality. And then when we go out and test over large distances, there's no curvature. No one can find any curvature. It's not something that requires belief or trust or faith. We can just, it's exactly what we experience. And then we can go and test for the curvature, and no one can find any curvature. So by default, a flat surface that's not curving, like that of a large body of water, is by default flat if it's not curving. It's very simple. It
Like,
doesn't really.
what do you think about behind a curve? Right? You know that experiment.
Yeah. So behind the curve was like a mockumentary. It
On
was like
Netflix, I think.
a hit piece against flat Earth.
Yeah.
And they tricked a bunch of dumbass flat earthers like Jaren. Jarenism was the guy that did the torch test in it. Okay, and they kind of tricked them into thinking that it was going to be an unbiased look at flat Earth versus globe Earth. But then later on, they edited the footage in a way that was disingenuous to make it just seem
The
like
shadow appeared
flat.
to be for outers, right? Yep.
Yeah, so they set up this really ridiculous test where they, at nighttime, they decided, I don't know why they did it at nighttime. So apparently they cut some cardboard holes in some cardboard and put them a certain distance apart.
On a flashlight.
And then okay, so first they were supposed to use a laser.
Mhm.
Okay, and they were going to shoot a laser through the holes. But Jaren, being a dumbass stoner, left the laser on and burnt the collimator out and destroyed the laser. So because they already had the test set up, they decided that they would just use a flashlight because they had a flashlight. And so what happened was
If it works, it works. Yeah.
Jaren was holding the camera, and then there was another guy at the other end holding the flashlight, and
he
the
could see
guy
if he would reach it. Yep.
yeah, and Jaren couldn't see the flashlight, and then when the guy held his arms up in the air, Jaren's like, "Oh, I can see the flashlight," and then they cut the footage in the final edit, and then they showed a close up of Jaren's dumbass face, saying, interesting," and then they ended it. Okay, but apparently he said that interesting thing. He said that like 4 hours earlier. It had nothing to do with
Yeah,
what
so
they
they
were
just
doing.
put it there. Yeah.
And what actually happened was that he said, "Oh, lift your arms back down again, so we can check again." And then he lifted his arms back down, and Jaren's like, "Oh, I can see it now." And
So
then
they
Jaren,
cut it on purpose to make
How
it
do you know
seem
this?
like
this is the story from
the curve.
Jaren, who was the guy that was in it, who is actually a globe earther now, by the way. Thank God. We don't want Jaren on our side. But look, this is what
So
Jaren said happened,
so
and
he
he
told
said
the real story afterwards.
well, he told the story what happened. They actually made a lawsuit because before the documentary, the producers agreed to hand over all of the raw footage to the flat earthers. And then after the documentary was filmed and produced and released, they refused to hand over the full footage because the flat earthers would have been able to show that
Was
they
it
were.
given afterwards, or
No, it wasn't given,
Well,
and
that's what
there
happens
was
if it's a lie.
that's fucked up?
exactly so there was like an ongoing lawsuit, trying to get a hold of that footage, but the main guy behind the Flat Earth group, in that film actually passed away. So I'm not sure what's happening with the lawsuit now. But
How
it,
old
it
was
was
he?
he was I think he was like 50 something. Bob Nodell.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it was a really shitty test. Like we've got tests now with a torch
It
where
was
we've
rigged, basically.
it was rigged. It was put together to just make Flat Earth look ridiculous.
You're talking
So
about the one with the flashlight.
yeah, with the flashlight. So
And
apparently what?
then Jared. Okay, sorry.
Uh-huh. No, you're right, man. Go ahead.
So after that, he went out and told the real story, the way it actually happened, and that's how you know the way it happened, right?
That's what he said happened. Yep.
Okay, and then he still went to do another test, anyways, in Antarctica.
That was years later. That was like many, many years later.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Jaren was not really people from our
You said he's a
community.
globe earther now, not a flat earther anymore.
Yeah. So Jaren had this particular flat Earth model that he claimed was the flat Earth model, which is kind of ridiculous. So I don't know, you've probably seen a picture of that round disk map, and it's called the AE map, and it's got like a ring of ice that goes around the outside. Have you seen that map?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So some people say, "Oh, this is the flat Earth map." Okay, and he thought that was the flat Earth model, even though it's actually a globe projection. It's just a polar projection, an azimuthal equidistant projection of a spherical coordinate system that's kind of like stretched out and
So it looks
distorted
flat.
into a map. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so he was pushing that this is really the flat Earth. Okay, and
What a
the
dumbass.
sun and the moon are like these little balls that like they rotate around the flat Earth model, and he would call that this is the flat Earth model. And on the flat Earth model,
Oh wait, you mean the one was like the ice walls? Yeah.
yeah, he was saying that the ice ring, the ice walls go all the way around the outside, and that on this particular flat Earth model that he would claim, you can't have a 24-hour sun. You could
Because
explain
if it goes
20.
there, the moon is gonna be there, and the sun is gonna be there.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I've seen that argument. Yeah.
so you could argue that of course you'd be able to have a 24-hour sun in the north, but you wouldn't be able to see the 24-hour sun in the sky in the
What if
south.
it's in like the middle?
In the middle, like
Yeah.
during the winter of the north,
Yeah.
then you could have it would be circling close to the north, so you would be able to see a 24-hour sun in the sky. But when it would transit out south 6 months later, you wouldn't be able to see a 24-hour sun in the sky if you were in Antarctica, according to his model. Okay, and it wasn't a good model.
Someone
And
tested that, or
yeah, they went to Antarctica and they saw a 24-hour sun circling in the sky. Because
they-
this is what happened though. It was kind of interesting because there were no videos of the 24-hour sun in the south, and the few videos that came out turned out to be faked. Right? They would people put the start of the video and the end of the video together, and there was like the same clouds at the start and the same clouds at the end. So people were faking 24-hour sun videos for some reason, which could have been to troll flat earthers in a way or something like that, because people were like, hey, how come they're actually faking videos of the 24-hour sun and we can't find any real videos? Okay, so this guy Will Duffy, who's like a super church pastor and has a crazy criminal record and things like that and ongoing lawsuits, a kind of slimy, greasy dude, he decided to cherry pick this particular flat earth argument and this particular flat earth model that's very easy to debunk. And he set up this trip where he was going to pay or give people a free trip to go to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun, and he called it the final experiment in hopes of getting a deal with with a production company afterward and all that sort
You're
of thing.
talking about that guy Dave, the YouTuber?
No, this is his name's Will Duffy. Yeah, so he took 2 flat earthers or 3 flat earthers, some random girl that no one knows who she was, and then Austin Whitsitt, who's a well-known flat earther, and then Jeranism, who's the guy from the Behind the Curve. Okay, and they went there to see if they could see a 24-hour sun, and
They could.
apparently they saw a 24-hour sun according to the footage. So Jaren said that can't work on this particular flat Earth model that I have invented. So therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. And he went back to the globe because he was always kind of struggling and whining about being broke all the time, and most likely seeing how all of the anti-flat earther debunkers were getting millions of views on their video because flat Earth is shadow banned on YouTube. And maybe
Now
he
Will Duffy is debating for a globe.
Yeah, he debates. Will Duffy he's the person that set up the final experiment to try to debunk flat Earth once and for all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a kind of shitty debater though when it comes
That
to
guy,
trying to debate this topic.
Witsit Gets It, he was also there on.
Yeah,
that
he was also there.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to
he
like the Muslim, ask a Muslim VC, and talk to Ziano. So have a good day, Al.
All right, catch you later, man.
Yeah, you too. See you tomorrow if you're on.
Yep. All right,
Same
catch
time.
up. All right,
Take
cool.
care. The guy who filmed, the director for the flashlight experiment, how did he die?
It was far out. How did Bob Nodell die? I forget. I forget exactly how it happened. Maybe something to do with a heart attack. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember. I wasn't a huge fan of his, or the flat earthers that went on that film. So I'm not sure of the details. I didn't look into it
And you
too
said
much.
that the footage was supposed to go to flat earthers. What does that mean? Like there was like
Yeah, so they had an agreement.
understanding between whom?
Yeah, they had a verbal agreement with the producers that at the end, the raw uncut footage would be handed over to the flat earthers.
The ones that were there.
Yeah, the
at
ones
experiment.
the ones that were in it, and then after it happened, when they asked for the footage, they said no because of legal reasons or contract reasons or something like that. We can't give you the full footage, and because they would have been able to prove that they were lying, basically.
But who are these people?
It's a film production crew, basically. It's like a production company. And then they contracted the footage to Netflix, basically. So Netflix had the license to be able to play the footage for a certain amount of time. So they owned the rights to that film for a certain amount of time, basically.
Well,
That's
why
what
did
they
they
do.
why did they get in contact with this film company? Why not just do it themselves?
I don't think they got in contact with the film company. They were contacted by the film company who had an idea to make this film about flat Earth. Now, apparently, this is what happened. This is how the story goes. So the person that was in charge, the producer, was supposed to do an unbiased presentation, basically, of both sides of the argument. But then, and he was doing that apparently. But then, halfway through the production process, he went to a flat Earth conference. Right? They have these conferences where all the flat Earthers meet up. And he noticed that there were children at the conference, and that pissed him off. And he thought that people are indoctrinating children, and he kind of changed his tune at that point and decided to turn it into a something that is more of a hit piece against flat Earth. So after that point, the goal of the film turned from being an unbiased look into both sides of the topic into being something that made flat Earth look bad, like a hit piece.
He gave up to his fears. He gave up to this
Yeah, man.
anxiety stuff.
This topic triggers people, and it sets off like cognitive dissonance in people's brains. Like once they, it causes all sorts of reactions in different kinds of people. Some people are cool with it, some people just take it on, and other people get super triggered by it. And some people lash out and want to destroy it. Like we've had engineers, high-level engineers, like this guy named Brian Mullen, and he was making YouTube videos. And we had globe earthers like stalking him and sending him death threats and contacting his engineering company and trying to get him fired. And he actually had to move locations and he had to stop making flat earth content because he was being attacked constantly. We've
Which
had
guy? Sorry.
It's a guy named Brian Mullins. He's a high-level engineer, and he made a video series called Balls Out Physics, where he goes over all of the physics and technical things that are impossible to make sense if the Earth were a globe. So once he did that, it pissed off a lot of globe earthers, and they started attacking him and sending him death threats and trying to get him fired from his job and all sorts of things like that. So that happens quite often. It's actually a great series. I'll post it in the side chat for anyone that's into engineering and physics and the technical aspects of the arguments.
So the moment where the guy lifts up the the flashlight and the light is visible through the holes and he says interesting, the part where he says interesting, it's cut from another moment or something.
He said that 4 hours earlier, apparently.
And how did you say you found this out?
He gave an interview afterward. He told everyone what happened, and apparently everyone on the set, that was there on the set, including the flat earthers and the globe earthers and the producers, they all walked away from that experiment or test or whatever you want to call it, saying that didn't prove anything, that was inconclusive. But the way that they edited the footage before they produced it made it look like a flat earther debunked himself and made himself look like a fool.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to look at things as if you are living 1,000 years in the future. So looking back at this time that we call present, the fact that people are the fact that people are interested in this topic and interest is growing makes it likely that it's true. And the fact that all this cover up stuff, right, also makes it likely that is true. So the cover up and the rising interest of humanity, I think, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, check this out. So back in 2015, Nikon released that P900 Coolpix camera, which is basically like carrying a telescope around in your pocket that can record videos. And that's when people started making all of these long distance observations. And that's the beginning of when the flat earth topic really started to blow up like crazy. People were posting all of these observations saying, look, I can see this island that's 50 miles away, should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the earth, that kind of thing. And the flat earth topic blew up like crazy. It became the #1 search term on all of YouTube. And it even got so popular that during 2016, during the Donald Trump elections, it actually became a more popular search term than Donald Trump. Flat earth videos were getting millions of views. Flat earth content creators were getting tons of subscribers, and it was becoming a huge thing. Now, all of a sudden, Congress contacted the owners of Google and YouTube and Facebook and that kind of thing. And they said, hey, what are we going to do about this flat Earth thing? And they had a Congress meeting, which is on video, which I'll share in a minute. Okay, and they decided that they're going to censor flat Earth. Okay, and what you'll see in the algorithm is that after 2016, flat Earth search results or whatever just took a huge drop. And when you would type in the name of a flat Earth video, it wouldn't come up, right? It was completely shadow banned and hidden from the algorithm. Flat Earth channels started getting demonetized. They started losing thousands of subscribers overnight randomly. So it was like the people weren't unsubscribing. They were just getting like automatically unsubscribed. They were getting demonetized. And so they completely shadow banned it. And not only did they shadow ban Flat Earth in 2016, they actually replaced, like when you would type in, like let's say a Flat Earth video, 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball by Eric DeBay. If you typed in the name of that video word for word, it wouldn't come up. Instead, they put a playlist of flat Earth propaganda and misinformation showing discs in space and that all flat Earthers are religious and that Australia doesn't exist and just like a playlist of bullshit propaganda videos. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I look up, because I wanted to find the stream from the Antarctica 24-hour stream, live stream, and I don't find it. If there was a stream, it should have been saved on YouTube. No, I don't find it. And yeah, the thing with the image, I mean, if there was a globe and the satellites can see on the ground, they can zoom in and we see the maps and everything. Like, yeah, they should zoom in and we should see like in the south of Argentina, we should see people upside down, no? Or ships.
Yeah, like if you went to the moon and you had a powerful enough telescope and then you zoomed in on North America, for example, and just say you could see like a big mountain or something like that or a skyscraper building, then you panned that camera down to Australia, you should be able to see upside down buildings and upside down waterfalls and upside down mountains and cruise ships. And then if you pan the camera over to the side of the globe, then you would see sideways cruise ships cruising up and down the side of the globe. It's kind of crazy to
Yeah,
even
it's
suggest.
like no matter where you zoom in, it's never upside down.
Yeah, well, we can't even get high enough to, we can't get that high. We can only get up to a certain height anyway. So we can only see a certain distance horizon from as high as we can get to in reality, which isn't really much of the surface.
How long have you been a flat earther, DJ?
2017, I think it was. I heard Eddie Bravo talk about flat Earth on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he recommended a video, and I thought I'd give it a watch because I was a huge fan of Eddie Bravo, and yeah, I saw a bunch of interesting points in the video, and then it kind of stemmed from there. I started doing more research into it, and then I ended up doing my own tests just to confirm it to myself as well. And then, yeah, I've been learning more and more about it ever since. It's like,
What shape is the Earth, you think?
I have no idea what shape the Earth is.
What shape is Plato?
Play-Doh?
Yeah, what shape is that?
Play-Doh shaped,
Yeah, it's just like the Earth, right?
Earth shaped. Yeah. Yeah.
It's nice and soft and not solid, you know.
Well, I still don't know like what shape the Earth is because I don't know if it's I don't know.
What
It could
shape
be.
is Play-Doh?
Yeah, but the Earth's not Play-Doh.
How similar is it to Play-Doh, you think?
It's like not similar at all.
So you ever stepped on the Earth?
Yeah.
You ever stepped on Play-Doh?
I don't remember.
Do you think if you did step on Play-Doh, you would get like a footprint?
It depends how much you stepped on.
Do you get a footprint when you step on the Earth?
It depends. Probably not. It
Are
depends
you
how.
being honest or are you being dishonest? Right?
Well, yeah. So you don't always get a footprint. It depends on how soft the bit of earth is that you're
Oh.
standing on.
Oh, I thought it can't be soft if it's solid. Thank you.
Hmm. Pea drinker, everybody.
Have a great day on the not solid Earth.
All right, you too, man. Yeah, that guy comes in and he's kind of a troll. He's been trolling our servers for many, many years.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like hundreds of alt accounts. Like we have a home server. and if you
Just throws a few questions and like angry questions like that.
Yeah, exactly. He'll get banned. He'll get banned, and then he'll come back with like a new alt account, and then that'll get banned, and he'll come back with a new alt account until the point where he's like, there's like hundreds and hundreds of alt accounts that he's created
No
over the
way.
years. Yeah, people. This topic makes people batshit crazy, right? And what we've noticed over the time is that the more degenerate people are, for some reason, right? The more degenerate someone is, the more this topic like triggers them. Like you get like, yeah, I won't get into specifics about what degenerates, what type of people they are, and that kind of thing. But what we've noticed that the more degenerate people are, the more this topic drives them freaking insane.
Oh,
Kind of.
bro, this made me realize that, like, how much people can be changed, you know? Like how much, like
I couldn't sleep. Yeah.
Welcome back, man.
I try to sleep while the feminism deals that.
you can sleep because of feminism.
No, they were
Bro,
talking about fairies.
if you want to
They
fall
were talking
asleep
about
nice and
furries, man.
easy, go to YouTube and type in John Levi, Levi. Interesting
Who's that?
content. Interesting content about
Levi?
about old world history, about faked history and stuff like that. But his voice,
Oh, I know this guy.
yeah, his
I know.
voice will put anyone to sleep. If you can't sleep, just stick on some John Levi, and you'll be able to get to sleep, no problem.
What's his name?
While
John
sleeping.
Levi or John
I can have
Levy.
English on while sleeping.
Yeah, John Levi.
I could find something in Arabic. Yeah, I found him. Don't worry. Train tracks, things they will never teach. Trust, believe, and obey. Age of man, where are we? Yeah, cool stuff. Sick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you believe in law of attraction, guys?
Hmm?
Like my power mind, you attract stuff that you visualize. Sometimes incredible.
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
What about you, DJ?
It's
Believe in that?
it's getting kind of late for me. I gotta head off before
4
I
a.m. for
engage
me.
in a new
It's 4
topic. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
4
just
a.m.
tell me yes or no.
Sorry, what was the question again?
This law of attraction stuff, that you attract stuff with your mind. Sometimes where it's like very low chances to believe.
I mean, there's probably some truth to it. I mean, I wouldn't rely on it. That's for sure. But I'm sure that there's
Yeah, like I
definitely
wouldn't get my water bottle and like use my mind to get
I
it right.
expected you to say that, DJ.
All right. Have a good day, good DJ.
Yeah,
I
you too, man.
appreciate you.
Catch you later, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night, guys.
All right.
All right, bye.
Good night. I'm heading off too.
Yep, me too. Oh, probably a little bit, but anyone here want to talk or?
Do we have any curious Globers on the panel tonight?